gonna tell me where you went? All the messages I sent with no reply. It's like that. You're just gonna walk into my room. I hate how you assume I'll take the pleasure and the pain, the sorrows in your brain, 'cause I know you're on the run. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, your secrets to my grave, 'cause you are the only one. 'Cause you are the only one. The only one. 'Cause you are the only one. The only
wanna dance? Do you wanna dance?
An even lane and at least be ahead. Like Organ Magi falling behind is the worst case scenario that can happen. But if they want to put more eggs in the Alacrity basket, go ahead. I think that's something that they can afford to explore since what the previous solution has not been working out.
The draft is ready, so let's hop into the draft and see what we'll be seeing in our first series of the day. And right off the bat, we can already see some respect bans going in the way of Reality Rift, getting rid of Alacrity's famed Meepo, as well as the Witch Doctor, surprisingly enough.
So taking away the potential gotcha pick from R, that's really big. And we'll see if Troll is going to be letting go.
Yeah, I think you point out like right before the broadcast that if there's one team that might let Troll through, it's probably going to be Fnatic. You know, be confident enough to deal with their RR Troll.
That's actually very true. Timbersaw going to be joining the band here for Reality Rift. Let's talk a bit about the hero that made a bit of a surprise yesterday. So we've seen Fnatic play Chen, Ice, farming the map. He was zooming all over the place with the satyrs. But then also we saw the carry Chen by Skem, which was very interesting. And Arthur, you showed us something very funny yesterday night. He sent us a picture of a certain someone also trying to play Chen.
Yeah, I mean, I go back home, I tune in Dota, I want to play some game, and I saw Raven playing Chen right after that loss to the Scam Chen, so that's very funny to watch.
So maybe there's an opportunity for Reality Rift to consider picking up the Chen. Maybe Chen, can he also be a possible enabler for Alacrity, considering that he's such a good supporting hero, a backliner, someone that can assist your carries to do more.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very easy hero to play as well. All you have to do is farm, get your mag, press R, and press mag in your team fight, and you are good to go.
Yeah, but you know, unfortunately, I don't think for RR they have a decent Chen player, or they have anyone who prioritize the hero. So Chen is also banned out, so you won't be seeing it in this game. But Troll finally goes through.
Yep.
But I think if you're RR, you won't look at the Troll and be like, I want to pick this immediately. There has to be a reason that Fnatic lets it through.
Yeah, they have to know that Fnatic is letting it through.
Yeah, so, this is not no accident. They're intentionally letting the Troll go through.
I agree with you. They definitely don't want to just pick it here and get countered. And Clover is going to be the pick. Not a big fan though. I think we have seen T1 first picking Clockwork and then get heavily countered. Like, it's very similar to the to first picking Nature's Prophet, I think. Like, all you have to do is pick a bunch of heroes that really counter Clockwork and make this hero useless in the mid game.
That PL comes to mind. That's one of the more straightforward heroes to deal with the Clockwork as well.
Amber Spirit is on the still in the pool. Mirana is also still in the pool. All these heroes that can get away from the clock is really good.
Like Void, Fnatic plays a nasty Storm Spirit as well. They have so many choices, right? The Bat Rider is also one of their heroes. We've seen Bat Rider being played in position 5 and position 2. Fnatic has the potential to run this flex as well.
So what heroes do Reality Rift play that can also combo with the Clockwork? Just utilize
Skywrath Mage. They love that a lot.
But would they pick Skywrath Mage, considering that Hustle is most likely going to be taking reins on that Clockwork?
Yeah,
that's one consideration. I think that's a beautiful thing about Clockwork is that you can put this hero at a post 5 and he does the same exact thing as a post 4 without much resources. Like, all you want to do is go in, hook someone, catch someone and kill them and you die. Even like, all you want to do is to absorb damage. And I think the best role for Clockwork to do this is on the 5.
On the 5?
Yeah, because he doesn't need much resources, right? So you are not hungry for items. You just want to get those levels and be able to be as aggressive as you can. You can kind of create space for your post 4 to actually, get the core items that it needs, like a Skywrath would be an ATOS. Like if it's a Pango post 4, it's probably a Blink Dagger. The Shaker, same as well, Blink Dagger.
And we got Pango Bat Rider opening here for Fnatic. You guys are saying how strong Bat Rider is, and we've been seeing a lot of Bat Rider lately.
Especially for Fnatic.
Yeah, you let Bat Rider through, Fnatic picks it. But there's just so many heroes, right? All 4 heroes banned from RR. 3 of them is definitely Ice heroes. The Nature's Prophet can either be a post 1 or post 3. But in general, RR just really wants that outflame of Fnatic to not have a good game.
Oh, I'm liking this from RR already. They are already immediately addressing the issue from Bat Rider. So this, with the Venge swap, they are probably forcing the Bat Rider into the 5 or something that is not a core. And this is another hero that really enables your carry as well. Like giving you all the save, all the aura, to just make your carry games much more easier.
Yeah, maybe look at a ranged carry that typically goes well with the Venge.
Troll.
Troll.
Yeah.
Besides the Troll, are there any other ranged carries that would be viable in the meta?
Or Medusa, TB.
Yeah, Medusa.
I think any kind of agility range hero.
Luna?
Yeah, Luna as well. Is really good to pair with Venge. Even the TA that Alacrity loves to play is super good with the Venge.
Yeah, but if he picks a TA, then Fnatic might have an incentive to put this bat mid. So I think you want to leave this TA until very last, or maybe look for another alternative. Another morphing ban, that's a Savage hero. And Fnatic, they pay respects to Drew's Weaver, they take it out.
They are still letting the Troll go. They know that they have a Bat Rider pick there, so Bat Rider can always just dumpster Troll in the lane.
What are the chances of Fnatic picking up the Troll for themselves?
If they pick a Troll, RR has... Well, for now, RR has no way of dealing with the Troll. But it's pretty...
10 seconds remaining.
I guess there's a huge possibility that Fnatic would take it, but knowing 23 Savage, his hero pool so far, the Troll has not been kind of on the list as of now.
That's true. He has been playing a lot of Spectral,
Yeah.
PA.
Actually, PA wouldn't be that bad for Fnatic. But I think this one is, they are looking for an Ice hero.
I think there's already quite a few Ice heroes on the screen there for Fnatic, so he could play whatever he wanted at this rate.
Yeah, I think maybe you want to pick a core here, a mid or the carry, so that you can remain some kind of flexibility with your Pango and Bat Rider pick. I think Void Spirit is one of the better heroes here. You can get an axe, allows you to go to backline, silence the Venge, making sure that there's no swap save coming up from RR. Or even the Storm is pretty good as well. Clockwork and Venge are not the best hero in shutting down the Storm.
That's true. Not really the best hard lockdown for taking out that Storm Spirit.
Yeah, like Ember, Void, Storm, basically the 3 main spirits.
Yep.
Well,
Excuse me, there's 4 spirits.
The 3 core spirits. There we go, the Void Spirit is out.
Alright, so there's the Void Spirit for Fnatic. Looking at the Fnatic drafts, they have a lot of mobility across the board. You've got the Firefly on that Bat Rider, you've got the Rolling Thunder on the Pango, the Shield Crash as well for going up and down ledges, and even the Void Spirit, lots of lockdown. Jakiro coming out for Reality Rift. Core
This
Venge?
is a core Venge.
Yep.
Not really much.
Most likely a KYSY wench. I think he fits his role, being the enabler, being the utility man. He has always been KYXY's role.
But how does the Jakira sort of fit in? Jakira does combo well with the clockwork. You can macropie it in the cogs, but all these heroes, none of them are instant hard lockdowns. All of it sort of has some kind of cast animation or it's some kind of projectile.
I feel like if this Jakiro is in, then you are probably looking at a 4 clock, like a hustler clockwork.
Oh, he's maybe looking at a void for Drew. Faceless void, macropire into Chronosphere.
Very possible.
Very possible. He does play that, and Faceless Void in general just does well into Fnatic's draft. PL is also another hero that still does well into a Fnatic's current draft. They have no way to deal with the PL. Probably laning phase, the Bat Rider, if he gets into the same lane, he would dump the PL, but come mid-game, PL would be enabled, pretty much enabled by this Venge and Jakiro and Clockwork.
Yeah, I think a beautiful thing about our 3 heroes is that when it comes to team fight, it's really easy to execute. As long as you hit your hook shot, all the stuns will just come in, and those are the really reliable chain stuns that you can get.
And they actually have a save. Previously, we've been seeing Reality Rift play, Skyrap and all these heroes that do not provide any kind of save, but now at least they have the Vengeful Spirit to swap you out if you are in a precarious position.
So Enchantress coming out here for Fnatic. Can we see some kind of semblance? Who do you think is going to be jumping on these heroes?
No, I think it's DJ Bat Rider and Ice Pango, and a 5 Enchant. Looks like they have a pretty strong lane already. Just that their disable is not instant as well. So none of these teams have the really strong jump into you, blink stun instantly.
Yeah, it seems like Fnatic they might be setting themselves for another Spectre pick at this point. RR are pretty vulnerable to the Spectre. The Spectre Eng lane, I wouldn't say is ultra strong, but it gives Spectre a decent laning phase with the Eng.
Definitely. I'm hoping to see this Jakiro as a post creep, to be honest.
Position 3?
Yeah, I think as long as you pick out the use, there's a lot of setups that you can do on the Void Spirit, Pangolia, all these heroes that are really what's that word again? Elusive?
Elusive.
Yeah, as long as you use him, Ice Path, you always catch them.
Yeah, there's like a couple of ways that this Jakiro can be built, right? If you want to go like hyper aggressive, you can always go for like, the first item, the Veil of Discord, there's the Atos, there's the use, but I agree with Arthur. If you're dealing with Void Spirit, Bat Rider, Pango, you might as well just go for the use, because it's a guaranteed ice path.
Right, so 4th pick here, is this going to be a Drew hero? I think this has been the trend for Reality Rift, going for Drew's hero before Alacrity's. Alacrity sort of ends up being the potential gotcha last pick.
Yeah, I think this is probably the way that they want to experiment a bit more, because if your position 1 isn't what is considered one of your weakest links, you might as well just throw his hero out there first and make sure that this position 2 comes at the very last moment, so it can maybe surprise your opponents or at least give him a strong pick that can help enable this position 1.
Yeah, the only thing is they didn't have the last pick here. They don't have the last pick here, so they probably want to get a Alacrity hero that most likely is going to be banned by Fnatic at the last ban.
So what kind of heroes fit into this draft so far?
Like Ember Spirit isn't too bad.
Ember, there's a lot of synergy, even more chain stun coming out. You can set up the Ice Path with your chain.
And Anti-Mage.
They went for a true Anti-Mage.
It was the hero that they had success with, so I guess it makes sense to go back to the Anti-Mage. And you were talking about the lack of lockdown on Fnatic, also another factor to bring into the Anti-Mage. So Drew, I think, getting a comfortable hero this game.
Yeah.
No, definitely.
Anti-Mage lanes pretty decently to Pango. You can counterspell off the lasso if you time it correctly. Fnatic, they probably are looking at this Void Spirit and thinking of going for use into Aether Remnant. That's like their surefire way of catching an Anti-Mage.
But you always have to worry about the save coming up from Branch.
Yeah,
so
that's why the Wench is so good right now.
Oh, Fnatic actually banned out the DP themselves. I don't think any other teams in Southeast Asia play this hero except for themselves. That's a surprise to me.
Unless they're trying to run this bad mid, but I highly doubt so. They need like a really strong mid right now. I mean, post 1, excuse me, this Void Spirit is probably going to be mid.
I think SF looks really good here for R. They need something that can offer and provide lots of magic burst damage. Yeah, and SF dumpstered Void Spirit in lane. Yep. Alacrity plays a really good SF as well.
Yeah, SF, unless they want to go for like the okay, there you go, the Ember finally out.
So just going back for the safe pick, nothing too crazy.
Yeah, this is the backbone of R's recent success. They always, at one point, they always just first pick this Gritty Ember most of the time, because of how good Alacrity is with this hero. And also this hero enables them to just create lots of chaos in the early game and buy time for anti-mage.
Yeah, the whole lineup of RR right now is pretty chaotic. They have mobility, and Fnatic has really less methods of locking them down.
So last picks for 23 Savage, what do we really go for? Do you think they could also maybe aim for the late game, going for the Spectre themselves, or any kind of hard carry?
I think they have to pick something with tower push. They have no tower push at mind.
There's the troll.
This is the first troll pick of the tournament. This troll does solve a bit of problem. There's no one on R that can man fight the troll. Like if you want to take down a troll, you need to make sure that you lock the troll down and you kill him off instantly. I think if this troll gets his battle trance off and RR has used all their spells and items, this troll will go out of control. There's no way that they can stop this troll.
And we have seen a lot of time how good Fnatic does in their early game. And Troll is another hero that allows you to choke your opponent very well because you take tower so fast.
Yeah.
And choking opponent definitely is one of your main priority here against the anti-mage lineup.
Yeah, it's a really strong lane. This troll edge lane is so disgusting to deal with. They can just run you down. Assuming that this is a Venge core, the Venge is not going to do anything. This troll can just eat the Venge for breakfast. The same as the Jakiro, honestly. So I think Fnatic has already secured that safe lane for themselves.
Yeah.
So looking at the drafts, predictions.
Still Fnatic for me.
Still Fnatic?
I'll go with RR. I mean, I think they have most of their best heroes, except for the Jakiro that we haven't seen. But Drew, Anti-Mage, Alacrity, Ember, I'll go with them.
Okay. Well, good luck with your predictions, folks. I know we on the panel haven't had a lot of luck with our predictions, but I know, of course, you guys want to see the game. We want to see the game as well. Let's hop into the game. Reality Rift versus Fnatic. I love seeing those openings.
Same.
You can see all the cosmetics, all the emotes.
It caught me off guard for a little bit though.
The first time we've actually seen it, haven't we? I love it when they just decide to, you know, up and die on screen, right?
Yeah.
The animations for it, very funny. Alright, so we are here with Fnatic versus Reality Rift. Now we know for a fact that Reality Rift, they are unfortunately towards the lower end of the brackets. There is a possibility of this team getting knocked out. Although they did get that the point victory over Execration due to the default win.
Yep.
So it's not all lost, but of course, especially in a game such as Fnatic, if you could tie, absolutely God-saving grace for them.
Oh, definitely. Especially most of the team has been getting 2-0, out by Fnatic. So if you get a 1 point, definitely it's so big. Oh.
He's held onto a skill point, so he didn't skill anything. Just made sure he kept himself safe. And that goes back to the whole lack of lockdown kind of thing for Fnatic. If they maybe had a little bit more lockdown there, maybe they could have actually killed off Drew.
Yeah, but I love this adjustment coming up from Fnatic. We are putting ice on the Enchantress. Because you definitely don't want you don't want to have the Pango versus Pangolier, I think, because you want the range versus anti-mage. So Enchantress, we haven't seen this hero on offlane for a long time.
Yeah, the hero sort of faded from the offlanes. Can we take a look and see who's playing the Jakiro? Is this the offlane Jakiro, or is this a... We'll take a look a little bit later on.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting because you were predicting offlane, but it looks like it's a support Jakiro, so a nuts Jakiro.
Yeah, it's a nuts Jakiro, alright. Now, I'm a little bit worried about the offlane for RR because Venge plus Clover isn't really the strongest lane against a troll. You don't have some cheap damage to harass him, especially with Pangolier there.
Yeah, the disarm.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very easy lane for troll, and mid lane is going to be a hard one for Alacrity. Bat versus the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, the napalm stack's just gonna have to keep an eye there on Alacrity, make sure he doesn't get caught with too many napalm stacks because he could just get flown over by the Firefly, and that's probably it for him. Batrider, one of the scariest one-on-one matchups if you have no way to defend yourself from that napalm. DJ, though, he's going to start pulling that creep wave. And unfortunately for Nuts on the Jakiro, he can't really do anything about this.
Yeah, there's nothing you can stop that. He even started with a boot, so he doesn't care about the Jakiro at all. I think we have mentioned this a lot of time that Fnatic is doing a really good job in pinpointing the winning condition of their opponent. And I think this time they have the Batrider against the Emperor is definitely a big win for them. Because they heavily rely on Alacrity to come online to carry them through the mid-game.
I want to know your opinion on the safe lane matchup. A solo Enchantress against the anti-mage, because so far it looks like Nuts is kind of busy with DJ on the Void Spirit, but Drew's struggling against this Enchantress.
Yeah, I mean, the Enchantress is able to span you out of the lane at level 1, and anti-mage is not going to have a good time.
So how do you sort of make up for the fact that this is going to be a tough lane against Ice? What does Jakiro really add to this lane, really?
Like, all Jakiro, I mean, I think DJ is also doing a very good job in constantly pulling the wave, so Nuts has to deal with the DJ. I think at this point you just have to ignore what DJ is doing and try to shut down the Enchantress as a Jakiro.
But how do you really shut down an Enchantress as a Jakiro? This hero, although he's very good at one-on-one trade, just being naturally tanky on his own, at low levels he doesn't really do that much damage on his own.
Yeah, that's true. I think what they want to achieve and do from R is to play Jakiro with the anti-mage like what we are seeing here. So every time anyone walks close to you, just spam them out as a duo. You don't want to be separating the two heroes from R.
We'll have to check up on these two a little bit later, but Drew, he is CSing. Currently tied with Ice on that Enchantress. But the biggest winner in this game is that Batrider. He is slowly creeping ahead of Alacrity's Ember Spirit. Could that actually cause a lot of issues on the side of Reality Rift? Because of course Reality Rift, you want a 4v5 because you don't want to have Drew engage in those team fights early. But you look at Fnatic, they could 5v5 right off the bat. Sure, of course the troll needs farm too, but they have so much initiation potential. Yep.
Again, it's the first blood.
Tough matchup. It's a Batrider. Not many heroes can 1v1 this hero.
Not especially when you're a melee hero, but bottom lane, a lot of trouble.
Oh no, that's awful. And they might also lose Nuts here. They won't contest him under the tower, but that's not a matchup you want to be going up against as an anti-mage. You want to be farming.
And top lanes, at least they're getting some kills here, but this is not the biggest kill that you want though. It's a post 5 Pangolier.
The trades are not great though, because you're getting a position 5 Pango, but you've lost your mid and your carry.
Yeah, definitely. They are starting with the wrong foot right now on R. I think this is just Fnatic, you know, displaying their extraordinary understanding in the game, especially during the laning stage.
How do you sort of compensate for a bit of a rough start here if you're Reality Rift? Because so far it looks like they have been dedicating both of their supports to staying in lane, but when do pulling the stack sort of come into factor? Because if I'm not mistaken, Reality Rift are not one of the teams to immediately start pulling stacks. They sort of pull stacks at about the 5-6 minute mark.
Yeah, I think with their lineup here, they have to be really patient on the lane, trying to stabilize it as long as you can and not die until you get to your levels. But Alacrity seems like he's getting dove and there's nothing he can do about that.
Yep, he goes down again to that Firefly. The TP's there from Hustler. Is he going to be able to catch this bat though?
No way, he has a flame break to get him out.
Yep.
And a Firefly as well.
He will continue chasing, however. We'll see if Hustler ends up getting a successful chase down.
He's even
actually dewarding. Oh my goodness, that was such a big victory for Moon.
Definitely. I think Moon is just exploiting the fact that the dual support from R, they're not amazing in reacting to the dive of Batrider. If you look at their heroes, they have nothing to close up the gap to the Batrider. You have to chase him down, and Batrider is a naturally fast movement speed hero.
Yeah, normally you would see the support Venge go for the TP, but it's a Clock and Jakiro. Can't really assist that lane. And this is actually really bad for Reality Rift too, because they're relying on Alacrity to sort of carry them through that early game and to create space for Drew. If both your carry and your mid have fallen behind in lanes, who can you fall back to? You can't fall back to that offlane Venge.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's a really... They have getting out of control now. Things that all can they do is to just stay in lane, hope that they don't die, get their levels, and maybe if Barrett dive another time, hopefully they'll be able to fast enough to react and get a kill on Barrett. I think that's the best thing they can do now.
Yeah, but Alacrity, he's sort of given up, I suppose, on that mid lane. Not completely, he will go back and get some more farm, but he's sort of decided to just hide in the jungle here and continue on jungling. They're trying to put some pressure here into 23 Savage, but the Troll Warlord is not an easy target, especially with jabs here. They already grab Hustler on that clockwork. They won't continue on to KYXY, but this is going from bad to worse.
Yeah, there's so much damage from jabs. Lucky shot, armor reduction. KYXY is gonna die here, but Alacrity is here to clean up.
Oh, but they did still lose those two heroes up top. They managed to get 23 Savage, but while all is said and done, it doesn't really fix the lanes.
Yeah, I think this is best from R. That what can they do? All they can do is just counter react to the dive from Fnatic now and try to get as much Q as you can. Because if you talk about proactive moves, there's not much that you can do. However, Ember Spirit has hit his level 6, but he maxed Flame Guard for the recovery, so we wouldn't see a very active Ember Spirit this game.
Oh, this is going to be painful too, because Ice has just hit that level 6, so Untouchable becomes a factor for this Enchantress. There's no way Drew can trade right clicks with Ice anymore.
No way. And to make things worse, 23 Savage is here at the bottom lane. They want to push down this tower with the catapult.
They got the catapult, they got Ice there with the Enchantress who's got the Wilding Ripper to help clear out the creep wave. What do you do? In most circumstances, Jakiro is a pretty good counter pusher because he's got so much nuking power behind him, but this is a low level nuts.
Yeah, this is too early for Jakiro to defend this tower on his own. He's only level 3. He needs at least level 5 to do this. And this is a free tower for Fnatic. This is just how good Fnatic is in exploiting all these weaknesses of their opponent team. They know that R is not strong enough to do anything right now to counter to their aggressiveness.
Oh no.
He's gonna die here.
Yep, the slow.
He does have TP.
So strong. He used the TP just now to try and get away, but is he going to be able to juke it? It looks like he might. Oh nope, he's met it. Got him caught. That's it. There goes the Jakiro. And Ice getting a kill under his belt. Sitting on 101, but they're going to grab another one here. KYXY on that bench, also going down. Oh, they're going to try and turn onto Batrider. Yep, the anti-mage getting lassoed. And oh, he will just blink out. Looks like he won't tick to the burn. But they didn't get anything out of that engagement at all. They brought in their anti-mage, they brought in their Ember Spirit, but for no kills, not what you're looking for.
Yeah, anti-mage now he's sitting at 160 HP, so he wouldn't feel very comfortable even though returning to the jungle. Really well played by Moon there.
It's just every single time it just seems all these correct plays are coming out from Fnatic, and it doesn't matter what happens, lanes, mid-game, and even coming into the late game, they always seem to have something there to make sure that they're one step ahead of their opponent. And nothing really seems to go in the way of Reality Rift. They're running this anti-mage, sure, but even then, Drew can't find anywhere safe to farm. He's now having to resort to the jungle, which unfortunately hasn't been stacked for him.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's stacked, he doesn't have the Fury right now to clear the stack really fast.
Oh no, they managed to spot out that troll, and even Nuts is a bit hesitant to get anywhere near that troll warlord. He's alone, and get the ice path down. Can they get 23 Savage? Ice is there, and they have the damage. They're hanging on. They really need to get rid of that troll warlord. It would be a really good kill for them if they can get it. They will get that troll, but at what cost, however? They're still going. Alacrity is so low. KYXY trying to come in with the right clicks, the swap. They really want to finish him off. The Batrider gets taken down as well, but it's 4 for 2. Oh, Reality Rift. Nothing seems to go their way.
Yeah, this looks like a very bad fight for R, but I think this is acceptable for them because you are taking down the Troll and the Batrider. It slows down them a little bit, but you are definitely not happy with that.
And it's a 4K net worth lead as well, and we're only 10 minutes in. So, if anything, you have to expect some of these pushes and aggression to come in from Fnatic. If you look at their heroes, they've got very short cooldowns. They want to keep fighting.
Yeah, they're just keep coming at you. The longest cooldown, I think, is the lasso from Batrider. And even Tro, he doesn't really care about his Battle Trance cooldown as well. All he wants to do is to come to your lane, farm your ancients, and push down towers.
He just wants to smack you in the face, really.
Yeah.
And who's there to punish him? You've got a Jakiro that does a little bit of damage over time, mostly there for the slow and the stun. Same thing with Clockwork. Clockwork's only there for locking down. It actually comes down to KY, XY, and Alacrity to do the damage. But they've been unfortunately burdened by their laning stage.
Yep.
That they're actually struggling to kill off heroes.
Yeah, Alacrity needs a lot of time to recover right now with his max Flame Guard build. He doesn't really want to keep fighting. He wanted to at least get some decent levels first, and we'll see them letting go most of the bottom side of the map and try to group out and take a tower.
Yeah.
I think this is the right move to do. Right now, you just have to accept that you are not farming as much as Fnatic, but you still want to try to get something out of the map.
Yeah, just get gold from any kind of source. The jungle, the towers, these small pickoffs. At the end of the day, the goal is really to just delay that game for the anti-mage. But there is still a concern, and the anti-mage in itself isn't a pure win condition because the anti-mage needs to go up against a troll warlord.
Yes.
And troll, of course, we've seen games where the anti-mage, as big as he is, one bash ends it all.
Yep. I think that's why Fnatic is very comfortable as well. They're not taking things very rushly. They know that they're still got a throw against the anti-mage, but they're definitely ramping up the tempo by pushing down towers. I think this is what the good teams always do. You don't mind to sacrifice a bit of farm to group up and take down the most important tower in the map, which is the tier 1 tower. Now it opens up a lot of accessibility into the jungle of Taha.
Oh, that was a really nice flame break, pulling them back towards that middle lane. Looks like for now, Moon is actually going to be lassoing in the Vengeful Spirit. KYXY very low, pops a stick, but it really doesn't matter. They've lost the Venge. There's no swap. There's also no Clockwork. And now Nuts being chased down by 23 Savage. They've actually had the TP in Alacrity to keep that troll under wraps under the tower. Is there any lockdown? They don't have the damage. And the troll gets out scot-free.
Calm and collected. Really good TP right there from Savage. Unfortunately, I mean, even though they kind of caught the Variant off guard, they didn't have enough follow-up damage. Anti-mage is not there. He doesn't want to be there, and Jakiro is not high level enough yet to provide the macro fire.
Yep.
So yeah, too bad for R.
And you can see as well, KYXY is doing the absolute best that he can to provide right clicks. He knows the team lacks damage and he has to come in, reduce the armor and go in for those right clicks, but we see him, he survives maybe for 5 seconds at most in his team fights because Fnatic know how threatening the Vengeful Spirit can be. They use the Macropire, they kill off Ice Slice's Enchantress. A small victory, but doesn't really make the game any easier.
Yeah, but sometimes you have to do some baby steps for it to come back into the game. The top lane,
this is not a baby step. This is a big step for Fnatic. If they can shut down Drew, they can't quite catch him. The blink, there's the Yule setup. And then he gets pulled back. This might be the end for Drew. Oh, he gets the blink. He still needs to run away though. Are there any TPs coming through? It looks like Nuts will be coming in. There's one more coming under the tower, but the Rolling Thunder catches onto that Drew. And he goes down on the anti-mage, and so does KYXY. If the TPs came in a little bit quicker there, especially for KYXY, the swap may have saved his life.
yeah, I think they thought that he's dead already, but Moon is saying, I don't think no for an answer. No, not getting away from me. And that's such an early use from Voice Spirit as well. 40 minutes use on a post 4, that's amazing.
It's DJ, he gets farmed somehow. I don't know where it is, he has a trust fund somewhere that he's not telling us about.
Yeah, sometimes it's just amazing that how DJ has been pulling out all this net worth from. I think he reminds me a lot of FY. Like there are these heroes, there are these players that is very quiet in the game, and then all of a sudden you just see this really early item timing from them.
And all this map control, it's there for Fnatic. As for Reality Rift, the only one confident to move around really is Drew. Alacrity staying on the Radiant side of the map, and pretty much the rest of the team just having to prep to defend these tower pushes that will eventually come. But even Drew's had to sort of reside in the Radiant jungle too. They're actually trying to spread this farm between him and Alacrity, but there's only so much space on the map, and you know that Fnatic, they're going to come and get them. It looks like they managed to get a good kill onto Moon though. So nice little backstab there for Reality Rift to kill off that. Oh, hang on, Clockwork going into that middle lane as well, onto Ice. And it looks like they should be able to bear down this Enchantress. She doesn't have the best HP. Looks like DJ's coming in as well. Looks like there won't be a full engage there. They tried to save the Enchantress, but just a tad too late.
Sloppy moments from Fnatic, but NR has really done a good job in capitalizing on them, and pretty savage. He has the Shadow Blade.
Oh, can he get the bashes through? He full blink out.
No root. RNG is not with him today.
Yep. That's good news for Drew. More farming time for him. 23 Savage going to go back to lane. But thoughts on the Shadow Blade, on that Troll Warlord?
Yeah, I think it's a very good tool for you to screen out the anti-mage that's constantly sitting in your jungle. Like, all you have to do is hope for one good root and you get a solo kill on him, but that's the Shadow Blade review from Savage. So now RR knows that his intention with the Shadow Blade, they are going to be prepared for this.
Yep, they got the sentry down as well. Both Nuts as well as Hustler. They're in position in case Drew ends up getting ganked. But so far, there's no intention of that troll ganking. Is actually just going to continue farming the jungle. Ice, just doing ice things in that bottom lane, pushing that tower with the creeps, just sitting behind them in case someone tries to defend. He's level 11. He's getting very close to those drums as well. So soon, this Enchantress won't be so easy to kill. Although this hero has naturally low stats, low HP, Ice, he is actually going to be tanking himself up with these items.
Yeah, it's very valuable what Enchantress is doing there. He's trying to open up the bottom lane to constantly push in, so to force RR to react to them. So he opens up the map for Troll and potentially going to
Nice. That's a BKB on the Batrider. He's going to try and burn down KYXY, whereas Reality Rift, the rest of them, they wanted to try and finish off that tower, but it did end up getting blipped. KYXY will be taken down. The lasso already used up onto Moon there. And the tower, it's still low. Alacrity will chip it down with KYXY's illusion. And Nuts with the insta-TP just so he doesn't get picked off. Here come the reinforcements. They might catch Alacrity here, especially with 23 Savage going under the guise of that invisibility.
Oh, he's trying.
The sentry's there though, he saw it.
Nevertheless, it's a very successful 5 minutes for RR though. They are making the most out of the map given their circumstances. They're constantly playing at top.
Nuts.
On the right.
Nuts gonna have to go back to fountain here. Getting ganked up there by Moon and Ice.
Bottom lane is officially the dead lane right now. Anyone that steps into the bottom lane will die.
Looks like we got more set up in that middle lane. DJ putting some pressure onto Alacrity, but here comes Drew. Instantly kills off that Void Spirit. Looks like Ench gonna try and whittle down Drew, and Alacrity just actually going up to that top lane. His Remnant bringing him back to safety. Although Pangu is heading up there, and Drew having to blink out the range of that Enchantress.
Right now, Fnatic wants to force RR to deal with this bottom lane, and then it opens up an opening for Troll to walk into the Roshan and take it. Roshan is the biggest objective right now for Fnatic to advance their lead.
When could we suspect that? Oh no! Oh, Hustler backing out, and I think maybe 23 Savage is a bit scared of the Jakiro as well. But when can we expect that Roshan timing? In a few minutes?
Yeah, in a few minutes. I think they are probably waiting for Troll to get another item before they go into the Roshan.
Oh, looks like Alacrity. Moon gets the lasso. And there we go. There goes the Ember Spirit. But isn't Roshan going to be a little bit of a scary engagement here for Fnatic? Because if you take a look at what Reality Rift have, Jakiro arguably is one of the best heroes during a Roche fight. Macropire, it lingers, it covers a pretty wide range as well. You don't want to stand in the Macropire as well. Oh, hang on, we've got... oh, can they get Moon? He's got that BKB. He's just sitting on top of Hustler. And it looks like they're just going to burn down that clockwork. Drew sitting under the tower, trying to see if there's an opening with those 4 Fnatic heroes there. No way they grab that kill.
Instantly walking into Roshan. I was just about to say, if you want to initiate Roshan, you need to catch someone before you do that with the Batrider. Yep. And instantly they find an opening for that.
And Macropire on cooldown as well. There's no way they can contest the Roche.
Yep. Luckily though,
he's gonna try. It's a bit too soon.
Better trance has been used for the lifesteal, so Troll has to be really careful
here.
And
look at Ice though. He's gonna try and backstab Alacrity. He's actually whittling down the Ember Spirit, the Yules. They get the pullback as well. It looks like this might just be Alacrity. He's going to be okay, but no Roche steal at all.
That was a good attempt though. He do a little bit of the random trick, try to go in, slash it and get out.
He had to though. I mean, what else could the team have really done there? And it looks like they will be able to chip down 23 Savage. Aegis has been popped. Oh.
Wow, great play by Hustler. He saw that one slide of opening and he went for it.
Yeah,
He also-
Fnatic are going to be mad about this. Looks like Snut's actually dying in the back lines. Troll going under that invisibility again. Reality Rift, do they really want to chase this? Alacrity, he manages to get the searing chains off onto the Void Spirit, but a bit too scared of where the Troll is.
It's very crucial for R that they took down the Trolls Aegis before they managed to do anything, because Fnatic needed the Aegis to take down all the outer towers. Right now it gives a lot of room for anti-mage to breathe.
Yep, and with the Battle Fury up as well, so Drew is farming at maximum capacity. It looks like they're going to try and kill off this Enchantress. No mana and gets hit with the... Oh my goodness, Ice. It's got to be sad about that one. But it's a kill to Drew, so that's some good news for the anti-mage. It's more farm, but we got some bad news. There's a BKB on the Troll.
Alright.
It's probably fighting time now.
I think R has been doing really good in controlling the pace of the game by picking off Fnatic left and right. Fnatic has been super sloppy for the first 20 minutes though, but right now they are going to buckle up and just fall back to the 5-man pushing style.
Radiant's top tower.
I think that's sort of what they excel at, right? They just push as 5, the whole team gets it done, and you can't really gank into them as 5 either.
No, you can't.
Looks like Moon's going to be making his way to that middle lane. KYXY showing himself along with the Clockwork, throwing down the flare. And luckily for Reality Rift, the bottom jungle, it is free for this anti-mage. So Manta Style will be his first item of choice. What kind of direction could we see here for Drew in terms of items?
I think you want to have the Manta into Abyssal Blade before you can be really impactful in the game. But even then, anti-mage has to be really careful into running into the 5-man of Fnatic, because all you want to do is to keep split pushing and then try to get some pick off with your Abyssal Blade. But until then, I don't foresee anti-mage to do too much in the game. And I think it's not going to give anti-mage the chance though. They are already in position to choke RR out.
Radiant structure.
But having out the tier 2 is the limit. It's the most Fnatic can get here. They don't want to go high ground without the Aegis.
Absolutely. They're going to jump onto KYXY on that vent. There's Fuel, the pullback as well. Macropire being thrown down as well. It's a nice angle for them too. They've actually got quite a bit of burn damage on that high ground. They're going to continue. They're getting really close to the T-Freeze. There's the lasso onto Alacrity, and it looks like that's going to be the end of the Emperor Spirit. They actually killed off... The fact that they killed off the Ventral Spirit so early meant that there was going to be no stop saves for the Emperor Spirit. So already picking off that weakness, getting rid of the Venge, there's nothing the Clock and the Jakira can really do. And now it's possibly going to look at Raxus here. They've managed to catch out Nuts. And Hustler may be going to be another target as well, getting pulled back there by Moon. He's slowly melting away. They won't finish him off because they say, why kill off the Clock when you can just kill off the Raxus?
Very weird decision making from RR, because most of the time, you know that Savage without the Aegis, he doesn't want to walk to high ground. So why do you want to try and defend the tier 2 towers? Most of the time you want to let it go, and then you know that they will go back after that. But lingering around there just give Fnatic the best openings for them to get a pick off and walk right into the high ground. So.
Do you think maybe they were trying to utilize that very narrow pathway there with the Macropire Ice Path? Because it seemed like that was sort of what they wanted to do, right? Burn them down with the Macropire as they were coming down that stairway. But at the end of the day, they still just didn't have that damage to follow through. And losing KYXY at the beginning of the fights, we've seen how much it hurts the team. With no swap, what can you really do to protect the Ember?
I think RR was very hesitant there whether or not to let go the tower. And it shows that it just indicates us that this team, they are not in the same page at that moment. It's not clean, most of the intentions are not clear. And when you are spending some little bit of time thinking whether you should go or not, Fnatic is already knocking on your door.
Got a TP there, looks like the creep will die though thanks to the Battle Fury, so no back rider. Oh, courier sniped there by Drew. We've got a Yule set up, and again, do they have the damage this time to kill off the anti-mage? Oh, there we go, Control wailing down onto Drew, and Drew will die.
DJ has been fantastic this game with the really early Yule Scepter timing and setting up all these kills on anti-mage.
As long as Drew's off the map, they don't have to worry about any anti-mage split push shenanigans. We've seen some games where even though a team is winning, if you don't go back to deal with the anti-mage, he pushes down those lanes, and when you're knocking on the enemy high ground, he's knocking on yours.
Yeah, fortunately, Fnatic has been dealing with that really well with DJ. And they have got 2 lanes pushing in right now, so they are very comfortable with their position right now. Top lane is just a Venge pushing in by RR, but you know that Venge is not going to do too much tower damage, so you don't have to be worried about that.
And just constant lane pressure here from Fnatic. Oh, looks like they're going to try and catch Alacrity there. They won't get it though with DJ.
Surprisingly, Moon didn't go for the Blink Dagger to assert more dominance in the map. He went for the Kaya and Yasha.
So why would you go for this rather than the Blink on the back rider or the Remnant? It's going to be the end of Hustler. To hustle his way back to the fountain.
I think the intention behind that is just to make sure that Fair Rider you still have the damage output when it comes to mid and late game. And also gives you a lot of influence speed and also some status resistance as well. So help you tanking in front of your team, creating more space for the throw to deal damage.
Oh, Drew, he's actually in the base. And with this high ground attempt here from Fnatic, you don't really want the anti-mage at home, but all Alacrity, BKB gets used. There's the lasso, nice swap. That was what they needed for the entire game, just the swap to protect Alacrity. That's going to be the lasso used, no BKB. Mana Void destroys Moon, but now we've got the Troll Warlord turning onto Drew. Manta Style, he will just get out! He almost died there, but not enough damage on the side of 23 Savage. In the meantime, they kill Alacrity instead. The Hustler wanting to re-engage. Can they actually get in there? They need to get that Troll Warlord. Everyone's abandoning the fight for Fnatic. Looks like they weren't able to protect 23 Savage, and they're going to lose another one here. It's that Pango. A successful defense on the side of Reality Rift.
Big win from RR. This is exactly what you need. Anti-mage, it gives him a fresh new basher now. Even though Alacrity bought back, it hurts his economy, but most importantly, as long as your anti-mage is big, he will eventually be the hope of carrying you.
And it seemed like everything that went wrong for Fnatic went right for Reality Rift, right? They went in with Moon, they used the lasso, but the swap from KYXY, breaking the lasso tether, saving Alacrity, and the BKB went down for Moon. They jumped straight onto Moon, and it seemed like, looks like Fnatic, they just weren't ready for it.
Well, I think he's in trouble.
Looks like he will be going down, yeah, they're working him down with KYXY. They have to use up through, but there's no way they protect that Enchantress. Fnatic, they're kind of crumbling.
Yeah, I mean, even though they are most of the time they're holding a goal lead against R, but they have been making a lot of sloppy decisions. And R, you have to give them credit on capitalizing on this, because it's not hard for them. It's not easy for them to execute all these punishing movements, and they have done it most of the time.
And with this opening too, again, this is going to mean more farming time for Drew. The anti-mage is getting bigger. And not just the anti-mage, but you also got to think the items that'll come up on the side of Reality Rift too. It's not going to be so easy to pick off that Venge and Ember Spirit anymore, especially once they get some of their defensive items. And the BKB durations are also getting low for Fnatic.
Yep. Right now, R is already getting most of their map back, with the anti-mage pushing so far for the top lane. It's very important that Fnatic make sure that they have everything they could to take down the second Roshan now. They don't want to be giving out 3 kills away for R.
KYXY, there's the lasso there from Moon. So at least KYXY, that's a pretty big deal. Well, he could, yep, but it might not be enough. The Ice Path, it's not going to connect onto Moon. They managed to find Alacrity there with DJ, the Remnant. They've also got the Rolling Thunder. That's 2 of them down with no buyback.
There's a dieback from Alacrity, so 80 seconds at the side lane.
And that's Roshan.
Oh. I think this might just be another Rax for Fnatic, unless R can quickly cut off all the lane now. But there's so much time on the graveyard for Esports. I don't think they're able to drag Enemies out.
Oh, Hustler's going to try and go for the steal, but Hookshot, can he get on the cog? It looks like they're going to kill off Hustler. They didn't get it. They managed to focus down the clock. They didn't even touch the Roche.
Fnatic was so calm. They know that killing Clockwork is their priority, so they are not going to touch the Roshan.
Yeah.
They'll make sure the Clockwork dies first.
If the Clockwork was the Ember Spirit instead, maybe Alacrity would have been able to steal it, but it's, unfortunately Clock does no damage by himself.
Yeah, too bad. But it was a good attempt though.
He had to do it, and his death time is pretty short too, so he will be ready for this high ground attempt. He's got 15 seconds. He went a hook shot for a little while, and Drew, he's trying to push that bottom lane, but it looks like they will reinforce that bottom lane with Moon as well, just to make sure that Drew doesn't go with any high ground shenanigans.
Solar Crest on the throw is hitting so fast now, and there's a million racks gone for R again. we always know that letting go one lane of Rack is okay for an anti-mage lineup, but letting go two...
They've got a smoke, and they've already shown Moon in that bottom lane. So they're going to try and fight here with this anti-mage, but he's waiting for that angle. He doesn't want to enter directly until it happens. Becky is going to go first. He wants to go onto DJ. The Yules is there to protect that Void Spirit. They've got the stun off onto Drew. Going back into base, he actually gets hit on the lasso. Oh no, that's not his, sorry. That's the Vengeful Spirit. And they get the swap out though. They managed to kill off the Venge, so there is no swap at all. Unfortunately for KYXY, the fight continues. The heroes on the side of Fnatic, they are a little low. They're trying to work down this tower. Again, the Troll, he's still got the Aegis, so he isn't afraid to die. Actually eats the cheese instead.
There's nothing to stop me right now. Venge is not there. That's their only save in the entire team.
It's only up to Drew's the only one that really got damaged. Like, he really needed to kill off DJ to stop that push from happening.
Disarm.
Yeah, they get the disarm. They're still chasing. They wanted to really kill off DJ with Drew, but now they've got the anti-mage. The back is there. They have all the lockdown. They kill off Drew. That's the anti-mage. And now it's up to Alacrity, but with everyone still alive on the side of Fnatic, there is no way he's able to redeem his team here. He will be going down as well. He only kills off Moon in the process, and that will be the Raxes going down in favor of Fnatic. 31 minutes. The defense just wasn't enough. The game didn't go late enough.
Yeah. I think Fnatic has been really sloppy the entire early game, but when it comes to the most crucial moments, they deliver. And that's what
Trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out. Here we go again. Time is up and I'm calling up my friends. Ain't no wonder why, ain't no one to ride to. Here we go again. Call me up and you wanna be my friend. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change,
hero in the meta and try to get some wins from that.
Maybe. The draft is ready, so let's jump into the draft. Ursa has been very strong, although teams have started to pick up the Venomancer against the Ursa, and I think we've started to see Ursa struggle against that matchup. And we know that Fnatic definitely play the Venomancer. ISO I think played Venomancer in one of their games. So Ursa may be tempting, but they might have to ban out the Venomancer maybe, leading up into the Ursa.
Yeah, I think if you have the 10 pick or the 18 pick, you can pick Ursa and then ban out the Veno. That seems like a pretty nice decision there.
Yeah, because so far if you ban the Veno, it's a clear indicator that you want to play a hero like Ursa.
Is there other heroes that could be vulnerable to a Venomancer?
I think Faceless Void is pretty vulnerable to Venomancer in lane, especially in lane. Your Time Walk doesn't really do anything against the poison.
Alright, so we've got four bans across the board here for Fnatic and Reality Rift. More or less the same heroes have been banned out so far, although I guess the only difference is that it's the Witch Doctor Beastmaster ban opening for Fnatic. Oh, there we go, there's the Meepo. So originally it was Meepo and Witch Doctor, but again, no Meepo for Alacrity, unfortunately.
Yeah, no cheese for me, guys.
Still the same bans. Trent, Nature's Prophet, and the Timbersaw. I think the one pick that is banned, that is kind of out of the blue was the Death Prophet ban from Fnatic in that last game. I don't think RR would prioritize the Death Prophet either way. Though I would love to see them see it though. It's probably going to be a KYXY hero if it ever goes through.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think we've seen Alacrity play Death Prophet at all.
Yeah, that hero is probably too slow for his style. He's always playing these flashy kind of heroes that can jump into your face, and Death Prophet is not those.
What about Drew? What if Drew takes the reins on a hero such as a Death Prophet?
No, it doesn't feel like a Drew hero either. Because Death Prophet, you want to be pressuring your lane, and Drew wants to farm. So it kind of contradicts his playstyle. But something I noticed about RR, I'm not sure if this is one of their plans that they're trying out so far into this league, but KYXY has been getting his hands onto a lot of different heroes that has different ways of functioning.
True.
Like he got like the Venge, and I think even in previous games, it feels like he has not been getting the heroes that defines him. Maybe the closest is the Beastmaster and Kunkka, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah, and that's a pretty interesting point to bring up, because considering that Batrider's sort of been coming through in the draft, although Fnatic did pick it up first in their last game, Batrider is one of KYXY's signature heroes. He's played that hero for a long time. It's probably one of his best heroes, I think, historically. So it's pretty interesting to see that Reality Rift, they haven't been prioritizing it, although Fnatic did get first pick. So.
Yeah, you can never let that go. Any teams that let go of Batrider in the draft, you just get first pick.
But yeah, if you're against Fnatic will pick it straight away.
Absolutely.
You see if Fnatic wants to go back to the Enchantress first pick or the Pango.
Yeah, they went for the Pango first pick. A Pango, Bad Pango, and Void Spirit.
Pango.
They could open up with a Void Spirit. It's also another safe, because even in the previous game, they basically flexed 4 of their heroes.
Yeah.
The Void Spirit, the Eng, the Batrider, and the Pango. Basically caught everyone off guard.
I mean, it's really up to Fnatic to...
Okay, there we go. There's the Chen pickup. It was banned last round, so we're going to see it this time for Fnatic.
We have seen the offlane Chen, we have seen the post-5 Chen.
Yeah,
we've seen the carry Chen.
Well, yeah, we saw, I think, 3 different kind of Chen yesterday.
I want to see a mid Chen now.
Yeah, mid Chen is the only one lacking. We saw like the Troll Priest, we saw the Centaur Horde, and then we saw the Hadoken Chen.
So what are we missing out on for Hordes?
The Harpy.
Harpy Horde.
I want to see the Harpy.
It's not monsoon season yet. Maybe soon. Alright, so opening here, Fnatic, they're going to pick up the Chen. Now, what kind of heroes are generally good against... Oh my goodness.
Changing things up, huh?
Yeah, Chen has his own horde of beasts. Lycan, he can summon his own as well. This is the first time that Lycan is picked in this league, regardless of whether he was banned or not. I think Lycan has a huge ban rate as well. He has like a... Well, actually not that huge, only 4 or 5 games last week.
Leading up to this match, most of the bans have been during the second phase. Second phase and last phase, right? But first phase, we don't normally see Lycan bans. So this is really peculiar. Reality Rift, they got their hands on the Lycan. What does this hero bring? But also, why do teams usually not first pick it?
I think it's very clear that you are telling the enemy team that your intention into the game, what's the approach. All you want to do is death ball. So it gives team a lot of picks to respond to that. Like the Winter Wyvern, anything that he push. And they follow up with the Jakiro, also a lot of pushing tower here.
Yeah, and it's also kind of a slight deny pick from Fnatic, right? Because Chen Lycan is just as disgusting. I think Nigma played Chen Lycan. They put Chen on, not Nigma actually. I think it was like a random clip, but I saw it on Reddit. So that there was a Chen Lycan, and Lycan just buys the axe, and he turned Chen into wolf, and then his summons now gets max movement speed.
Oh goodness.
And your penitence on anyone, your summons will just kill them all.
Yeah, so you basically just dashboard 20 minutes.
Wow. Okay.
It was like you know, those kind of pub strat, but you know, allowing a team like Fnatic, they wouldn't mind putting it off.
Winter Wyvern looks really good here for Fnatic for the deep push. Japs play this hero a lot. They can always just put the Chen on ice, right?
Wow.
There we go.
What is up with these early picks?
From the Wolves.
Okay, so Alchemist, second pick for Fnatic. Now the thing is, I know we've spoken a lot about Alchemist, saying that he is a hero that changes the dynamic of the game, right? Because you have to play around the Alchemist. It's no longer your game if you don't have the Alchemist on your team. But this early on, now this opens up a chance for Reality Rift to pick up heroes that do deal with the Alchemist.
5 seconds.
Does Fnatic still have control of this game with the Alchemist, or does it sort of shift now because all of a sudden both teams have basically first picked their gotchas?
I mean, the thing is, normally you pick a Lycan draft into Alchemist.
Yeah.
But Fnatic is changing things a little bit up. They are like, come on us. We are picking this really big weakness hero here for you to exploit.
Yeah, and I think Fnatic will definitely run a second core right now, because if you are running Alchemist alone, you give R a good game, they will eat this Alchemist alive. The silver lining for Alchemist is that when he reaches a certain point, he can actually man fight the Lycan, no problem. Probably you're looking at an Radiance, Assault Curious Abyssal, the classic build for Alchemist to just man fight the Lycan. But at the same time, I think Fnatic will be looking for a hardcore. Maybe the Troll is still decent for them. So another hero that Lycan just doesn't like to fight.
Yeah, I think right now Fnatic really wants to look at heroes that allows them to have a very solid laning phase. Because you're playing against such a fast lineup, you don't want to be losing your lanes.
They still have the edge if they want to kind of go for it.
For who?
For Fnatic.
Oh, there's a lot of jungle heroes, huh?
Yeah. But the edge is probably dangerous, right? If the Lycan kind of gets a heads up.
It almost sounds like you're trying to, initiate a zoo versus zoo here.
Yeah, we're gonna see a lot of summons. One good pick that I think R might consider is probably the Dazzle. Dazzle would be a decent addition, but they take the throw away.
This is really interesting.
It's Drew's time to shine.
So hang on, so it's a Drew troll, or is it?
I think it's a KYXY Lycan.
KYXY
Yeah,
Lycan.
he has played offlane Lycan before. And Throw is always going to be on the hand of Drew. I think this is quite a snatch pick because like Fnatic, just like you mentioned, I think Throw is a pretty okay pick for them to complement with the Alchemist. As a Throw, you not only can go for the Battle Fury, you can also go for something like Diffuser Blade, SNY build to be online really early. But are taking that away, ensuring that they have more pushing power now and their tempo is much faster than Fnatic right now. Once again, I think Wyvern is so good for Fnatic. It counters Lycan, counters the Throw as well.
Although Jakiro kind of likes that Wyvern matchup. He does quite a bit of magic damage on his own, and it sets up for a Macropire Ice Path when the Cold Embrace runs out.
Yeah. Pango is actually not too bad as well. It also provides deep push, and again, the Rolling Thunder is just amazing. Like before BKB timings on RR, this Troll Lycan, they don't like the Rolling Thunder at all. You have no way to stop the Rolling Thunder. It can really impede the damage output from RR. But it is slightly worrying because Fnatic, they are still looking for this second core to complement the Alchemist. You can't put everything into this Alchemist basket because if RR plays it correctly, this Alchemist will never really have a game.
And they have no stuns right now from Fnatic side. Like maybe you can get 5 Centaur from your Chen, but
5 Centaur, right?
That's the only way so far.
I think Ember or Void would be decent as well. But I think this Alchemist wants the mid lane, so you want a stronger core.
I think they want to pick a Hustler hero right now. You want to make sure the last pick is reserved for Alacrity so that he smash the mid game, smash the mid lane.
I think Fnatic might consider a Faceless Void in this situation.
Isn't that too slow though? Like you have to get to Chronosphere and then you have got nothing, you have got no move without a Chronosphere and both are calling to farm.
Yeah.
Feels like a little bit greedy.
I guess so. But they need like someone who can create the space for the Alchemist. Slightly worrying. They probably are saving this this Pango for a post 3. I think Fnatic can still run this support Chen, no problem. Like if you are dealing into this troll safe lane, you probably want a stronger core. I think Pango or Chen would be decent, but they still can flex those two around. Morphling is up, but it's up against a troll icon, so I have some doubts about that pick.
Fanatics turn to
Pretty interesting setup. And Crystal Maiden.
Fast and furious.
Very fast, lots of mana for everyone as well. So during the laning stage, you're going to be able to constantly throw out spells. I know Jakiro is going to love this when he gets levels as well. Being able to throw out lots of dual breaths.
This is all for the lane.
Yeah.
They want to play for the lane.
So they've decided to fix their lanes by making their lanes impossibly difficult.
Yeah, that's
all right.
That's one way to put it, but they have to do it properly, right? Because if you run a draft like this and you botch your laning phase, then the game is pretty much over.
I think CMN potentially is really good against the Chen as well. Freezing field for all the creeps.
I mean, the Chen comes out with a Centaur, you just frostbite it for 10 seconds. Centaur. Well, even if you don't kill it, you basically disable the Centaur.
I think this is the first CM appearance as well in this entire league.
Yeah. No bans, no picks so far.
Yep.
This is the first one. Because Crystal Maiden in general is just really slow.
So looking at the heroes then, this has to be Nuts Crystal Maiden. The Jakiro, is that for Hustler? Is that for KYXY?
This is definitely a support Jakiro.
Support Jakiro?
Yeah.
It could be, what about mid Jakiro? Because that's not really used to be a thing, but some teams have run the mid Jakiro before.
Yeah, I think the idea is really good. Like you get really high level and then you provide this magic burst into the team fight, but it just doesn't feel like Alacrity's hero.
Yeah.
It's too slow for him. And I think most of the time you pick Jakiro is Nuts playing that.
So wait, does that mean Hustler's playing the Crystal Maiden?
Yeah, I think so. I think if when you want to ramp up tempo, right, you want to have the STM on the 4th. So it gets high level and then you just able to join every team fight with the Crystal Nova. It provides a lot of magic damage.
Interesting.
But
okay.
I don't know if they want to consider Partner, but Partner now sounds pretty okay against Troll Icon. Queen of Pain banned by RR.
I think they do have some decent D-push now with the Wyvern, and they have great setup too. So I just want to see a hero that can make use of the Winter Curse or the Rolling Thunder, because they don't have any heroes that just go in and bam, burst one guy down.
Oh, that's the Chen's job. Just comes in with his Centaur army, right?
Yeah, Centaur army.
Just purpose stun with all the Centaurs.
I think RR might... I don't know if Alacrity plays like a mid-throw or mid-Lycan, because Legion Commander doesn't sound too bad. If you want to go fast as possible, Legion Commander is an enabler for that as well.
Really good lockdown as well.
But I think they probably want to not be that greedy, right? You still want to give Alacrity a hero that can create a bit of tempo. Maybe the Ember Spirit, it still looks kind of good. Fnatic, they ban out the Void Spirit themselves.
I feel like SF is really good for R.
Yeah.
Like SF provides you really solid lane, and then Magic Burst that you want. You have got great setup from the 2 supports, and then the Aura for armor reduction synergizes pretty well with Lycan's Howl. Gives you Roshan control, tick towers.
And
great against the potentially mid Alchemist as well.
You know, sometimes I think
everything just goes out the window, right?
I mean, if you go against Fnatic, you just got to go crazy, right?
Fnatic, they're even crazier. They picked this out second pick after seeing the Lycan. Okay, so it's the Mars, the setup.
Okay, so wait, who's
going mid for Fnatic?
Mid-Chen? I think it's the Alchemist mid.
A panel can dream.
Yeah, I think it's pretty. It could be like a Moon Alk and like a Tree Savage, a Chen, maybe a post 1 Chen again, inspired by Neon Esports. It's inspired by Scam. End the game within 20 minutes.
What if all along that Alchemist is just a bait? It's post 4.
What is position for Alchemist though? Wow, okay, so...
This is probably the craziest game we've seen so far, right?
Craziest, but I honestly think crazy is what you need to do when you're going up against Fnatic. Don't go predictable anymore, just confuse the heck out of them with the draft.
Yeah?
Yeah, there's one analogy that I always believe in, is that if you don't know what you're doing, your opponents won't know what you're doing.
That's very true. That's very good.
Oh my goodness, thanks gentlemen. So for people that are tuning into this stream as well, we will be jumping into the game in just a moment, but as you can see in the banner below, we are currently having a game where you guys at home will have the chance to predict the winner of the selected match. Now all you need to do is head on over to the link down below, comment who you think is going to win, and the winner who ends up getting chosen will be in the running to win a $100 Steam gift card. And especially with all the sales going on, there's a lot of games you can buy on Steam.
And just a quick trick, if you follow One Esports on the social media, you get extra entries for your predictions. So remember to follow One Esports on their social media, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube on the handle One
Especially
Esports.
the Twitter.
Especially Twitter, use the hashtag #OneDota2. You get an awesome emblem to go with it whenever you share a post. And that's how you keep up with the highlights and of course everything that's going on from power ranking to just memes and general information about the game.
Yeah, I mean all the social media is streaming the matches, right?
Yep.
It's not just Twitch, it's not just Facebook, it's even Twitter. Twitter's streaming.
I watched it on Twitter. It's actually pretty entertaining.
Yeah, you have to catch up. You have to catch up the day, otherwise you are not part of the crew kit anymore. So make sure to check that out.
He's ousting. He's ostracizing. How do you put it?
Let's
It's
stop.
exiling you. Okay.
We gotta stop Englishing. The match is about to begin. Let's hop into game 2.
Now?
Alright, so we are in the game. Now who is taking the Chen?
Alright, it's a gold tier Alchemist, so definitely 23 Savage.
Hang on, so is it Ice? Oh no, Ice is on the Pango.
I think we'll
Penguin?
see in a minute after we have seen
Or
all
is
the
it
cute
Ice-
faces of them.
Or is it Ice Wyvern?
Right, it's a Jabs Chen, so post 5 Chen with the Alchemist Classic.
Safe lane. Okay, so we're not going to see the mid Alchemist.
Nope, we are not. So we are going to see who's
Ice Wyvern. Interesting. Ice has played the Wyvern before in the off-lane role, and this is going to be really interesting to see how he builds this Wyvern. We very rarely see it, but Arthur, do you have any idea as to what Ice could be looking for in this game?
I think the Wyvern's value is so high here. You are good against Lycan, great against the Pro, and also if you get enough levels and net worth, you are going to be a huge impact into this game. So I'm loving this idea from Fnatic. Winter Curse is great, Splinter Blast is good as well. Everything is good on Wyvern in this game, I think.
So is Ice playing more of a utility Wyvern?
Most of the time he goes for really impactful items like Necrobook. He's going for Necrobook 1 for him to scale, and then I assume he's gonna go for the Meme Hammer at one point, or just rush for the Orchid build that we have seen a lot on the core Wyvern recently.
Ah, okay. Alright.
His option is open right now.
Are they swapping lanes? Looks like they're swapping lanes. Yeah, 23 Savage will be swapping with Ice for lanes. So it looks like they're trying to go for a lane dodge here. They don't want to go up against the Troll with the Alchemist.
Yeah, they want to go into the trade farm lane, so laning the Alchemist against the Lycan is the best choice they have now.
Yeah, just farm all the cute dogs.
Yeah, oh, and by the way, it's a Jakiro 4.
Ah, okay. So I honestly was looking at it and I was thinking, Crystal Maiden doesn't seem like a hustler kind of hero, right? But Jakiro makes a bit more sense here. This will be a very interesting one to see, as this is a debut for us. I don't think we've seen him play the Jakiro at all, even previously.
Now?
Yeah, I think we haven't seen Jakiro and CM at all on the respective heroes. They're doing a big tri lane here at
Oh,
top,
but
so
look at the damage that they're doing the Ice in the top lane. I think that's first blood, yeah. So the dual breath with the Crystal Maiden.
they're working out already. I'm liking this adjustment from R. I think we haven't said this in a while, but they are one of the big believers of offensive tri lane, and they are bringing it back. So I think this is one good way of securing Drew to have a really good start. Because if you have two supports behind you, you must have a good start, right?
Yeah. And with the fact that Fnatic also managed to dodge this lane, that could have been the Alchemist that died. But after seeing the lane swap, do you sort of stay in lane and just settle with what Fnatic gives you? Or could we maybe see some musical lanes for Reality Rift?
I think this is okay right now because it's very hard for you to go for lane swap given there's a Chen in Fnatic's lineup, because he can always divine favor you to your favorable lane. So I think R is okay with this. All they want to do is to have Drew a very good lane, and Lycan will always go trade farm with Alchemist, but that's fine. They can always ramp out the tempo. So it's very important to look forward to the next 10 to 15 minutes and see how R plays the mid game. I think that's the most important timing.
Yep. And this time we're going to actually see KYXI playing a more core-oriented role, because I think up until this point we've mostly seen him play more of this backline utility offlane. Of course he plays heroes such as Legion who can transition into semi-cores, but this time on the Lycan, Alacrity is going to be playing more of a backline role with the Invoker, it seems, going for Quaswex. Do you think he's going to commit fully into the Quaswex?
Yeah, I think his role here is just to be an enabler, potentially making his way into a Solar Crest. All they want to do is buff up the Troll and the Lycan. But potentially, if you go into really late game, right, this is a 3-core lineup from R, and looking at Fnatic, it's a 1-core lineup. So even if you go super late, I think R still has a pretty good fight against Fnatic.
Yeah, so the draft looks like it's working in favor. Maybe the Lycan Troll going to pay big time here for Reality Rift. The DJ just going to harass Drew on that Troll, having to change into melee form. But look at the damage coming out between Ice and DJ. Dropping very low, he's going to try and man-fight the Pango, who actually goes onto the high ground. And there's no way you escape a Winter Wyvern. No, he's actually changing targets. So Ice will actually give away Drew.
Yeah, I think if DJ, he swashbuckle forward to the Troll, the Troll might die, but he will trade his life. So DJ is playing a little bit cautious here, trying to not give away his life. But Ice is really taking so much harassment because of the nuts constantly harassing him. Yeah. This is the value that CM can give you.
I think not just the CM, but maybe the disadvantage of Wyvern during the laning stage, because this hero has really poor starting damage overall. Like, what, 50 damage? It's pretty bad for typical offlaners. So not that great, but things get better with the Wyvern Splinter Blast as you level it up. Very spammable, very deadly as well against a melee hero that needs to sit next to creep waves.
Yeah, right now it's a calm before the storm for Fnatic. All they want to do is sit tight and try to not give too much advantage to R, because they clearly have a big disadvantage going into the laning phase against R. Yeah. They want to get levels and then bam, do a smoke or anything that takes the fight to R after laning phase.
Yep. It must feel so good for Alacrity this game, because he was basically at the mercy of Moon, but now it seems like the tables have turned, having a Mars matchup against an Invoker. Have you seen Mars move before?
The only time I see Mars is from the games from China region. I think in China they play a lot of Mars on mid or the carry role.
So what does Mars do if he ends up being put into that mid lane? He might die. Oh, there we go. Nice block.
Yeah, I think this hero is an anti-push hero with a bulwark, with your ultimate as well. You love to play.
It's like Nuts. Oh, Nuts will just get out. They almost got it, but DJ gonna be the one punished. And now Drew turning onto Ice, who's trying to fly over the high ground with the Arctic Burn. Won't even get the bounty rune. And the blocks from Nuts on point here with this Crystal Maiden. This is going to be a really tough game for that Winter Wyvern. Getting chopped down by Drew, still racing. But it looks like that's going to be it for the Wyvern. Crystal Maiden #1, Winter Wyvern 0.
Well played, yeah. They got 3 bounty runes as well. And back to the Mars, I think Mars is a big deep push hero, and you love to play Mars when your opponent is going to run at you. And RR is a very typical run at you lineup. 23 Savage is just casually TPing home because Chen has always have the Divine Favor to TP you back, so that's some kind of efficiency that you can maximize.
Yep, maximizing their time in lane and also maximizing the farm, because if you look at the CS charts, Alchemist is leading by 34 CS compared to the 24 of that Lycan. So it looks like 23 Savage is making the most of that bottom lane. Are you going to be worried about this if you're Reality Rift, or do you say it's okay, we've managed to control top and mid lane, we'll take care of the Alchemist later?
Yeah, I think they have a really good lane, but they just have to accept that the fact Alchemist is just going to free farm throughout the entire laning phase. But there have to be a sense of urgency for R to know that after their laning phase, they have to buckle up and ramp up the tempo. It's all about execution now from our side, and Fnatic is more about shield back, lay back, and try to react to the move for R and be prepared for that.
There we go, Arctic Burn again from the Winter Wyvern. They're going to try and go on to Nuts. Now the thing is, Crystal Maiden, she's very squishy, she's very slow as well, and she goes down really fast in that gank, and it looks like they're going to try and turn on to Drew. The damage between them, or the disarm doing a lot of work here for this top lane. Drew still trying to get the kill. The Cold Embrace, but here comes Alacrity. They will kill off that Pango, and it just took too long for Fnatic to kill off that Troll Warlord. And it looks like they will punish Ice as well. Can they grab the kill here with this Invoker? It looks like they won't be able to.
Yeah, overall, even though Alacrity got a kill and saved the throw, it is not a very rewarding move for mid laners anymore because you come in, TP down, use most of your spells, and then you get what, 167 gold for killing an off laner. I think the biggest winner here is the Mars to be able to stay in the lane and keep farming and keep scaling against this Invoker.
Yeah, I think they did a bit of a lane swap as well to give Nuts some EXP on the Crystal Maiden, maybe not having enough to go into that mid game. So yeah, of course he's got to go up against a Mars, but the Crystal Maiden does need levels to benefit the team. Bottom lane, it looks like 23 Savage on the Alk is just having a heyday. Look at his net worth, he's up to 4.4k. compared to the 2.8 on that Lycan.
Yeah, he's 40% tourist, he's relic already, and it's just 7 minutes in the game.
Oh, Moon's coming as well, so it looks like they want to try and make a move here. Maybe onto Hustler on the Jakiro. Very vulnerable hero.
Yeah, he's just farming the stacks in front of Jakiro's face, and there's nothing Jakiro can do about it. Moon is trying to fish for a kill here.
They might just go on to Hustler on that Jakiro. Oh, didn't quite get it there. They still go for the Arena of Blood, but it actually defeated Alacrity again. The reinforcements from Reality Rift, they are on point. Mars going down, and now they're chasing with KYXY, just trying to kill off the creeps, but it looks like that's not going to be worth it. Instead, the Wolf back to farming.
Wow, that's a very tough kill to force for Fnatic there. They didn't hit on the spears, and I think that's the immediate call for you to back. But Moon hesitated for a little bit and got punished. Really good movement by Invoker so far. Looking at his net worth, a little 600 ahead of the Mars, which is really good. And he has to keep this tempo up, even though he's not earning too much from all this rotation.
Yeah, he's sacrificing his lane just to secure the other two. Like, do you feel like for him this is his job to protect the side lanes? He might miss out on farm, but as long as they don't lose Drew and KYXY, is there sort of a goal here for the Invoker? Because he's been very active this game.
Yeah, I think this is the role of the QW Invoker, and he sort of knows it as well.
Move straight under the guise of that invisibility. Oh no, he didn't get it with the Winter's Curse, just outside of range. And the Winter's Curse now on cooldown.
Yeah, that's a very smart attempt to force Invoker to reveal himself, but unfortunately he didn't get that range. They
want to turn onto Ice here. Drew starting up. Goes for Cold Embrace. Yeah, I think he's just trying to delay as long as he can. This Wyvern top lane, he is very poor.
Yeah, I think recently Fnatic style of playing.
Oh, and missing the spear again. The tornado in. They got the EMP as well. Insta TP for the Pango. They're still chasing Moon. Moon has just not had any luck on the Mars.
Yeah. I don't think he's it seems like he's not very comfortable with the hero.
Spear connects there, but it still goes down.
Yeah. Well, they got 3 bounty runes for the Alchemist. It's all about the servant serving the kings, right? So
King Alchemist
is definitely very happy here.
I don't know how we haven't got a cosmetic for Alchemist where he just has a gold crown, he has the red cape.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe a next PI?
Soon,
yeah.
Very soon. He's still farming away though, so 23
Relic
Savage.
in 10 minutes.
His Radiance will come on time, but is it maybe at the cost of the side lanes? You know, he might have the Radiance now, but the Radiance in itself isn't really a fighting item either.
He digged up a bounty 150 gold. Can you believe that?
Gaben. What is this, Gaben? Oh my goodness, Moon again under so much pressure. He's burning, he's got the stick charges, he will survive. He was thinking of throwing the spear.
Yeah, I think even though Fnatic selling hasn't been... Alright, never mind.
Now they got detection for the Invoker. He's just on the edge of the sentry. Oh, the bounces.
So the
center. He's on the high ground. Alacrity. Gaben.
Oh my god, Gaben is watching this game right now. I can telling you that.
Oh my goodness.
Wait,
Jazz
he's not dying just yet though?
No, he didn't die. He's on the high ground. There was nothing you could do as Moon. Oh my goodness.
This is the first time I've seen someone winning a team fight by standing at the high ground. Standing at the cliff and not doing anything.
I'm very sure that was not his intention. They were so close to getting him with the Rolling Thunder. There's the the cold embrace from Ice. He will go down. I mean, the concept was there, right? They were going to try and kill him with the Rolling Thunder, but they just didn't have the damage output. They just kept trying to stun lock him.
They were so unlucky.
Yeah, my goodness, that must really sting for Fnatic.
And Alacrity immediately make a move to the top lane. He must have gotten a lot of time to read the map while chilling at the cliff. But one thing I think Fnatic can be happy about is they are not losing any towers yet.
And they haven't lost 23 Savage.
Yes. The big one is always 23 Savage. As long as this king is not dying, they're happy with it. And towers are not falling is a big bonus for them.
Absolutely. But they will have to deal with this Alchemist at some point. They can't just simply leave him farming. He's aiming for that BKB as his next item choice. Do you think BKB or the Assault Carafe will come out first? Oh, hang on. We've got an initiation here onto Nuts. Unfortunately, he won't be able to juke that as a slow Crystal Maiden. And will be an easy kill in that bottom lane. Although Hustler, who's trying to push the creep wave with the Magnifier. He sacrifices himself, but he does delay the push.
Oh, so 2 supports down for our side where they are supposed to defend this tower, I think. That's not too great, but...
Are they trading up top though?
Yep.
Because the Macropire did clear that creep wave and it does delay this push. I mean, does it really matter though with the Chen creep? They can tank the tower.
Yeah, unless they want to mass TP down to defend this tower, but that's not efficient at all because if you do that, 23 Savage is just going to TP somewhere else and get all the farm in the world.
Oh, there's a TP, but there's the Crystal Maiden. That's going to be another easy kill for Fnatic. Just the position for Moon. Oh, but they brought KYXY in as well. Want to try and go for this kill onto 23 Savage. There's the Arena of Blood. They're going to lose this Wolf as well. You really don't want to lose that Lycan. Is trying to juke. He will go down. He does end up getting the Alchemist at the end, but at the cost of your Crystal Maiden and your Lycan. Oh, the cold snap! Oh, they found Moon as well. The spear misses. The wolves providing so much vision. It looks like Mars will go down.
What?
Oh my goodness.
Kill the Necro Book.
I think he's just succumbing to death. He said, I know I'm going to die anyway.
Yeah, just kill me quicker so I respond fast.
Maybe that's the plan, you know? Maybe they want to try and reinforce somewhere.
Yeah, however, there was a totally big defense successfully.
Winter's Curse? Oh, this is not going to be enough damage. Oh, but they did bring the Alpin Troll. Comes in with the wants to try and turn onto the... There's no way he survives this, unfortunately. Cold Embrace will keep that out safe and sound. He is very low, though. He's got no mana, no HP, Alacrity. He can't quite get it. He gets stunned up by the Alchemist. Oh, he missed the tornado. Oh, no, the tornado. Is he going to go onto the high ground again? No way. They will kill off the Invoker. He will not go on the high ground.
It was so close. If Savage dies there, that's going to be such a big win for R. I think R, like at this point, they're just throwing body for the Alchemist kill. Just too bad it didn't happen for them. And oh, okay, XY with the nice micro, denying the bounty run from Savage.
Yeah, I got denied from the Alchemist. Man, there's been so many spells that just gets missed and all of a sudden a big kill. Unfortunately, not getting secured for those teams. Oh, goodness. The game isn't over yet, though, because even though this Alchemist is rather farmed on the side of Fnatic, there's a lot of farm on the cause on the side of Reality Rift as well. We're only looking at a 1k gold difference.
Yeah.
And the issue here is that all your net worth is on the Alchemist. If that Alchemist dies in a team fight, and even 2 cores surviving on the side of Reality Rift, that team fight's most likely over. Because there's no way you're going to be able to kill a Troll, a Lycan, and an Invoker.
And I like the approach R has been doing so far. They are shutting down the other 4 heroes from Fnatic.
Yeah.
They know that, alright, regardless of what we do, Alchemist is going to find farm, so let's just shut down the other heroes and make sure that when Alchemist gets his farm, his teammates are not able to catch up to him. Shro is making his way to a really early MKB here, and likely is working its way to Assault as well. So they have a lot of pushing towers right now, a lot of corruption control too.
Yeah, the Jakiro is so good for pushing towers, and even the Invoker as well. Eventually, when they get the Alacrity, they can buff up the Troll or the Lycan, and they just take those towers even quicker. Rolling Thunder, DJ wanting to initiate for the team. The Lycan form does pop death for KYXY. It's going to be really tough to lock down that Wolf now. Everyone on the retreat here for Reality Rift. No way for Fnatic to enter this team fight, it seems.
This is the BKB review for Alchemist. And R saw that they probably wants to dodge a bit of fight here.
I'm just going to burn his mana, it looks like. Yeah, you don't like that as an Alchemist.
R now has 2 approaches. They can completely dodge the Fnatic, or they can make some proactive move to trigger the BKB from Alchemist and then retreat. So there's a lot of play, a lot of plays for R to do. Just depends on what are they comfortable with. Roshan is going to be the big objective for both teams right now.
Yeah.
They all have great ways to take down the Roshan.
Just getting rid of that tower, it's going to be so crucial for Reality Rift. Because it eliminates the possibility of that tower also being a teleportation point. Oh, looks like Drew wanting to jump onto DJ. He's been camping down here, and that might just be it for the Pango. And there we go. Eaten up by that troll. And the troll, he just gets bigger and bigger. Well, hang on. KYXY. Well, in the arena of blood there, Moon going to set up for the team. Alka's here as well, and that's going to be enough. Stuns, burns him down. And that's the Lycan gone. But in the meantime, Ice is actually dying in that top lane.
Well, Ice is really not having a game. He's at 3.7 net worth. I think we rarely see Ice to have such a poor game, but this is what he has to do. He has to sacrifice himself to push, to defend the towers, and while Alchemist getting all the safe farm. I think regardless, like right now, all the eggs is in the Alchemist basket, so it doesn't matter if anyone except for him to die.
Looks like they want to invade the enemy jungle as well. But Reality Rift, the majority of their team is actually up top. They just TP'd Nuts back, but they're constantly keeping pressure in that top lane. Maybe wanting to force some of that attention back from Fnatic, maybe just to get them out of their own jungle. But Drew's got to be careful.
Yeah, there's no dagger yet on the Alchemist, and I doubt he'll get one, because he has to put most of his resources into items that can allow him to do damage, like the Sakuras. After that, maybe something like a Monkey King Bar or a Butterfly or a Abyssal Blade. Angle though, it's pretty fat as well. He's halfway towards the Basher. That's going to be really useful against anyone on our side.
Yeah, so there's the chance of the bash, but then there's also the chance of the disarm. So you've got two things to worry about now. And we've got a Roche attempt for KYXY on that Lycan. It's got all of his summons, but it looks like they see this rotation coming in from Fnatic. They managed to kill off one of the Wild Ring Rippers with that Crystal Maiden Frostbite.
They have to initiate the fight outside of the pit.
They started with the Cold Snap onto the Pango. Lots of damage coming in. They managed to get that Winter's Curse off onto the Crystal Maiden, so it looks like Nuts, he will be taken out at the beginning of the fight. There's, oh my goodness, Alacrity taking a lot of damage, having to tornado his way out of there. Drew coming into the fight from the side though, wanting to take out Moon. They will finish him up there with the Macropire and the Ice Path. Everyone on the retrieving end there. It's Fnatic to run away from Reality Rift. They've still got the Alp, and they're thinking of trying to get on top of that Lycan, but it's going to be tough. Beautiful Ice Path to stop the Alchemist from getting into position. They're getting some buybacks here. Moon coming back into the fight. Really nice stun there with the center, and they will be able to pick off Hustler, it seems. There's the Yules to buy some time. He should burn there. He will go down to Moon. But it was a buyback, but everyone is alive on the side of Fnatic now.
There was such a weird start for Fnatic because Ice, he caught two guys from R with the Winter Curse, but Moon, he didn't want to commit his Arena of Blood for that kill on Invoker, so Invoker walks free. It looks like a free kill. I think Mars was hesitating too much from this game, but nevertheless, they played out the team fight very well, and Savage didn't die. That's the most important thing.
DJ, he's going to be sad. The Wolves are here as well. There we go. Cold Snap onto that Pango. What do you even do?
Nice let out from Alacrity once again.
I think he's sensing the basher coming up onto the Pango, so he just says, let's slow it down.
Yeah.
Let's stop that Pango from getting that basher. It could potentially change the flow of the fight as well, so just better to be safe than sorry. And continue to assert that dominance in that top lane, because if you take a look down bottom, it seems like both teams, they've moved into each other's houses. They're just like, oh, your house is nicer than mine. We'll just swap for the weekend.
The one thing to mention is that Tro has completed his Monkey King bar, so that's a lot. So that's all you need to deal with the Alchemist. Now you have to get something that allows you to do damage like a BKB or SNY Sadaning.
Look how quickly this is happening as well. Only Moon and Ice are within range. 23 Savage, he's still in that bottom lane. And look at the patrols here for Reality Rift. They're making sure that they can't get in there. Nice Winter's Curse though to slowly cut down through Hustler. That should be the end of that Jakiro. So no more Ice Paths, no more Macropires. They also managed to kill off that Lycan, but Aegis, it's still going to be in Drew's pocket, so no Aegis loss on the side of Reality Rift.
But Fnatic is kind of controlling the tempo right here, even after R has gotten the Aegis. Maybe they should have retreated from another route. They try to regroup or reset their timings and cooldowns before they go into another fight with Fnatic. But nevertheless, good execution from Fnatic.
Concoction. They're gonna try and go on to nuts. He's trying to juke on stun. He won't get it. No, he won't get it. He actually stuns himself.
Here comes the Chant Centaur.
The army. Oh my goodness. Just
So scary.
He just tapped him once and nuts melted. Poor Crystal Maiden. He got the D ward off, I suppose, so it's not so bad, but the Crystal Maiden is dead.
Yeah, that being said, R has to try and avoid giving up all these kills to the side of Fnatic, because we all know that R is the one that has to ram out the tempo. Anyone who is dying is just going to drag you back and slow you down.
Yep. Ice is still camping down this bottom lane. So the role for Ice, he seems to just be some kind of team fighter, really. He doesn't have a set role. Of course, the Cold Embrace is there to slow down any engagements from a Troll and the Lycan, but that seems to be pretty much it. Just setting up with the Winter's Curse into the Meteor Hammer, and then every now and again the Cold Embrace.
Yeah, I think his biggest role right here is just to slow down the game by camping inside lane, but...
There's the Yules onto the Pango, and they just turn straight onto DJ. He's dead.
First he blew it on the Pango.
Yep, there's the Winter's Curse again, but there's not really that much damage. Oh, I might have to take that back, but the beautiful Ice Path coming in from Castle, landing onto 2. Now this Alchemist is coming into the fight. KYXY having to run away in his Lycan form. The 23 Savage, he's got to be careful of Drew. Beautiful Ice Path connecting onto 2 again. Nice stun there from 23 Savage, having to continuously create space between him and that Troll. But Drew, his Aegis gets popped. He's going to come back to full, but it doesn't matter. The Alchemist is dead. In the backlines, they've got Moon, but they don't really care about this Mars. If there's no Alchemist, there's no damage.
Big fight from R. Yeah, going to chase for more Ice. He's going to fall to the Ice Path. Really great spell usage here from the side of RR.
Man, Hustler's been connecting some beautiful Ice Paths, constantly catching 2 heroes, 3 heroes. He just causes a lot of chaos actually for Fnatic, because once that Ice Path is down, you either have to zone around the Ice Path or you run into it because you don't see it until the last minute.
Yeah. So R, they have to be careful with where they are taking this fight, because you want to try to avoid all these choke points that the Jakiro really shines at. And this opens up the Rex. I think this is at least mini Rex for R. Look at how fast the Troll is taking down the towers.
And there's no buyback. They have to try and buy some time here. KYXY hit by the Pango Rolling Thunder. They're doing a good job though, slowing them down, bringing that attention away from the Raxes. But they've still got another 15 seconds left for Moon to come back. There's the Alf, he wants to TP into the fight with that BKB. Beautiful Cold Winter's Curse in the back lines. They immediately get rid of that, but also disabling that poor Lycan. 3 heroes dead, and the initiation for Fnatic going up into that high ground defense was perfect.
Yeah, you have to give credit to the Alchemist.
That backline Cold Embrace, the
Winter Curse.
Thank you. Oh my goodness, I had a brain fart there.
Yeah, but anyways, really good defense from Fnatic, and this buys a lot of time for them to catch up on the Alchemist, and most importantly, the other members as well.
Dust, Alacrity, gonna have to move away from the Chen. Insta TP, looks like the Centaur won't notice him. Nice little backstab though with the minions. Just keep the creep wave pushed up, stop that push from happening for Fnatic.
I believe Shro needs to have a BKB as well to make sure that he can stand still and deal all the damage that he has, because they have a lot of cutting potential from the Fnatic side.
Well, it's kind of difficult because even if you go for the BKB, right, you've got to worry about the Winter's Curse and heck, even Mars, right? Mars is a good way of cutting you off from the rest of your team. It's just so difficult to really engage. So I think, of course, BKB is a possible item choice, but Fnatic, maybe they know how to deal with the BKB.
Yeah. And also there's one big mistake from me is that Pangolier has a Maelstrom instead of the Basher, so that's my mistake on pointing out the wrong thing. But nevertheless.
Wants to try and jump onto Drew. Nice Ice Path that will stun up the Alchemist.
Is this the opening for them?
Might be. They're just going to try and burst him down. He is slowly melting. Oh no, he managed to get the Abyssal!
Oh, he popped the Banner Guns?
Yeah, but he will just get it, but It might just be the death of him. He's going to be separated from his team, no? Looks like he will go down. Oh, that is so unfortunate. They almost had enough to take out 23 Savage. So both KYXY as well as Drew are dead.
A beautiful rolling thunder from DJ for stopping the chain damage coming out from R.
We might lose Nuts here if they've got some kind of detection. Looks like they won't.
Yeah, they do not want to fight now without the Lycan, without the throw. You have to give this tier 2 away. You don't want to repeat the same mistake from the last game, which is to blindly defend the tier 2 and then lose your Rex for free.
It almost seems like they're using 23 Savage as bait now, because he's so dang tanky, he's hard to take down, and it's plenty of time for everyone in the back lines to actually come in from the sidelines, right? You've got Ice who comes in with the Winter's Curse, ends up killing somebody because both Lycan and Troll can easily kill the Invoker, the CM as well as the hero.
Yeah, I think Fnatic players that are just they're perfect in execution, so you can always play this super high risk play that gives you high reward and make it work.
That's going to be the T3 tower down. They won't continue up high ground because Drew is respawning. But big victory so far for Fnatic. Even though it's just that single core lineup with the Alchemist, they're really bringing that fight back to Reality Rift. They're turning the fights 4v5 with those the Winter's Curses.
Yeah. And also the Arena of Blood from Mars is also setting up them for a very easy team fight. He always managed to catch the Lycan in the arena, and there's just nothing that the Lycan can do without BKB.
That might have to be their next item of choice. It looks like we're going to be seeing Nuts save up for that Blink Dagger. So what does Nuts really want to do with the Blink? Is he just going to go into the back lines, Glimmer Cape, go straight for the ultimate?
Yeah, it's a very ambitious item though. Obviously, he wants to go into the backline and pull out a full freezing field, but without BKB, can you really do that though? So maybe it's better for you to invest that gold into something like a 4-staff, maybe, to save your throw, or Glimmer Cape. I'm not sure.
He has the Glimmer Cape already.
Alright.
Yeah. Maybe he wants to use it for chasing as well, since we've seen consistently after all these fights, Fnatic, they've managed to be able to get out of them. So maybe another hero to chase, perhaps, or even just easier position, I suppose, because it's hard for Nuts in the fights, right? Because he goes in and he constantly either just gets hit by the Winter's Curse, or heck, even if 23 Savage sneezes on him, that Crystal Maiden's dead.
Yeah, I think positioning is something that he's looking for now. And also that gives him another option to just run into the backline for freezing field after Fnatic has used most of their spells. So I can see why the dagger is purchased.
Nuts. Well, he breaks the smoke, so they see jabs. And it looks like Alacrity, he's gonna catch this. He won't get caught out as well, just a bit of a warding mission now.
Yeah. Anyways, if they don't get anyone, they can still get the bounty runes. So it's not a bad smoke at all. We'll see if they want to go forward though, because Jakiro is there to get a bounty rune. He might run into the Alchemist.
A little something extra for the
So it looks like
3 bounty runes for Fnatic side.
yeah. So even considering how well that they've been playing, Reality Rift just not confident enough during those bounty timings. Just
I think that's the right move.
Oh, looks like Nuts might just get caught again. Goes for the freezing field, but doesn't really do anything. It does a little bit of damage, but that's going to be him dead again for another 40 seconds.
Fnatic is pushing the game really fast right now. They're just choking and screening out RR from the jungle, so they make sure that RRs can only stay in the very little space on their map. And Trollwaller does go for the BKB.
Finally, so the team fights will get, hopefully for Drew, a little bit easier, but then again, they've still got a lot of crowd control on Fnatic that you can't really bypass with the BKB.
Yeah, I think he's very hesitant with the BKB because you always have the Winter Curse against your BKB, so that's gonna take away most of the charges, the duration, but given the circumstances, without BKB, he couldn't do any damage as well, and that's the Halberd coming out from Alchemist.
That's huge.
This is what you want to. This is why 4 Protect 1 is so easy to target down, because there's a lot of ways for you to minimize the one core from dealing damage.
Smoke. They got Ice and Moon on either side of the tree line. They have no idea where they are. Pushes him and isolates him in the tree line with the spear, the Abyssal. They kill off the Troll. He didn't even get to use BKB. Oh, Drew! That's a huge loss for Reality Rift. This might just be another set of Rexes.
Yeah, he didn't have vision of Alchemist, so Alchemist just come from high ground, beside him, and ran out.
Managed to find Hustler as well. He's gonna use himself, but all alone, there's nothing that Shakira can do to protect himself. That's another hero down for Reality Rift. And they're gonna go for another one as well. They've managed to find KYXY. They've TP'd to that bottom tower.
They're crumbling.
They are it looks like they're crumbling again, and considering how well Reality Rift played up until this point, just too many loopholes now it seems. They started to fall too far behind, and they can't win these team fights convincingly anymore.
That was the team fight that they're the must win, but unfortunately Drew didn't manage to open his BKB before dying, and I don't think Fnatic is going to give them another chance for coming back into this game. They're gonna secure Roshan, walk to high ground, play this the safest way.
And also, if you take a look at 23 Savage, he wants to build up the Aghanims. So who's that Aghanims going towards?
I think the best one is for the Mars, or maybe the Pangolier. But Mars, I think having the cooldown reduction on the W is going to do really well, especially to the Lycan. Or even then, he could just pop in on himself for the extra buff on his concussion.
I mean, it doesn't make... I mean, it makes sense, right? I think if anything, you could put the Ags on anyone, really, and they'd be pretty happy with it. They're going to set up onto the out. Oh, he blinks forward. Oh, he managed to catch Alacrity. Is that the Invoker dead? It is. Just instantly pops that BKB. Now he's going to try and man-fight Troll here. Now, unfortunately for Drew, he will hit by that Rolling Thunder. Tango coming in with a beautiful angle. BKB finally gets used. Really nice arena to try and disjoint that Troll from the out, but he can't move. There's the Aegis going down. BKB duration is running out. It will finally run out. Gets hit by the spear. He's now isolated within the team of Fnatic. He will force up, continuing that fight with 23 Savage. Beautiful ice path coming in from the back lines there from Hustler. But he's getting so close. They aren't able to get it. Drew will go down again, this time with no buyback again. Hustler's also down. And it looks like they managed to find another one. It's that Lycan who tried to backstab from the back lines. And the fight continues. It looks like this might just be it. It's a GG.
Yeah, Drew didn't have buyback, so once he's dead, it's a full mega for Fnatic, and Fnatic claims
But mankind won't be destroyed. The fact that you and I are working here today is evidence of that.
get you out of my mind. It's like I feel it for the first time. Been thinking about you all night. I've been searching for this all my life. You're just my type. I've been looking for a boy who can treat me right. Your dark hair with those eyes so bright. They look into my soul and it sparks my life. Can I take you there? Like it was the first time, do you remember? Can I take you there? Back to when we felt like this was forever. Can I take you there? Like it was the first time, do you remember? Can I take you there? You're all I need. Can I take you there? Can I take you there? For the wrong guys, they keep telling me it's alright. How could I be so blind? I've been searching for this all my life. You're just my type. I've been looking for a boy who can treat me right. Your dark hair with those eyes so bright. They look into my soul and it sparks my life. Can I take you there? Like it was the first time, do you remember? Can I take you there? Back to when we felt like this was forever. Can I take you there? Like it was the first time, do you remember? Can I take you there? You're all I need. Can I take you there? Can I take you there? Take you there.
A lot of the heroes with summon units ability, especially the Chen. I don't know if TNC would let go of that.
See you later, nerd. See you
Probably
later.
not,
Later,
or maybe they wish to pick up it themselves. But Aini and Nature's Prophet are already out of the pool. Those are the heroes that your punch and Scam really love to play. Timbersaw is also another interesting ban.
It's a big investment though to take out the Doom because we have not seen Doom picked nor banned in Southeast Asia thus far. Probably on TNC Predator, KP plays the Doom, but even then it has not been often. Such a rare pick.
I think it's a target pick that maybe they screamed TNC before and they know that TNC has this pocket pick that is not famous, it's not popular, but it's very useful. Morphling is going to be a ban.
Yeah, but I think Doom in general has been most popular in China. I think lately he has seeped its way into EU for like a 2 or 3 games, but it's still a China thing, I feel.
Yeah.
So just waiting for that last ban for TNC. I think the question everyone wants to know is, do they let the Chen through? Yep. I mean, after what we saw yesterday, you have to expect TNC to know that this could be something that they're going up against. Of course, it might not be the scam Chen. They might leave that as a pocket strat in case they feel like it fits.
Instant pick.
Instant pick. But who's playing it? That's the question.
I can tell you that whoever is drafting for Neon, he's on Chen, and
Yeah, he's just waiting. You know, he's just
waiting it and click it. Maybe, I mean, maybe TNC has a preparation. They have a draft to react to the Chen. We wouldn't know. I think we'll see soon.
Yep, that's one answer. That's one way to deal with the Chen.
Yep, one way to deal with the Chen, just kill all the creeps, right? Call down. You've got the flat cannon as well. So got a couple ways to kill off the Chen creeps.
You give them their comfort picks, you take yours as well. So this is a win-win situation for TNC.
Yeah. I think another thing to note is that you can relocate on top of the Chen, right? Chen by himself, very vulnerable, has to be protected by his creeps. But if you relocate on top of him, unless the creeps are also on top of Chen, he's probably going to die.
Yeah, and when you get your axe with power with the IO, the overcharge, you just clear the Chen creeps like really fast with the flat cannon. But there's a Pango. Pango is probably a common pick into Gyro IO because you're rolling Thunder in, you force this IO to be as far away as possible from the gyrocopter, and it really messes up, you know, the synergy between these two heroes. Another hero that I think Neon Esports can consider is the Venomancer because of the healing reduction from the Poison Sting. It's also pretty decent against the IO natural Spirit Vessel buyer.
Yeah, I think very much if Venom is not banned, they'll go for it.
Yeah, there's also the Ember Spirit that they can consider. Ember Spirit also another hero that is good. Ember or Void. Any hero that can get on top of this IO and isolate this hero is a good pick.
Something that we have mentioned a lot is that sometimes teams, they want to focus at their own draft. They don't want to be countering too many of the opponent's hero. But when you come across to IO, I think you have to pick an IO killer here. Yeah. Otherwise, we have seen how good IO can just enable the carry.
So what other heroes can we look at for Neon that could assassinate the IO?
Ancient Apparition, a pretty direct answer as well with the Ice Blast.
Yeah, it's just that I love the idea. It's just that if you pick AA, there's no stuns, there's no setup for you from Pango or the Chen. I think another famous hero that has been showing up that is also an IO killer is the PA.
It's the PA, yeah. You jump the IO, and I think the IO pick was also encouraged because the Doom was banned out. Because Doom is also another hero that can get on top of this on the IO and they just Doom the IO and kill it all.
Or if Neon wants to go even crazier, they can go for the Ricky. Ricky is also another IO killer.
So many IO killers available. And they have the Pango to supplement that, right? You already have the Pango to dive the backline. Now you just need someone to really lock down this IO.
So looking at Yopaj heroes here, because so far none of these really good candidates for Yopaj. What kind of heroes can we see for Yopaj?
Oh, Spirit.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
gonna be the Earth Spirit again.
Yeah.
Highly likely.
Anything else that he plays?
Ember, Void, all these high fast tempo heroes. He does play the Quap, but Quap has not always banned out against Neon. Well, actually in most games. He also plays the Morphling, but they banned the Morphling because you don't want to give it away to TNC. It's one of their classic as well.
I mean, if Neon really wants to death ball, they can go for the Dazzle. I mean, Dazzle, we know that your Patch or Rappy, he loves this hero on the off lane.
Yeah, especially Rappy. If you like see a Vano or Dazzle, it's most likely going to be on Rappy. Yep, DP banned by TNC.
Right, so TNC looking for their third pickup. Now I think we also got to take into consideration what kind of, okay, there's the KP hero. I was going to ask what kind of heroes could KP pick up to enable the Beastmaster IO. Sorry, the Gyrocopter IO, excuse me.
Yeah, there are.
So you got the Hawk there, you got the Primal Roar.
Just like the Mars, right? He also plays the Mars, like we saw the Mars Phoenix. But Phoenix now taken by Neon. Another hero that discourages users sticking together and trying to stand there.
Yeah, I think Neon just want to group out and push towards your face and force you to come on them, and then they pop all their heals. There's so much sustain on Neon side.
Sunray
and the Chen heal.
Hand of God.
I'm a little bit afraid of TNCs for their lacking of damage now. All your damage is from the gyro, and there's good ways for Neon to mitigate that.
Okay, so this is the 4 protect one for sure. They are backing everything to protect this gyro. And the Earth Spirit immediately comes out. So good against the Wyvern, amazing against the IO.
I think the Winter Wyvern was a good pick here for TNC as well. It sort of it's going to make Neon not so confident in the team fights. You can't just go wherever you want. The Winter's Curse will always be a factor. But I think most importantly, the counter push with the Splinter Blast, because if you're pushing on the side of Neon, you're going to have to slow that down somehow, right?
Now I like the Ricky pick for Neon.
Yeah.
Ricky looks so good.
So good.
And remember, when they went up against GEEK Fam in game 1, even though they lost that game, we saw how amazing they played that game with a draft that all of us, including the casters, OD and Fog, even they deemed that it was an impossible draft to win with. But despite the fact that they lost, they put up a huge fight against GEEK Fam.
That's true. So we're looking for our last 2 picks. Any big heroes that we could look to, and what kind of bans are we looking at as well?
I don't know if TNC smells the Ricky pick, but I am really digging that from Neon Esports right now.
Yeah, I think if you have been watching Neon's game as much as Earth do, I think you definitely would think of the Ricky. I don't know if TNC would know about that, but they'll go with the Pugna. They're afraid of a very strong death ball push from Neon.
Yeah.
Honestly, I look at TNC draft, I feel like if they are not getting the 5-man Winter Curse that they wish to with the Wyvern, they're going to run into such a big lack of damage. Wyvern doesn't do damage. All the damage output is coming from the gyro.
Yeah, and then I think the last pick is going to supplement the gyro as well.
You need to have some damage, big magic damage burst coming up from Amel's hero.
Lina, he's the only, he plays Lina. I think they lost that game. No, actually they won that game. It was against New Esports, like Lina into SF.
Maybe a Void Spirit could be good as well. Or
it's a Tide bet.
Oh, they are worried about the Beastmaster mid. Because Tide is obviously a very good hero when you want to play against the Death Ball. You can just make sure that he stand in front. If they want to initiate the fight, you have to go through a Ravage. So pretty smart ban.
It's either Ricky, even Spectre isn't too bad for Neon, honestly.
So how about instead of going for something like a Ricky or a Spectre, your standard carries, what if we see Scam pick up something like a DP?
A DP is banned, unfortunately.
Oh, DP banned.
They can still pick a post tree, like this.
You're blocked by the tree.
I can't see anything.
Like Scam can still play like a post 1 Chen and they pick a position tree. It's actually
true,
quite flexible if you think about it. If it's a post tree, you're looking at a Rappy hero, right? Probably this Dazzle. Maybe they still want to consider the Vano. They have last pick Vano before.
Yeah, Vano is still really good. I mean, the Meter Wyvern pick even more encouraging you to pick a Vano, right? For the health reduction.
There's another hero here that Scam plays. How about the Troll Warlord?
Troll Warlord into Beastmaster, I think it's okay, but into Wyvern maybe a little bit...
2 BKB piercing out.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not bad, but you really have to play it to perfection. Probably right now they are... I don't know if Rappy plays the Chen tree. That is probably like...
He plays it. Yeah, we have seen one game from him yesterday.
Oh,
right,
The one against GEEK Fam.
Yeah, against GEEK Fam. Yeah, I forgot about that. So probably you see a post one pick.
Yeah, depends on how crazy Neon wants to be, honestly.
Yeah, like they were like, Scam, do you want Chen or do you want a post one, another hero?
I think more importantly, you gotta think like, what does Rappy want here?
Alright, there's the Ricky.
There you go, the Ricky is out.
Ricky's out of the bag. But TNC, what's their solution to that Ricky outside of just going for the Primal Roar and the Winter's Curse to lock him down? Not much, is there?
They need burst. That's for sure.
They need someone to run in to create chaos as well. Maybe Ember Spirit could be a good hero here, or anything that can buy a Spirit Vessel. I feel that is pretty good too. Because you definitely want a Spirit Vessel against the Chen, and they have no heroes that can do that.
Void Spirit also buys the Vessel. Kunkka is banned. That is very unfortunate. I don't know if they want to run a Mars. Mars isn't... No, with the Phoenix around, I don't think the Mars is going to do much. This is... Unless they want to go for the gotcha, like out pick again.
They could. Alk is always there.
But it's going to be super greedy.
Yeah,
if they
super
go
greedy.
For the out pick. It's so greedy.
I don't think we've seen any Alk games lose yet, have we?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Keyword there, not yet.
But knowing TNC, they probably just want to run this IO Gyro as the center of the entire draft. So you don't want to go like too greedy.
Is Puck good here? Give you some kind of deep push.
Puck might be vulnerable to that Ricky and the Earth Spirit, right? The silences.
So they stick with the Ember.
Yeah, they still want someone that can run into the team fight, absorb damage, to open up the fight for Gyro to come in and clean up. Well, I'm going with Neon.
Yeah, I really like Neon's draft.
So you two suddenly become Neon fans overnight.
I mean, the Chen, they've given us a very good reason to be a fan too. I have to say that.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. So confirmed predictions. No one's gonna change.
Yep.
For game 1,
2-0.
2-0. Oh my goodness. All right, well, thank you so much, guys. We're going to jump into our first game of our second series of the day. Lyrical and Winter will be taking over from here. Gentlemen, take it away for game 1.
Yes, thank you so much, Dana Lee. And Winter, apparently we don't even have to watch the rest of the series. It's just going to be a 2-0. How do you feel about that one?
Well, there's always some times that the game goes not according to plan, so we'll have to see. We'll give everyone the benefit of the doubt, man.
I like to see it. Interesting things going on here. Earth Spirit looking like he's going to be playing a little bit more of that core role. I wonder sort of your feeling on this hero as a whole, because I've often wondered, like, you know, why doesn't he just sort of get that bump up in positioning? What do you like about it?
I think he's more suitable as a core right now. We've seen it from, I think, Thompson most notably. Recently, he played some Earth Spirit mid. There are some other players as well.
I screwed up. I have to cut you out because we actually have to take a look at these teams before we get into this game. Let's do it right now.
See you later, nerds. See you later, nerds. See you later, nerds. See you later, nerds.
Now you can tell me all the glorious things about Earth Spirit mid. Talk to me, Winter. What's happening?
Well, number one is the agility gain, where I think they buffed it a couple of patches ago, and he has pretty good strength gain as well. Like his overall stats is very, very high per level. And he needs a lot of items to, like, you hear a lot of support players say that nowadays it's very difficult to play greedy especially as a position 4. So Earth Spirit as a position 4 is very, very hard to make it work, because he needs a lot of items as a hero. Otherwise, you roll in, you're just gonna die most of the fights.
Well, and as far as like the way that we've been seeing mid go, it feels like, you know, mid is almost just becoming buy a spirit vessel and run around. You know, Queen of Pain, Ember Spirit, all of them, they're all going for this item nowadays, and that's sort of been the quintessential Earth Spirit pickup as well. So I'm really curious to see what he does. I think the Opage is going to have a good game.
Invoker as well, quite prominent in the current patch.
I was thinking about the last pick there for TNC and what you wanted, and Ember did come to mind, but part of me was wondering, like, is it going to really be enough damage? The panel was saying that you know, they needed a little bit more burst. It does kind of feel like that. What do you think?
Gyro has a lot of damage. He's a longer cooldown right now compared to the old call down. It does a little bit more damage. What? Sorry?
What are they saying to each other?
You think I know Tagalog?
No. I'm just trying to. I know Bobo.
The only Tagalog I know is not the very nice kind, you know?
Okay.
Not the nice words.
That's fair enough. Hopefully they'll get back into this one soon. But yeah,
the Ember does give them. I feel like because you look at the other heroes, right? With Io, Winter Wyvern, Gyro, they don't have initiation, so they kind of needed a mid that can set up for, especially the relocate. And Ember has a short cooldown disable, which is pretty useful for their overall composition. I would say let's say their position 4 is not a Wyvern, say it's like a Tusk or a Spirit even, you know, or Clockwork or a Nyx, then I think it's okay to maybe pick a hero that does more damage that doesn't have disable or initiation.
Okay. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I was sort of wondering, though, because it is a lot of different things that their last pick kind of needed. You can't just rely upon the Beastmaster. I can't remember what the other hero was that I was thinking of at the time. But we'll see how it ends up working with this last pick, Ember. To me, I look at it, and you were talking about it, that 4.4 strength gain on Earth Spirit. He just becomes a tanky beast. He's a monster.
I mean, is he like even higher than Doom?
I think so.
Doom on Trian are the heroes that has very, very high strength game. That comes to my mind.
Let me do a little bit of research for you. Don't worry, man. I'm on it. I kill it.
Should I be on it? No, Trian is 3.4.
Okay. The other one is Centaur.
Yeah, Centaur is 4.6, so about the same. Wow, Earth Spirit actually has so high strength gain.
It's crazy. Well, Nonetheless, early goings here. We'll see how he does against Armel in the mid lane, as it could be a bit of an interesting matchup here.
Yeah. And you see the KP Beastmaster is going for the Wild Axe at level 1 because he's up against a Chen, so he doesn't want to get the ball, which is a smart way of playing the lane. And the Chen has the aura instead.
Oh, interesting.
He saw the axe and then, okay, I don't need the persuasion.
Yeah. So a good reaction there as well by Chen. Winter Wyvern did get brought down fairly low and had to actually TP back to the tower. Yeah. So Wyvern's gonna have to play this safe.
I mean, this is a pretty important move. The Chen general, he actually body blocked the medium camp here, because the way the Beast and the Wyvern are playing is they're just using the axe and the blast to get the wave equivalent pushed in. So it's hard for them to last it, and they want to pull. So blocking the medium camp and stopping the pull is very, very crucial from the Chen there.
They are going to make sure that the creep wave and equilibrium meets back up again. Underneath the tower there, takes over the range creep, and now is going to run and start punching people. Try and force back KP.
Yeah, he went for aura at level 2, so no, it's totally skipping the ball.
Very interesting.
It's not very useful in this lane anyway. It's just that the fact that, oops, Phoenix going down here.
Wow, nothing of value was lost. Surely. That's
just a
how
first
DOTA
blood.
goes.
Just a first blood, just a casual first blood. It's fine. Yeah, but I was saying that if you're going for this kind of build as the Beastmaster, you're going to be sacrificing the important points in your Hawk later. Because during the mid game, that is what is going to allow you to play Beastmaster the way he is. You know, he can play without vision because he has the Hawk.
Right. Well, and he might end up going back for more points in it later, or he just keeps taking more points up in axes. He already has the two Sage's Mask and the Mask.
Get 2 points because the value is the second point, because he goes from 30 to 60 damage. Then,
Right.
then after that, you don't take it anymore.
Edge in the mid lane getting brought down fairly low by Armel, who's having a pretty good time against him, 17-0 versus the 13-1. As we're gonna have to watch how that goes.
Who's the older brother? Gate. Is
Earth or Ember?
The older brother.
I don't know. Ember feels a little bit more wise to me. You know what I mean? Something about him. He's got these witty sayings, balance in all things. And then Earth Spirit's like, you rock. You know?
Oh, yeah.
He's definitely the smarter one.
You actually know all the voice lines. Top lane, Beastmaster getting run down here. Should be okay. Yeah, he has the 2 points in X.
Does have the mana regen to sort of sustain that. 4.4 when he's nearby that Bassi. But he's actually going to walk all the way back home.
Huh? He's walking home?
What?
I guess he feels like because the lane is pushing, he doesn't want to be there. But then because the Wyvern is going to be sort of forced to take the XP here, so he's not going to be able to help for the 4-minute runes. Earth Spirit has a bottle, Ember has a bottle. So this is a crucial rune for either side. So Play Hard is actually heading towards the bottom rune, and General on the Chen is as well heading to the top rune. Dire is going to have full control of this rune.
Now if Armel gets it,
actually,
oh my god, what?
He's so lucky. He's so lucky.
I mean, it's 50% chance, but yeah, like when you have two heroes rotating and that just spawns right there
like,
for you.
The first didn't even bother to go because they can't, you know, and then he still gets the rune regardless.
That's annoying. They're pressuring here, trying to go on a KP using that Satyr Banisher. Slowdown is there for this Beastmaster who's just getting beaten down to death, and I think he's out of here.
I actually felt like he needed to go just fight, you know, just trying to do damage, but whatever, he dies. Now the bounty rune is going to spawn, so they're gonna have to, and he's gonna respawn in time to fight for the bounty runes. Just in time.
Yeah, and well, actually, he doesn't have a TP though, because he walked back and then TP'd back out.
Oh, okay, never mind. Scratch what I said.
Oh, that's really bad. Dang, that's way worse.
Wyvern's getting 1 rune. Dire has 3 runes.
Man, Neon off to a hot start. Panel looking good so far with their predictions.
They believe in the core Earth Spirit, man. They believe.
I love that hero. It's a great hero.
Yeah, it's one of the heroes that you can have a lot of fun with if you're rich. The amount of moves you can pull off in the game, insane.
He's great. So I started playing Dota late, but the first thing I ever did was I played an all-pick match, and it gave me Earth Spirit.
Oh, okay. That Earth Spirit must be the Earth Spirit that was super broken, right? The kick was the stun, right?
I don't know. I didn't know what to do with it. I just like started walking around. It's like, you got to do what now? This game's really hard.
Who told you to pick that hero when you first started?
I randomed it. It's, you know, just random. You join a game and you just start playing.
You joined a game and you decided to random when you don't even know how to play even one hero. It's a pretty smart move there.
That's emblematic of my style. That's all I gotta say. But yeah, we'll back to this one as we do have another pause. Heroes disconnected at the moment. We have been seeing a little bit more of that. Obviously, internet connections when it's from 10 different places hypothetically, as opposed to just 2 separate places. It's a little bit harder to ensure the connectivity.
Neon, I think they are together, but TNC are at home.
It's pretty cool. They're all able to be together.
See you later.
I wish we were together.
Do you really though?
Yeah. Then I can make fun of you live.
Unbelievable. Don't worry, we'll be together at some point. Near future. So things to watch for. KP's had a really rough game so far in this one. I guess that it's actually, if you look at like the Phoenix, Rappy's still been able to have an okay time.
It's a Beastmaster against a Chen. I mean, what do you expect if you can't go for the ball build to... Usually that's how you dominate the lane, right, as a Beastmaster. But if you can't go for the ball build, then you're screwed in the lane. Right, he doesn't get the rune, so the support from Dire, snatching the runes once again, this time. No stuns.
Gonna TP back home.
Radiant's
Didn't have that next point up in Rolling Boulder.
I mean, this is so unfortunate for your patch. He can't. His supports came twice, but he couldn't refill his bottle.
Yeah.
He needs someone to... he can actually just TP back, because the Chen can recall him if he wants to.
Well, that might be a good way to do it. That is one other nice thing about playing this Chen with the Earth Spirit, is being able to recall in and go for a quick gank.
Chen is, I think, one of the hardest heroes that you have to utilize well as a team. Chen and Io, I think, because it alters your whole team's playstyle when you have this specific hero in your team. Everyone needs to try to abuse the recall. It's not even about the creeps, I think the recall part is the imbalance part in a team game.
Mm-hmm. Well, and particularly in the early laning setup, you always get the lanes that you want.
Yes.
And then afterwards, you can just play super hyper aggressive around it.
It's the farm efficiency, because somebody can play, because you remember the dead lane stuff that I've been telling you about. So when you have the Chen, right, there's this one, the one guy that's going to the dead lane can play even longer there, because he has always a free teleport towards the fight. And Amber is going to find the Chen here. He's going to chase him out, but he doesn't really want to pursue for the kill. Bot lane, your patch is here. He's rotating. Yes,
this is a big one. They want to go for him. Gabby hiding behind the tower, though.
Have an observer, right? I think they saw him.
They definitely. He's right above him. They saw him walk down there. But maybe sticking around still, rolling in on the Gabby, get the stun. Magnetize out. Is it quite enough? They can reapply Magnetize another time, as the stun is going to hit now onto Yopaj, trying to walk away from him, roll away, and well, ends up just being a nobody for nobody kill.
Mid lane. Is this a nobody for nobody? Nope, it's a 1-0. Ricky makes the rotation, gets a pick off, and he's giving the support levels right now, and he's starting to be active on the map. And this is something that I always like to talk about, how the cores are enabling the supports to obtain levels, how are you making rotations?
Again, they're gonna find him. Ember Spirit brought down low is gonna die to Yopaj, who's still scooting around there on his little skateboard. Pasted up, chased down, Gabby level 6, but doesn't have call down again as the roll comes through. They're super duper low, but it's not quite enough damage. They will be able to find one kill there, and now Tim's coming in for the cleanup. Yopaj Fairy Fire trying to hide, roll away. Is he gonna get out? A triple kill for Yopaj, and he's gonna escape. Tim's is just tickling him. This guy's got too much. Although, is it going to be able to get out of there? One more punch and the sleight of fist is going to end it. So it was pretty.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, call Earth Spirit is a thing.
Radiant's middle
Go to your
tower
pubs,
is under attack.
pick Earth Spirit, highlight mid, have fun.
All right, I'm actually going to go do that. That sounds really fun.
Am I getting in trouble for doing
I mean, maybe.
coming to your pub soon?
Exactly. The thing that I was waiting to see that we haven't seen yet is like when the Earth Spirit was in lane against the Ember, he just like rolls and then a sleight of fist dodge and Earth Spirit goes flying. It's always the funniest thing.
Towards the tower, yeah. He ends up in the tower.
Yeah. Dies.
Nice. So who is leading the network right now? Ricky. And it's gonna be the 10-minute rune soon, plus the outpost. Outpost seems like it's gonna be one apiece. Ember is trying to steal an extra rune for his team. Can Dire equalize here? They have one rune top, and let's see if they can get another rune bot.
Radiant's middle tower
They
is
should
under
be. Well, actually, Armel.
Phoenix is not going for the runes, so I guess TNC is gonna get what 3 runes.
Yeah. Looks like it. He's waiting on it. Waiting to heat up his bottle first. KP in the meantime.
top tower is under attack.
You
your
used
top.
to be able to keep the runes and stew them for a couple of minutes for extra interest. Not anymore.
I know, it's sad. We need it back. KP quietly took out, I think, either a 3 or a 4 stack of the hard camp, and now March is joining with him again to sort of clean up some more of the jungle.
Look at his net worth. He's not doing as badly as I expected him to be, considering the laning phase. He has only 2 points in the axe, so he's going back to his 4. He has his Necrobook 1. I think he's okay, considering how he started the game.
Very even, a slight lead right now for Neon Esports.
He's smoking to somewhere. Where is he going? Oh, Ricky. TP?
They got him.
Alright, dead. He's dead.
Chase, and that is an easy way to set up. Although, well, I mean, he's juking, he's jiving, and he's dying. And a god, dude, Skim, what the heck are they use roar even? What?
Oh, here comes the rotation.
This is huge. Why did they use roar? Now they don't have it for anything. Magnetize coming out, a second round of it. They're rolling back and forth with play hard. As the chase down is coming, reapply Magnetize yet again. The kick through onto one, hook stomp afterwards. Chen coming in. And then you hear the call from LD. See you later, nerds. As March is going to try and make his way out, but not sure if he's going to be able to do it. As they will finally clean him up. They just keep rolling.
See you later, nerds.
Trust Spirit is doing a lot of work. I felt like he used the raw because he was worried that the dust was going to run out and they couldn't get the kill in the end. He was trying to save it. But yeah, in the end it was very costly for them because the backup from the Dire team just arrived.
Super maneuverable team in general, and the Hand of God actually coming into play to keep them invested long enough to secure the kill.
Yeah, like the moment you use raw, it means the Pangola's raw, he's gonna have free reign in the team fights. They have the roll, they have the magnetize, they have the egg, and here comes the Earth Spirit again.
Tim's gonna get gobbled up by these, although, well, Armel not gonna actually get the chains there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's fine. No.
What is happening? Skim dead. Rolling again. Interrupted. That's Pango ulti going while the taunt is happening. As they're going to run back in. Well, the roar also going to be used now on the Yopatch. He's going to roll in deeper. Supernova down. Just absolute bloodbath early on. The Gyrocopter super low. They are going to be able to chase him down. Gabby, see if he can make his escape. 2 dead for 2, but they also want the buyback now on the Winter Wyvern, and one more jump through. Gets the kick of the Mickey. Yopatch, what a freaking baller. He just doesn't stop. He didn't have any more remnants left, but he still had a teammate. And Armel is going to try and back out of there again, seeing if he can make something happen, possibly find some follow-up kills. But it is not meant to be. Skim, the absolute madman, trading aggro over. No, it's not going to be there in time. March comes back in. There's the relocate. Tries to break the tether by the kick away, but it's not there. Yopatch is eventually going to get brought down. That was a little too close for comfort.
Oh, he does so much right-click damage with the 50 damage talent, the power treads, and the huge amount of strength. But he's just doing so much, not just magic damage and right-click in the fights.
That was nuts. Yeah, that like attack speed, getting up there. This is before the Spirit Vessel too. Like, he's gonna be a monster for a while.
Ricky is actually crazy. He just ran in. He initiated as a Ricky. Freaking initiated as a Ricky. Doesn't get better than that, man.
I mean, he has a blink ability, right? That means he initiates.
Blink of no stunts. I initiate. Oh, he tanked so much damage, and he actually almost got out in the end. You know, he just died because he wanted to go for the kill on teams.
Winner, can I ask you something?
Why not? Go with the head.
Okay. All right. Usually I don't wait for an answer, but I thought I would to be polite this time. Ricky, they always go the attack speed and the damage talent. Do you like the smokescreen cooldown talent for at level 15?
Some games, I think there will be. It has more value in that. But overall, I think as a carry, you would definitely want to get the damage more.
That's fair. I just think it's so cool. You get like so many lockdown from it. Uh-oh. Silence missed it though. Get the grip onto Ember, rolling in. Heal is there. Heal patch, trying to roll away again. Is it going to quite be enough? He is going to get the heal in from the stun ray. Heal patch. This guy's so freaking tanky. He eventually is going to be killed off though, as he has gone a bit too deep. Skem with the cleanup in the end. And I mean, the fact that they had to commit that much, Gabby is just hiding over here to the side, but he has nowhere left to go. They buy back on the IO, trying to get back in and save him. It's not going to be there in time though, and now he has to connect over to Armel instead. Trying to turn now onto the Chen. The silence is there though. This was a buyback for March. Is he going to get brought down as well? It looks like he is. A triple kill for Armel, not Skem. Trying to get out of here. Armel has him in the sights. That dust about to wear off, and it will. Mal tricks the trade, waiting, gets the ultra.
See you later, nerds.
Very nice play. Nicely done by Armel.
See you later, nerds.
It's good control, good micro, good spell usage. In the end, so they actually lost 5 heroes, right? Because March died back, and Daya lost what, 3 heroes? 4?
I don't know.
I think Earth Spirit died in the end, so it was 4 from 5.
All I know is that there have been 31 kills in 16 minutes. It has been mayhem in this game number 1.
Yeah, the Sunwave level 4, you know, as a core Phoenix, sometimes you see players max the Icarus dive, and you get the slow talent at level 10. But this game, it seems like going for the build and maxing Sunray with the spell amp, just allowing him to do so much damage in the teamfight.
Yeah. They didn't need him up there, obviously, as Tims and Armel were able to group together to get the kill. Very interesting game in the early goings here. And the 2 mids, the Spirit Brothers, are the ones that are standing out. 8-2 and 4 and 8-3 and 6.
They know you need a wake-up call at 1 a.m.
What are you talking about?
Is there 1 a.m. at your place? What, 2 a.m.?
Yeah, but I'm not a normal person though, so that's fine.
Esports people are not normal, right?
It's true enough.
We are all the night stalkers.
So it was finally a tower taken because there hadn't been one taken at 17 minutes. That was the first tower that fell. They've literally just been running at each other.
Second tower?
That's the second one now.
I'll keep count. Go ahead, keep talking. I'll count the towers. I'll count the kills.
It might be a little while before it ends up happening. It feels like this pace of the game is very different from what we've seen so far in this league in some ways. As the smoke up's going to come and looking for a relocate afterwards.
What do they have on the Gyro right now? Gyro has he's just about to complete his Aghanim's. Doesn't really have much yet. Ember is the one that's fat. Spirit Vessel and halfway to his BKB.
Chen has an Imp Claw. They're gonna run into everybody. Chen might end up killing himself by all the streets. No. Hand of God misses the stun. Has to back away. And now Cypher goes in. Supernova out there. Jump in from Playhard with the Blink Dagger, doing so much damage with the patch as well. Gabby and March have to get out of here. It's a danger zone, but they will be able to get the relocate away afterwards. Armel now trying to roll out. They need to get in place. There's the stomp. And they got him caught. Secondary stomp. The punch down for the finish. 3 dead.
Yeah, that was a bit overzealous there by TNC. After they got the Chen kill here, they couldn't really chase forward anymore because the IO he was gonna bring the gyro back. But unfortunately, they got greedy. They tried to get an extra kill on the Phoenix, and he just stood his ground, popped the egg, and the roll was there just to protect the egg. So there was nothing that they could do without BKBs.
Where is the pipe for TNC? I feel like there's so much magic damage.
Pipe?
Yeah. I want to see one.
I mean, if someone's gonna buy one, it's probably gonna be the Beastmaster. I don't think anyone else really wants to buy the pipe.
Yeah.
But he feels like he needs to get the dagger because they don't really have any good initiation. They don't have enough initiation. And he feels like he needs to jump, either to jump the Phoenix first, or he needs to get the Chen because all of these heroes, the backline heroes, are doing so much in the team fights.
Well, they're going to move down bottom now on the side of TNC to try and take over this outpost, but realizing the inherent danger, it's not going to be.
They're going to have to farm until they have BKBs before they can fight. BKB on Gyro and Ember Spirit. Generally, when you get the BKB build on Ember Spirit, you go for the Flame Guard DPS. But he's opting to go for the chains because the idea is you're going for BKB so you don't do damage, don't do a lot of damage. So you have to go for the Flame Guard DPS to compensate that.
Interesting. So yeah, this is more trying to deal with the fact that they don't have the best initiation.
Yes, they don't have enough stumps because they drafted a position 4Y when he's a good team fighter. He does really well at controlling the Rolling Thunder. He's very good at saving someone else, but he does have the weakness of lacking initiation until he gets a dagger.
In the meantime, down bottom, Neon trying to trade off towers. Armel holding off mid, and the rest of TNC sort of farming on the top side of the map here continuously. But it's going to be the tier 2 tower taken. Tim's? Back out of there afterwards.
So for Dire, they're also trying to get they're also trying to get BKBs on the Earth Spirit, the Rinky.
Right.
So both teams are going to try to hit their BKBs timings in the next couple of minutes before the Roshan clash is about to happen.
Right. You know, we're also talking about like this tankiness of the Earth Spirit. He's now got 25 HP or 2500 HP and an Essence Ring on top of that. Like, he is going to be so hard to kill, I feel like, in these fights.
Mr. Chen? Good luck.
Yeah.
Do they have a mech? Did someone build a mech? Oh, okay.
Like
and the Chen's not building a mech. Okay, interesting.
Very interesting. Yeah, the BKB timing seems like it's going to be the route in some ways for Gyrocopter. He's queued up a rapier afterwards. It's like, all right, we're behind. Yeah.
So soon?
Well, I mean, he might change it.
Do they have damage issues? I guess they do, yeah? Because Io and Byron doesn't really do damage.
Yeah, Ember's kind of... It's like AoE.
It's kind of utility, so it's not exactly damage. And he didn't go for the DPS on Flame Guard.
Game is going to be hard. 22 minutes, it's a 4,000 gold lead, and you know, I will say that Neon have kind of slowed down their pressure a little bit. I was just looking over at Janela. He has 4 centaurs, so he's ready to stomp people. It's always fun when you see this sort of little herd running together.
Oh, yes, to be careful of the curse. Top lane. Okay, just barely got out of the silence, and Earth Spirit was late to the party. He was late, and I mean, the next important thing is definitely going to be the Roshan, the BKB and the Roshan. This is going to be the concern for both teams. The Beastmaster is going to have kind of like an upper hand with the Hawk to scout out what the Dire team is trying to do in most of the situations. But right now, I feel like Dire is definitely feeling in more control of the game because of how the early to mid game went.
I'm really concerned about the way that this next fight's going to work out. There's so many team fight. Oh God, Scam on the backside. He finds them. The Wyvern roar to try and save a light for the moment. Face in does have a curse available if they want to use it. Tim's is dead.
Wow.
That's the BKB used, and now the follow up coming for KP, chased and killed off. Dude,
damage. Oh my God. He does so much damage with the Riki.
That's insane. So now a 6,000 gold lead, and it just continues to grow. Neon are looking really good here. Very impressed.
Yeah, they're doing all the right moves, punishing every time TNC overstep their boundaries, and they're gonna smoke to even try to take back this triangle area so that Gyro can't really farm there. This is where he really wants to be right now, but he's getting driven out of his core mine.
Oh no, they find him, the roll in, they focus down, that IO is gonna die, and the gyrocopter just dead afterwards. They're feeling so good about themselves right now. I mean, every fight, they've got Pipe, they've got Veil, they've got Vlad's, they've got everything. The Helm of the Dominator. It's just like all these giant team fight items that are hard to deal with.
I mean, the issue is also, why is the IO Gyro like, they have to be out on the map, you know, you don't want to be...
Oh, doesn't manage to get out of there.
Wow, that was calm, cool and collective there, not using his BKB.
Yeah. Armel knowing his limits, absolutely. Well, the Chen Earth Spirit Pango taking Roshan because this is Dota. God, it's so weird. Sometimes the way that these heroes change around and end up evolving. Nonetheless, Roche is going to go their way. Smoke up from TNC. They're going to be a little bit too late to the party. And now, if they're not careful, Armel goes in, throws out the Sleight of Fist. Could go for a roll here if they wanted to. But no real need.
They have to. I think they have to defend this region here. They have to hold this territory for the Gyro to come. Or the Gyro has to just risk it with the IO. You go out to the map and farm, and just accept that the IO is going to sacrifice his life for you when you're in trouble.
Play hard to go in. Armel BKB reaction immediately afterwards. Can they do anything here at all? Rolling onto the Pango. There's the Winner's Curse hitting only onto one. It's on the chin, but they relocated in the Ricky afterwards. Now Skem trying to find himself an opening. The Sleight of Fist dodge for the Rolling Thunder in, and now they'll relocate on the backside, but nobody else is here. Gabby's just going to get blown up afterwards. No, wait, no. The Cold Embrace, nice play there for the moment, but afterwards, is it enough? The control is there, and Gabby is going down. 3 for 2 so far, with Tim's on the buyback afterwards, and Ricky chasing down Armel, trying to turn, go for the man fight. Is he going to be there? It is. A triple kill afterwards. Skem gets kicked forward. A Yopaj, but no follow-up is there.
So who got the better of the trade? I guess Neon, because they were able to take out the Gyro and the Ember, both the big cores of TNC. Even though it's a 3-for-3 trade, so it's still a victory for Neon.
It was a buyback from the Wyvern too.
Oh, buyback. So it's 4-for-3.
Yeah. 9k gold lead. They're looking good.
I mean, the moment the BKBs are out, they just can't do anything, you know, to all the magic damage that Neon has. The Gyro expanded his BKB just to hit the egg, but I guess he doesn't really have a choice. He needed to kill the egg there. And the Ember, he used his BKB to initiate and to start the fight, you know, so he didn't have BKB anymore at the tail end of the fight, and he couldn't really do much.
It's one of those situations where it feels so bad because you have all of this damage if you're TNC, but it's all kind of in an AoE, and it just kind of gets soaked up the whole way through.
They had to do better with the combo because I think they used the Wyvern's Curse and the Beastmaster's Roar like on the same target. Yeah. He roared. I can't remember who he roared, but I think he roared the Earth Spirit, and then the Wyvern cursed someone next to him. So and then the Chen was like recalling the Riki in the middle of the curse.
Wasn't great.
I think they need to roar the Riki. I think the Riki is pretty important, or the Earth Spirit. These two heroes are too important for them.
And then actually be able to kill them afterwards, and I mean, That's the thing that I worry about with trying to go at the Earth Spirit, right? He pops Essence Ring, he's got 3,500 HP roughly. He's just picked up a plate.
Yeah.
It's so hard to kill him.
That's the damage problem that they're having, you know, and that's why I didn't really feel that great about the Ember not going for the Flame Guard DPS, because he's gonna have to do damage. And now Scam, he's gonna walk in, there's no detection, and he just walks in, gets a free kill. He gets away with murder.
See you later.
What? And he's gonna get the Necro Book afterwards too?
That's what, 500 gold? Or 600
Dude, that's like
gold?
my every pub that I've ever played. Just I die to a Ricky and then I feed my Necros. Oh, hurts.
Don't buy Necros, bro.
That's a good.
Don't buy Necros.
And I won't feed them. Just feed my life. Well, jump in. Skim just being a bully here. He's not gonna kill Gabby, but like, I don't even know. Just asserting dominance.
Sending a message, you know. It's more important than getting the kill.
Ooh, Armel's gonna get over here in time. He's waiting on it and will get the outpost, but high ground is being assaulted. Repair kits, keep it alive a little bit longer. Roll in, roar afterwards, onto Scam in the backline. Silence there onto Io. He can't head it onto anybody. They have the Supernova in the midst of all of this. Meanwhile, Armel trying to make something happen. Let's get the one kill onto Playhard. Now trying to remnant away. Patch a little bit off the mark there. BKB comes out afterwards. Silence. Magnetize onto 3. Follow-up. Roland's going to be there as well, doing a lot of damage to Armel, but not quite enough for the kill. Winners, Chris Magnetize gets the finish. Now Skim turns to the side. They buy back on Armel. See if he can get back into this fight. And what can he do? Aegis already down. That's 3 dead. They buy back on the IO too. Everybody's here. Skim just going to hide off to the side. Maybe TP away. Maybe try and go for a blink strike. He is in trouble and is going to die. A ton of gold going their way. They at least get out with the Chen.
And they don't even get the bounty runes. Is TNC gonna get all 4 bounty runes here? March did the right thing. He relocated to pick up the double bounty runes. And it looks like his team is gonna be able to pick up the other 2 bounty runes. That's a huge turnaround. Punishing Neon for overextending. They're just too cocky with their double BKBs.
Man, how much damage did they even do to the tower? They did no damage to the tower.
They didn't really hit the tower.
They didn't do anything. It was a repair kit. That's why. Repair kit.
Repair kit. Thanks, Gaben.
No
problem. Anytime.
Are you saying you're Gaben?
I'm Gabe. That's me.
We'll
leave it at that.
Tell them not to nerf my hero, my favorite hero anymore, please.
Who's your hero? I'll make sure it gets nerfed to the ground. Well, Gabby decided to go a different route. I was gonna say chickened out, but that's not very fair. He went to the Satanic.
That's not fair to say he chickened out.
That's the right play. But it would have been cooler to see
He's
the Ranger.
trying to secure the game. He doesn't want to throw the game away like what Neon did. Well, the game's not over, but it was still a massive throw there. So the Gyro is going to hit a point where he's just going to outscale against the Riki, because the Riki won't be able to man fight him after this.
Right. And that's going to be his issue.
What does the Riki need? So he's building a Nullifier. Okay, that's going to give him more damage.
Do have a smoke up here. Armel spots out this haste run. They realize that he is there, and a little bit of D-ward action is going to go on as they roll up to high ground. But won't be able to find any type of an opening for a kill here. And I mean, it is really hard for them to think to beat the Like, Armel is in no danger. If he needs to, he's got the haste rune.
He's just trying to make him click the button. But no, I'm saving my BKB charge for a rainy day. And that is not today.
Can't emphasize enough how little power damage they have on Neon.
Oh no! He has no TP! His TP is on cooldown!
Oh god, and then kick back in, and Skem's got him. He's gonna try and live through this. I mean, he's got Satanic and BKB, but is he gonna get bursted in time? Gabby turns to try and fight. He's killing the ball off. I don't think it's gonna be enough, though, sadly. The Gyrocopter, left all alone, is gonna be taken to the grave. And that's what happens when you kill the IO. Oh my god, the mass tips. Poor March.
The thing is, like, I feel like they know this is like a dangerous place. Like, they relocated here. So what you need to do as the IO is you actually needed to take a better position. You need to hide around the trees and wait for the relocate timer to end, and then you tether towards the gyro. Because you don't really even need to hit the creeps right as the IO. You just need to be in position to bring him home. You are just that ride home that he cannot miss, you know, that last bus that he has to get on.
It's true, and that's one of those things that normally doesn't happen.
Why are you even hitting the creeps?
Yeah, that's huge. They're gonna recall in if they need to. The Earth Spirit does need to be careful not to get the recall interrupted. Don't know if it happened or not yet. I think it did actually.
What?
Oh yeah, he's gonna have to TP. So I think. Oh no, Chen. It's still on cooldown.
Hit by the ball or something?
He got hit by the axes.
Okay. And it's not the end of the world since he still has TP. Should be okay.
Well, he's TPing out to the outpost, it looks like, so he's going to be a little bit late.
He's going to be there still. He's late, but he's going to be there.
Heals are coming in. War now on. Oh no!
What did he roll?
He roared the wolf. That's not great. Now they're rolling in the second time here, trying to find themselves Armel. Silence. BKB out from Armel. Playhard just going to back away. Now, are they going to be able to bring down this Chen? It looks like the answer is yes, although no, maybe not. The turnaround, Magnetize out there as well. The stun, the control's going to be there. It's a lot of damage, and March is dead yet again. No buyback. The follow-up could come in just a moment, and Gabby could get kicked out of the base. They jump in, but Skem, he decided to go at the same time. They're still going to kill off Gabby, though. They aren't going to lose Skem. Well, actually, now they are. But they might all end up dying if they're not careful. Kicked now onto Pango. He's going down low. Now, Yopad's trying to find any extra semblance of a kill here. Oh, he is going to get rolled in. A good blink to interrupt it. As Rappy, the last one left alive, tries to back away and Sunray himself out, but to no avail. 5 dead. TNC do it.
See you later, nerd.
I thought the initial 8 was good, but it actually didn't. They only managed to chase TNC away, and they retreated to the high ground, and they re-initiated after that, and they were able to outlive all the big spells, you know, the egg, magnetize, and the roll. I mean, the Riki has to be careful about how he's initiating right now, since he has only a 5-second BKB. If he ever gets rod, it means during BKB, it means he doesn't have a BKB anymore.
Right. And he needs that to be able to sort of stand toe-to-toe with the gyro. Yeah. Like, gyro getting all his damage off is really terrible.
Jump the back lines, the Wyvern and the Whiz, the IO, he has to take them out.
Well, it is 36 minutes in, only a 2,000 gold lead. After what was once, I mean, what was this, like 10K or so, roughly? And it's starting to really feel like this could be TNC. If they get this Roche, I don't know what you do at this point. Like, you've lost so much of your window, and there's no way that they can come and contest it.
I guess we wait for... what character did he get? Not sure, Abyssal? But at this point, I don't feel like the Riki can ever man-fight the IO gyro anymore. Like you said, his window has closed.
Gyro does have the relic, so he's going for the rapier next after Satanic. We have seen moments when they've been able to...
Perfect.
We've seen moments when he's been able to be brought down, but it's feeling like that is almost a foregone conclusion that it can't happen anymore, right? Like, status resistance.
How can he die right now? I think the only reason why he died the last time was because the IO, he died first. He got caught first. If the IO is alive and there's a Wyvern with Cold Embrace, good luck trying to kill the gyro. Maybe you kill him, but you're gonna have to expend so much of your resource, your time, your BKBs, right? Like the last fight, they killed the gyro, yes. But once they ran out of BKB on their course, the Ember Spirit just came in and just destroyed all of them.
Well, one thing, I guess at least with this nullifier is you can purge the unholy aura stuff. Yeah, Satanic. Would be nice. Ooh, Minotaur Horn though. Oh, it's also a tasty treat.
What's the horn?
Radiant. So I think they're probably going to give it to Ember, I would imagine.
I mean, the Enchanted Quiver is pretty nice for him.
Roar used. There's a tanky hero, and he's got some heals coming in. Roll as well, interrupting onto both of them. Yopaj, he missed to magnetize, but the damage over time is coming in, and so significant. Tether's going to be broken. They get the winner's curse off onto that Ricky. Now trying to roll in, finds the catch now onto March Living, but not long enough. And Armel will be able to get out of there as Yopaj still hunting, wanting to see if he can find somebody, but just a little bit outside of range of seeing Gabby.
So right now the Beastmaster is going for Aghanims. Very
Hey,
why not AC?
he switched it up. He's going Ethereal Blade. I want to see him go Aghanims. That sounds awesome. Have you played much with it?
No. So it's just damage, right? It's because it's no cooldown. Like what else? Like you're just trying to do damage.
I guess. So, well, also you can like you amp, the damage amp that the axes give.
Is that really that useful?
I mean, when you get your radiance, it's cool. Your radiance starts doing more damage.
I'll pretend I didn't hear that.
All right. That's my build.
Does it work?
Yeah, it ups the amount of damage that Radiance does.
So Radiance, so your build is like what Radiance, Octarine, Core Heart. You need to be tanky and then Shivas.
Well, I mean, it's turbo, so you can just kind of get it.
I mean,
Whatever happens.
Building this on Beastmaster, why not just play another hero?
Because he doesn't get the Aghanims. The Wild Axes amps all your damage. That's the point.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you. If that's your kind of fun.
I can hear your brain just working.
No. I understand that everyone has their own tea, has their own cup of tea. Everyone has their own preference on what is a fun time.
What's a fun time to you?
If you Beastmaster with Axe and Radiance, it's fun.
Okay, thanks, man. I'm glad I have your blessing. Oh, I love you, Winter. You're hilarious. All right, so they've reclaimed a little bit of something. It's still looking a little bit scary for Neon now, but there's always a chance. They just need to take that gyrocopter down, or maybe they try and go for like Armel or something as BKBs is down, which it is right now. That would have been a big pickoff.
To be honest, Radiant definitely has the advantage, the upper hand right now, because the Gyro is, with the IO, he's the strongest hero in this game right now, the strongest core. So they definitely have the ease of execution when it comes to the team fights. But I'm thinking whether they should get an Aghanims on the Phoenix. To try to, because I feel like they need to do something to maybe save someone with the egg and turn up, especially against the Raw. So your Ricky can play more aggressive. He goes in, he doesn't have to pop his BKB, right? Because you're going to back him up with the Aghanims egg to save him and to refresh his health. I feel like they need some extra thing, to win the fights.
Yeah, I like that idea a lot. I think that could be cool.
He's going Shivas now. I feel like not sure if that's going to be a game changer.
Yopaj, jump away. KP gonna throw some axes out there. Not hit with his boulder smash.
What did he buy? Oh, he bought a BKB instead.
Huh. Interesting. I think that's fine, right? Although it means he's like got
a lot of magic damage, like you mentioned earlier. So he's gonna be able to kind of be a pseudo front line, stand in front, just damage, right click. I mean, he still does a lot of right click damage.
Yeah. I guess the weird thing about it is that he's just keeping his Ghost Scepter in his backpack right now, not even in his inventory.
He needs the dust. Detection. There's a Ricky in the game. Come on.
That's fair.
I know you got that carry. No. I have no slot for petty items like dust. No.
That's right. Don't you forget it. Oh god. Hello. There's a jump onto Pango. They got him in a heck of a lot of trouble. Play hard, trying to live. But well, no, he's dead. He's looking okay for a moment.
He failed to live.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Also known as dying.
No buyback. Oh no.
That's pretty rough. And I think he used Rolling Thunder too, so even when he does come back, I guess he'll be back up by the time he revives.
Oh, never mind that repair
God. Yeah, it's not gonna matter.
kit. Look at Raiden. They ran out the high ground. They saw the repair kit. Okay, they backed off.
I mean, it's nice.
It's nice. You actually like that item?
You don't like it?
Why would anyone like repair kit? Okay, fine. You're losing the game. You know, you have to. Yeah, you like it. You like it because you're losing.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I like it. What's wrong with that?
I just don't like to be losing in the first place.
Okay. So you're saying, I guess that's an interesting thing, right? Is that like, it's an item that only exists around negative emotions. Like, if you're ahead, you don't really care about having a repair kit. If you're behind, you like to have a repair kit, but you're already behind. So you're like, it's a negative emotion associated with it. At least we have repair kit.
It gives you like a way to prolong the game. But sometimes I feel like the item stops like certain timing pushes. You have to hit that specific timing to push the game. Let's say, what's an easy example? Like maybe some Lycan lineup. You're hitting that timing to push. And then because of that, repair kit, the anti-mage, I have Battle Fury Manta. I can carry the game now. Because you delayed for 2 minutes with the repair kit. I mean, how can that be fair?
Right, and that's what I mean, is that like that's an item that's associated with like negative things. It's like you're either frustrated at it or you don't feel good about it because you're behind and you're like, okay, well, I guess this is it. You compare that to like rapier, right? Where it's like, okay, they have a rapier, so maybe there's a chance. It's an item that's associated with hope and like happiness, right? or very much regret, depending upon the situation.
Repair kit is hope for the miserable.
Right, which means that you're in a bad position to begin with. I got it. Yeah, we're on the same page.
I just don't like the concept of having these kind of items for me.
That's fair. Gabby is almost level 25 now, and Chen creeps are going to keep on pushing down bottom. Waiting for the next Roche. 2 minutes until it's capable of respawning.
They have to find a fight. I think the longer they wait like this, I'm talking about Neon, it's just gonna get harder for them. They have to try to find a fight. Like the game is even net worth wise, but strategically wise, based on the lineup, they're behind right now because Raiden has a much better scaling lineup. Their heroes are much more powerful during the late game.
Mm-hmm. And they have pretty much everything that they needed
to the high ground. Oh, your high ground!
Well, they're going up high ground. Maybe an ill-advised move, but the supernova again is good. The roar is going to come out, trying to blow up this IO. March is almost dead, but not quite there. The damage is coming out, and they will eventually kill him off. And now Scam seeing what more they can do. The relocate could come in just a moment if they want to use it. Had able to get the stun there, but the Agonist is going to keep him doing so much damage. Disarm on the gyrocopter, trying to stop it, if at all possible. They're caught there in the Winter's Curse, and the Ricky eventually going to be brought down dead. Still only a couple have died, and again the blink forward to interrupt the rollaway. Yopat's trying to get out, and he will be able to, at least for now. So 2 dead for the moment as the rest of Neon run away, and they're forced to buy back on the Chen.
Neon, sir, has ran out of time. The hourglass has finished ticking for them. This gyro with rapier is doing way too much in the team fight.
So spooky. Disarm is kind of annoying. Like, Halberd is great and all. Gabby's just going for tier 4. He's like, guys, I want to end early. Gonna go get myself some lunch, call it good. The roll in again, trying to find Gabby. Slow down, silence. Okay, catching this island. Can they break the tether? Can they do anything at all? I mean, Gyrocopter's back up to 4 HP yet again. Ricky being brought down ever so low as he gets the blink strike away. Yopaj is still living. He's tanked through so much damage here, but it doesn't look like it's gonna matter. In the end, it's all just a little bit too much as Big Bad Gabby is gonna chase them down one by one and take down the racks to boot.
Yep, and March relocates KP back for a trip to the fountain, a trip to the memory lane to regain your mana. Wait, what? Huh? He didn't bring him?
March is trolling. March has had some questionable plays this game on the IO. It's okay though. We all struggle sometimes. Maybe he didn't want to come, you know?
Yeah, maybe he wanted to TP to the outpost.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Rush. Rush is up in 1 minute. Oh no, not it's up. It might be up in 1 minute.
Now silenced. Roar though. Oh god, he's getting blown up all the way to hell. Oh, Fooey chasing for more now. The buyback from the Earth Spirit. They don't want to go too much further. They're actually going to respect the buyback. TNC taking no chances.
See you later, nerds. See you later, nerds.
See you later, nerds.
So why do they have to rush? You know, they are the ones that have the better late game or the superior late game, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I agree. It's just one of those things where you kind of expect them, well, we can just do whatever we want at this page. That's how it kind of feels at the moment. Gabby keeps on hitting tower, takes it down there. And are they going to go for more? I think the answer is yes. Based on what we've seen so far. Boulder Smash is going to go out there. Take the tether relocate cooldown as well, so they're going to be able to make sure that Gabby is constantly safe from threats. Roll. Tried to find March, not quite there. Yopaj now stuck in a weird position. The low ground Gabby punches are coming out fast and furious. He's dead for 2 minutes, and I think that is going to be about all she wrote. If they cannot get on back yet again, play hard, hoping to find anything, something to do the damage. BKB, turn onto the Supernova. It's gone. They're gone. TNC are going to take game number 1 over Neon.
Pretty good comeback there by them, having a much greedier, much slower lineup, but they were able to pull it through. They defended the territories well, good team fights. They were
can't tell me where you went. All the messages I sent with no reply. It's like that. You're just gonna walk into my room. I hate how you were.
On C to improve together on the same page, and talking about that, draft is up. You see what are the heroes that both teams want to ban out.
Anything here that tickles your fancy for bans?
Chen ban.
Seems like they are still going for the same ban.
Yeah, still the same ban. So
Still not letting away for the Doom. They're paying a lot of respect to KP.
This must be a scrim ban. They
Could
must
be.
have
Sounds like it.
scrim.
yeah, TNT Predator has been screaming pretty frequently in these couple of days.
Or maybe if you can just go to DOTA buff, you check. I'm pretty sure that TNC has played a couple of Doom this month. So maybe Neon, they haven't played against Doom before. They don't want to try it, especially not here. So they just ban it out.
Yeah, I mean, Doom in general is just one of those heroes that sort of changes the team fights for you, because all of a sudden, once someone gets doomed, you basically neutered them, right? No items, no skills. They're basically just walking creeps until the Doom duration runs out.
Yep.
So it is a very scary hero to go up against, and considering that TNC have KP on their side, he plays a lot of old school offlaners. Of course,
Yeah.
you can play the current offlaners, but he has that added bonus of a wider variety of heroes he can access.
Definitely. And TNC this time, they have the first pick. They're hesitating a little bit, taking their time to think. Will this be a Chen snatching away from Neon? We will see.
Snatch the Chen away. You can still run the IO with the Chen in your lineup. That is like the plus side.
So much healing.
Of knowing these two heroes, yeah. And I don't think Neon Esports themselves play IO, so
Yeah.
they can snatch the Chen, or they can just stick with the IO opening again. I think both are okay there.
Oh, they're good with IO again. All right.
They're the only team that runs it, and so far no one's really found a solution to the IO.
100% win rate so far. 2 games, 1 goal. Chen Beastmaster.
They take away the Beastmaster, so even more pushing power right now from Neon, more auras.
So they fixed their issue last game, which was push.
Yes.
They got the push and the Beastmaster, and now they have a literal zoo on their side.
Yeah, they can add more to it. You know, put the Lycan in.
If Lycan gets through, right? Oh goodness. But TNC, same opening. So Gyro, IO. I mean, Gyro IO is still pretty good against the zoo, right? They've got ways to clear the creeps, so it's not as if they're going to be completely overwhelmed.
Even better, now for Neon Esports, you have a lockdown. I think in the previous game, it was the Pango. Then you're relying on this Earth Spray to literally roll in and hit his skills. But now you have a long-range Primal Roar to set that up.
And I love this ban coming out from Neon, the Winter Warrior ban. I think this opens up Ricky once again. The last game, we see a lot of times Ricky jumping on the IO, and IO just got saved by the Wyvern.
Yeah.
And Ricky has to use most of his BKB time to try and take down IO, and he couldn't.
Yeah, and the best part is that if the IO is in the cold embrace, he gets extra regeneration. If it's tethered to the gyro, it gets transferred over, so the gyro just becomes immortal.
And Pugna coming in for Neon Esports.
Yeah, they are going all in right now.
All in with the push. I mean, considering that their early game last game was so successful, maybe they're confident in just trying to finish the game early.
Yeah.
Rather than going for late.
It could be a support partner as well. Neon Esports, they have ran partner in this role before, even though it's not common, but there's a possibility of this Ember pick.
Well, it looks like Neon is pretty solid right now. They have push from 3 heroes. They have playmaking from Ember. And Ember is pretty good against Pango, IO as well. To see if they want to put Chen on the mid, or I mean on the carry, or they want to go for something else for Scam that is maybe a little bit of late game potential up against the gyro, because that was the problem, right? They were one-dimensional in the last game. They didn't have any late game.
Yeah.
I think they were hoping to end earlier, right?
Yeah, it was
last
just
game. You just didn't want to go that late.
Just those couple of moments where they were overzealous, they bit on more than they can chew, and they got punished by TNC.
Predators turn to
So Brewmaster being eliminated from the pool. Another hero that KP has actually played the Brewmaster earlier in the season to their success. The Brewmaster was really good in that game.
Yeah, huge anti-push hero.
Yeah.
And it just disrupts the team fight a lot. Like heroes like Pugna, you want to stay in the fight But if he cyclones you, you cannot save your teammate with the life drain, and you cannot provide anything.
10
Yeah,
seconds.
it's
So-
just a nuisance really, being able to completely isolate one hero. And
Yeah.
all of a sudden,
5
it becomes
seconds
4v5.
Yeah, and despite the Decrepify is probably one of the most annoying part about a Brewmaster.
And we got Kunkka added to the lineup here for TNC. What is this looking like to you folks? Is this looking like team fight?
They
might run
pick
a-
a Phoenix.
I mean, they might be running an offlane Kunkka.
Yeah.
Therefore, they ban out the Ursa.
Or they can run a mid Kunkka like the Pango core, and they run like a support Phoenix because of the
10
Ursa ban.
seconds remaining.
This actually it doesn't look too bad, right? This Kunkka can just go for an
5
axe for Torrent
seconds
Storm.
remaining.
I think Nyx looks really good here for TNC, to be honest. Great against Pugna, great against Amber Spirit.
Oh yeah, the next assassin.
Yeah, but normally you don't want to run Nyx into a 5-man lineup, so maybe that's another reason for not picking it.
I think the Phoenix isn't too bad for TNC.
Yeah, I think they need some kind of magic burst too, because looking at their magic damage really actually they have a lot. Gyro and Kunkka. So
Yeah.
maybe some initiation, or maybe they don't need it as well, because all they want to do is pick someone that enables the
Phoenix,
Gyro even more.
Mars does do that.
Dire team.
If they want like the Underlord, another hero that
Depush.
pushes.
Yeah, that's the reason why they want to ban out the Ursa.
Yeah, Underlord hates Ursa in lane. There's nothing this Underlord can do against an Ursa. Well, now it's Neon's turn to make a decision.
Well, they can go back to Ricky again. Ricky's pretty
Or-
great against Underlord on lane.
Or we could see the
10
Scam
seconds
Chen
remaining.
again.
And you see like a then if that's okay, then it's no Earth Spirit.
5 seconds
Or you can
remaining.
see like the off lane Beastmaster, then like a Scam Ember, and then a Yopash Earth. But this is definitely a harder game for them to pull that off because of this Underlord Kunkka. You have so much damage resistance, right? Underlord Atrophy Aura steals your damage, you have the Rum to deal with, and then you need to go through this Ayo Gyro.
And they are naturally tanky as well.
Maybe if they go Alchemist, they put like the Pugna and Chen as support, and then you run an Alchemist lineup.
And we get the Slark.
Choose your
Okay, going back
Okay.
to a bit of normal stuff. Slug pretty good against both Kunkka and the Underlord.
Yeah, and Underlord.
It's
Yeah.
a natural Ayo killer as well.
Yep.
They don't really have a way of dealing with the Slark, do they?
They actually do. Like they run the Underlord, depending if they want to go Atos or not. But they have ways, like X Mark, Torrent, Ghost Ship, Pit of Malice. But Slug does have a bit of more breathing room, I think, with the Shadow Dance.
I mean, there's other heroes that they have to worry about too, right?
Yeah.
They've got so much. Both teams actually have a lot of sustain, so we could be looking at some really long team fights. Gentlemen, predictions before we hop into the game.
Still going with Neon for this one.
Neon?
I mean, looking at the draft though, even though I'm believing in Neon, but I do think TNC has a better draft to execute.
All right, thank you so much. So we have our predictions from the panel. As for the casters, who do you think are going to win? Lyrical and Winter, take it away for our final game of the series.
Thank you so much, Danny Lee, and you wonderful panel members out there. You guys rock. We got some super crazy stuff going on here, Winter. Underlord, my favorite hero. Aghanim Scepter, GG. That's all I gotta say. Realistically, what do you think about the drafts?
You like Underlord? Okay, never mind. You're a Darkseer player, of course. Same
The way
kind
to
of
go.
hero. Same hero. You know the Underlord combo I like is with the Visage. Have you seen it before?
No, what's that?
So you just rush X, like you draft Underlord and Visage on the same team. So you put the Visage solo mid, Underlord carry, and you rush X and didn't you see like a Reddit thread or something like there's this before when you can get MMR by partying together? There was like a group of people playing every night almost in Southeast Asia, a Chinese stack, and they would do the same draft every time.
That sounds
Underlord,
insane.
Visage, I think it was a
you
bench,
later,
then Beastmaster. I can't remember the last hero, but the sequence of the items will always be the same. The Underlord is in the same lane, we rush X, and they end the game in like 10-15 minutes.
That's amazing. Well, we do have to check out a very different game here, and we're going to hop into it now, as it is, of course, game number 2. Let's do it. and right away with
See
the
you later,
pause
nerd. See you
has
later,
been
nerd.
happening every now and then. But yeah, you're telling me about this strategy. Is it that you go the under? Does it affect the birds?
Yes.
It doesn't affect the bird. It does.
Yes.
Oh my god.
That's the combo.
That's so
That is precisely the combo.
I really do love the Underlord Aghanim's. I've been playing it for like a while, usually with like a Luna or a Gyro or something. But Visage Birds, man, that's a new level of savagery. That's amazing.
This game, if the Underlord is fed, as long as he doesn't face the slug in the lane, he can build. Like, he's gonna need to build like a pipe and a mech first, and then he can consider if he can get the Aghanims later.
So you actually like it. Everybody calls me a memer when I want to pick it.
It's if you can get it. The issue with the hero is you usually have too many items that you want to buy. Okay, you need the mech, because you're the team's designated team player, utility hero. You have to buy mech, you have to buy pipe, otherwise your teammate's gonna flame you. And then someone says, hey guys, we need to do Roche, can someone buy a medallion? Then you're like, okay, I am the team player, I have to buy the medallion. There's always something you need to buy, otherwise you will rush X every time.
I feel like there's got to be something in the personality of all of these different players, you know? Like, it's a different personality type that would want to play carry versus would want to play mid. Versus, you know what I mean?
Support, captain, everything, you have to have a specific personality, especially I think the captain role. You have to be decisive, you have to be strong, you have to be trustworthy.
Wow. That's deep, Winner. You're such a deep guy. Oh, battle.
So what?
Punches, play hard. I think he's just dead. Missiles coming in, give him the doink. And he got doinked. Actually ends up being sent over afterwards to the chin.
He got 3 runes, Gabe. Was that worth? Nah.
You got first blood on Gabby. Of course it's worth. What are you talking about? You don't think so?
No, it's definitely better for Radiant, but Dyer got 3 runes. They are swapping, they are trying to enforce this Underlord against the Slug matchup, which is great for Scambaloo on the Slug. He needs to try to slow this Underlord down, and it's a bad idea for the Slug to go against like an aggressive tri-lane because you're pretty much useless in a tri-lane. And Teams is gonna get a career here for his troubles. Oh, never mind. They saw him?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. And he has to back out. Although the courier, yeah, it's going to be bringing out that sentry ward in a second. We'll see if he's able to find anything there with it.
That's crucial. That is crucial that they block the camp so they can't pull. Because there's 3 heroes here. It means that the Radiant has control over this lane. They can pull and do whatever they want. So as the weaker lane, you have more reason to block off the camp. He's fine.
Damage. I don't know, man. Look at him. He's stunned. He can't handle it.
Yeah, but he has Fairy Fire. The item that will save your life in the lane.
Okay. Tim's, in the meantime, has been able to pull this one all the way back behind the tower. So taking a little bit of farm there away from Mr. Rappy himself.
Yeah,
and get the D ward.
Level 2. Very nice for himself. Let's see if he decides to, like right now he has to make a decision. Do I help this Underlord at bot, or do I freestyle the game, you know? I'll just do whatever the shit I want to do and be happy.
It looks like Tim's is going the stacking up camps route and building up a nice little war chest here. This is cool.
Back to what you said just now about the personalities. You know, as a position 4, you have to have a personality of someone that likes to try stuff, likes to you are kind of like the rebel in the team. You know, you want to do your own thing.
Yeah.
You're gonna it, and you're gonna like, this is my show. Oh wait, his TP got cancelled.
Rappy? He just goes down.
He TP'd. I guess he TP'd too late.
I have no idea, but that really went for. That's as worst it could go.
Paying attention. Where is the Chen to recall me? Okay, Chen has recall.
That's good at least.
Chen can recall him. Okay, don't worry. You're not.
I mean, you sounded really worried.
I wasn't worried. Worry is a sin.
I don't think that's right.
firing is a sin.
I'm pretty sure it's not a sin. Mid lane, we haven't really talked about it that much. It's 14-1 versus 16-7. And down bottom, they're just getting completely bodied. They will bring Tim's down bottom to try and pressure out play hard, but KP right now has 6 last hits. See if they can do anything else. The slowdown there with the disarm. One more punch is all they need, but Tim's isn't going to be able to get there to give it to him. And it's actually building up a lot of stacks here. The pounce afterwards continues to hit away at him. Disarm comes out, and they'll back out.
Uberlord has no mana to finish off the kill. Very sad. You can see the Pugma is the king of pulls, you know. I saw the Jenkins, was it Jenkins that wrote a guide about, I saw the video about the Pugma guide, about how you can always manipulate.
How can you always manipulate it?
Because you have decrab. Like if someone's trying to pull, you just decrab him and the creep will lose aggro towards the guy who's trying to pull.
Makes sense.
So Jenkins made a guide about it, like how to abuse the support partner.
Well, up top, they're going to abuse the channel a little bit, take him down dead.
And who got the rune? So Ember has the bottle refill. So our poor Conker has to go back to base, but he has X mark.
So good. It's the greatest. Is going to get sort of pummeled back a little bit there by Opage, but to be fine.
Think about it, Conker was nerfed so much and the hero is still viable. Imagine how broken he was before.
It was so great. It was the best time ever. It was just pure damage basically. You just like have a rapier and just one-shot people.
You don't use your charge of Tidebringer. Never mind, bounty rune soon. Enough of the Conker. Play hard is fighting with Tim's, who is going to be victorious. He has decrab.
Tim's might be able to still get this kill if he wants to, but now
3 runes again
on cooldown, so they won't go for it.
3 runes again. They're happy. They're happy. So right now, let's see. It's all about going the rotations that you mentioned in the previous game. Right now, the meta is favoring mid laners that rotates around to secure kills on the side lanes after they kill their own catapult in their lane, and then allowing the supports to take the lane to gain some XP.
Right. Well, and this is a bit of a weird one too, though, because it's the Slark and the Underlord, like Tim's combo going on, and Scam is like got crazy denies, but still about even on levels with the Underlord. So that part is still pretty good for Mr. KP.
Wow, okay, that's a good glyph. He just wanted to clear the wave and get out to get his boots. That's a very good glyph.
That's frustrating.
I mean, that's also
at least.
That's also something. I think one of the mid players mentioned that how the glyph can always change the way the mid lane looks. A perfectly used time glyph. Like all these mechanics in Dota, it's what makes it so annoyingly hard to master. When you think, oh, glyph is just there for the tower, you know. Then there's another usage of glyph.
Well, it's like there's battles for efficiency, and then it's like trying to shut down the battles for efficiency as they're happening. Like right there, if Yopage would have been able to recognize that he was going for an XTP, maybe like jumps in and gets a chains or something like that, right? Can make a huge difference. But he doesn't have chains, so it doesn't matter. He's still got a regen rune though. He can play pretty aggressive if he wants to as he clears out this camp.
Yeah, they are trying to just get levels right now. It's more about like how they're gonna stack and get levels. I don't think they can really advance in any lane to pressure the opponent. Beastmaster is not level 6, Underlord's level 6. But the more levels the Radiant team gets, they are gonna be very mobile on the map. Imagine they have X mark to TP back to refill. There's Underlord ultimate to travel around the map. There's relocate. They're gonna be everywhere.
Hard to deal with.
They're
not like the most mobile heroes in the world, but they have mobility spells. Yeah.
This is my kind of fun game as a support, you know, when I have all these kind of cores around me, because then I know I always have backup.
True enough. Kanka gonna head on over here and try and clear through some camps himself. These ones were just double stacked up earlier, so that's going to give Tim's over the mid lane.
So right now, looking at the net worth, all 6 cores are actually farming quite evenly, with Gyro slightly ahead of the pack because he was able to get 3 kills in the early laning phase. But Beastmaster's level 6 now, so we're going to see a rotation towards the Beast soon. Your Patch is running towards the top lane to join with the Beastmaster.
Erupting here. But seeing if they can get it going. Takes over the little mud golem.
That's a value creep for the early game, for the lane.
Yeah.
Go stun.
Tims. And he chased down a little bit here. Opej thinking about going, but just gonna clear the way and then back afterwards. Top lane. They open up onto Rappy and just blow him up. That's level 6 for Gyro.
He just walked there. Oh, he didn't even TP here, so he just walked up, gets the kill. So that's the first rotation, and Teams is getting the XP in the mid lane. This is what I'm talking about when the mid laners are just looking to rotate and give XP to the supports. And Pugma really, you look at the Pugma, he really wants to get a lane right now and just get XP. General getting X mark. Nice stun.
Oh, the golems times it out all weird because of that. And they're moving over now. There's a DD on the Ember who is deciding to get very up close and personal on the march, trying to bring him down low. Do they have enough? They will. Beast for 1 kill. Oh, the Tidebringer there. The roar is going to get off, but this might still be the death of Armel as he turns, gets another right click. But it is going to be a 2-for-1.
30 seconds towards the outpost and bounty runes. So we'll see whether the boat is going to come off cooldown during the outpost and bounty rune fight, which is going to be very crucial. Beastmaster is going to take the top outpost. Let's see what does Radiant want to do. Do they look to defend the bottom outpost, or they are going to rotate towards claiming the top outpost? Seems like they're going to go bot because the Pango is moving bot.
Yeah. And they're going to TP in another now. Kunkka's down here as well. They'd love to be able to get something opened up on the Slark here. And, oh, that night vision, though. He needed to walk in the...
He saw the Kunkka, right?
Yeah, he needed to walk through the trees and it would have gotten kill. Armel. He's got the X here on the play hard if you want. Loses vision. Needs to throw out a torrent. Tries to get it. And instead it's Tims. So Playhard will be able to earn himself a bounty rune. Does it come at a cost, though? It looks like it most likely will. The boat is coming out, pulls him back in, not quite enough, and just barely gets him there. They have roar back up in 13 seconds if they want to chase this down. They're thinking about it. Skem moving through the river, but it's just going to head back to farming.
It's not a boat, though. They have to be careful about fighting at TNC. I have to wait for 1 minute before they have the next ghost ship. Second catapult wave has arrived. Let's see if the Beastmaster can push towers here, but he doesn't really have a very snowbally game going. He just has a reasonable start, not that high on net worth. But let's see whether they can make use of the aura and the Helm of Dawn to push here. They're gonna smoke with the Pugna, so they're probably gonna head towards bot to kill this Underlord with the Slug here. And Chen is going to soak XP mid since he didn't take the book. Pugna was the one who claimed the Tome of Knowledge. No, they're going mid? Why they... Do they... Or did they see the Kunkka? Oh no, they see the Kunkka. He's not an easy kill though.
Definitely not. He doesn't get the boat off. He's still on cooldown. Playhard doing a lot of damage. They get him.
Wow, that's much damage actually. I totally underestimated the damage coming out from the Pugna. The Slug wasn't even needed for that kill, to be honest.
But he picked up the kill because he's the carry.
He got the stats, right? Yeah. Permanent agility.
Yeah, also is getting towards that Echo Saber pretty soon here. The missile gonna get thrown out here. The Opej needs to be a little bit careful. He doesn't have another slate. As damage is out, but he has this remnant out and away afterwards.
Clear the wave. He wanted to slide and clear the wave before he get out. But not enough damage, but still nice play. He's taking, you look at where he's playing on the map right now. He's playing in the dangerous areas, like he's playing the safe area. So it is precisely how they should be playing. And right now, when the next roar comes up, they should plan whether they should move towards top to defend the tower or mid lane. Pugna is once again the recipient of the gold ship.
Yeah. So I kind of am still feeling like there's this duality in this game where Slark oftentimes just feels like this force that's so hard to deal with if he gets a good early game. And the Slark's had a good early game. But likewise, they're going up against Io Gyro with like a ghost ship around him and, you know, with Atrophy Aura that's going to be in kicking into place. Like, how do you feel about the state of this game? This KP is going to get brought down low. Good Pit of Malice. They still managed to get KP killed.
Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower
Mid lane, draw.
Roar.
Oh, damn.
Dude, they're getting destroyed. They jump in afterwards, able to find the final finish onto Armel as well.
Damage.
Dyer's
The
top tower
100
is under attack.
150 thunderclap from the Hellbear Smasher. That's a lot of damage in the early phase.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All the right things being done right now by Neon, but this is what we saw before in game number 1.
Yeah, lineup is better at the early to mid stage. You know, they can take fights faster. They can take towers. They're more tower damage with the Pugna and Chen Beastmaster. TNC has a lineup that needs to play a lot slower. They have the roll. They have the board right now. So let's see if they can take tower defense here.
Thinking about it.
Too low though. I'm not sure if this is a good idea.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Anticipating the movement over. KP is in position with the Pit of Malice. 3 points already up in it. Not gonna go for the all-in play as of yet. Rooted there onto KPX. Comes out afterwards. Got him under fire. There's a Beastmaster who's gonna get completely demolished. Rappy is sent out of here. So they keep their tower alive, at least in deny range.
Radiant's bottom tower
Depending on what
is
they
under
want to do.
attack.
Yeah, it's great for them, saving the tower. Because Dyer really wants to ramp up the pace of this game, you know. TNC is happy playing a slower game. KP, don't think he should be in any sort of trouble. He's gonna deny the tower. Nicely done.
Sleight of Fist back up again in a second with the chains. Didn't quite get it onto the Underlord. Did find Tim's there. Interesting going there. They have Slark already done with the Echo Saber, and now he's going back for Blade Mail. What the hell?
It's good against the Conker and the Gyro. But is it the item? Because they need to play a very fast game.
Wait a minute. Going for this bounty run. They got X here. That should be able to do a little outplay. Although no, on bullet. He didn't get the Sleight of Fist off. He will get it after. No, he got rooted after the stun.
There was no creeps. There were no creeps here. That's why the slide didn't come out. There was no creeps. Oh shit.
Real. Well, that one hurts. And now a 2,000 gold lead, a little bit squandered as it looks like. He's sort of building up some momentum. Skem catching there onto the Pango, trying to bring him down. Bolt is going to land afterwards. He pops the ultimate to live a little bit longer. Needs to hide away. As that pounce back up in 1 second, gets out of the pit, but they still have the missile on him, which will eventually connect. So he does have the dark pack to take it off afterwards, but doesn't even need to.
Neon is in a stressful situation right now. They have to ramp up the pace of the game. This Gyro is getting out of control.
Dude, they're not going to expect this Blade Mail though. Gabby thinking about going in. Skem ready to battle. Trying to make this work here. He pops the Blade Mail. Nobody's hitting him. The Blade Mail is not doing its work, guys. Skem is in some trouble and he is going to get completely destroyed. Oh no. TNC continue to run forward. It's good in theory.
It's good in Gyro is owning, man. He's owning.
God.
But in theory, he gets to reflect damage from the for the Conker and the Gyro. In theory. And good stat.
Isn't that just like strictly worse with the like rum buff too though? Because you're only you're reflecting damage back.
I'm not saying I like it, but I'm just trying to reason.
Okay, that's fair enough.
It's about the mindset. They feel like they have to buy some item on this slot, right? That allows him to snowball and keep fighting. And they feel like he doesn't have time to get BKB, I guess. I'm not sure. Okay. I'm trying to find out why they are deciding to go for this Blade Mail.
God, this is KP Dota if I've ever seen it. Hide in the woods, come on out, cut a creep wave, maybe try and set up a kill, but just stay there.
Whatever he's doing right now, he's just going to go and be the first one there to hold the tower. I mean, this is his job. He's just trying to delay the game for the Gyrocopter to carry his ass.
That's what you got to do. That's the hope. That's the dream. That's the KP way. Now the roar coming out in just a moment. Gotta be careful. Looking for that rolling thunder onto both of them. Catches now onto Rappy. He's pretty deep in there. He's caught off to the side. KP needs to get a Pit of Malice down. Waiting for the perfect one. Hitting on a 4. The damage is out there, but they are already going to lose 2. The boat comes in, lands onto the Beastmaster. Didn't quite work.
They basically relocated there into like some slight of base and slot combo. Didn't even have to use the blade mail. And Kanka here is getting chased down by the Ember. He has a Shadow Blade in 10 seconds. All the damage. Is he actually dead?
I think so. Armel tries to pull him away, but he's gone.
Wow.
We get the kill.
Radiant's
Doing so much damage. I mean, like you said, that's why in the current patch, you kind of like just want to have a mid hero that builds a vessel first,
right?
And you just get some levels, you run around with your vessel, get kills, and you just keep running around and just doing shit like that. You know, you're doing so much damage with the vessel. It's more like a core item now with the change up to the aura.
Yeah, and I like that because it sort of encourages those heroes to be picked that want to get active and make moves around the map and be aggressive, which is cool. That's what you want to see.
So even when you have 0 charges of vessel, you're still negating some healing.
Exactly, yeah. That's the way to do it. So, 19 minutes in, a 3,000 gold lead for Neon. It's a weird game. Very strange. I think this tier 2 tower being down bottom, it feels like simultaneously Neon have such a big lead, but there's like these weird moments where they take bad fights and overextend and then just like lose a bunch of heroes.
Is under attack.
Outpost, Slugs TPing top, 30 seconds to outpost.
Alright, Tim's leashed. He's building up some stacks, running away.
I mean, the blade mail is kind of working.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
I mean, I'll take the blame on that flame, but I agree with it. Ooh, relocate in.
Oh, they're gonna get 3 arguments. I'm not too.
Look at this though. They're relocating back in. Everybody was set up for them. They were waiting. They recalled in the Ember. No, the chains didn't connect. Oh, and just like that, Neon, they were perfectly set up for it, but just missed.
So the gyro changes his mind. Instead of finishing the axe, he goes back for the BKB.
I guess the blade mail kind of makes him do that, sort of. Is that your read of the situation?
I mean, also the fact that they have a lot of magic burst from the Ember plus the partner. I mean, so it's nice to have the BKB. Because you are getting pressure right now, right? I think if the game is going better for Radiant, say they are like 50-50 right now, there's no 3k deficit, I think it's okay if you go for the farming Aghanims. But if the game is rocky like what it is right now, it's better for you to just buy a fighting item.
What do you think about this double Helm of the Dominator, by the way? As Skem is just going to jump onto March, try and get the slow down, blade mail out, trying to force back Gabby. Has his ulti still if he wants to use it. The wraparound is coming from pretty far away. Armel is there to sort of block him off. Skem maybe in a little bit of trouble here, but the rest of his team was trying to connect. As they're draining his mana, in some trouble. He gets Yule sceptered up. He does still have his ulti if he wants to pop it. Has to pop it now. The connection is coming in with the rest of his team. Yeah, Badge is already there. They drop down that middle mouse, but isn't going to connect. Skim gets out. Now they're in a terrible position. And they kill off March. They will be able to. KP trying to pull the rest of the team. He pulls them in together, and he will manage to get them out. Just barely.
That's a $10 tip for your Uber driver. Just at the nick of time. In the nick of time, getting everyone out. Just losing the position 5 IO there. Underlord
ulti, the save that they needed in that moment, and that's an interesting little dynamic too. Is like you mentioned, so much just pulling people around the map. They're gonna group up together now, and try and take Roche. This is a bold play by Neon.
They need to wait for the boat.
Oh my god, the 3-person towards the pit of battle afterwards. They gotta get the hell out of there. Look at the damage. They're all right. Buyback from the Jenny's trying to save a life here. But it is going to be Skem going down afterwards, possibly. Yes.
Oh, now you pull back.
Nice manage. He gets the ulti off, but will eventually die. And now with Roche half HP, dude, they all just sat together in the pit and got torrented.
Right, they just didn't have I think if they have Blades, yeah, sure, they can go for Roche. Because they don't have Blades, they don't have Medallion. So Roche is not good. It's not a great of an idea for them to go for Roche.
Oh, Yopaj, he thought the Roche was down. It's not quite there. It is going to fall. And they snatch the agents. What? How did he get that one? How is he doing it?
Do not.
Unbelievable. So he does have his remnant. They immediately go over to the side, catch him here. Now Rappy trying to keep his buddy alive. They're going to roar one, pushes them all back out. They're actually dropping down super low. Look at the sleight of fist damage. Isn't enough. Tim's, he's going to get brought down just barely. By the skin of his teeth, almost completed it. So 2 end up falling. Unreal.
Savior for Neon here. And they're going to get killed for much. Oh, this is a huge snatch of the Aegis here. I think if Radiant was able to get the Aegis, I think the fight was literally gonna be stomped. The Radiant team stomping all over the Dire team. And they could not afford that to happen, because they are the ones having more of the early game lineup, and the Slug going for the blade mail is kind of signaling that he's going to just go all in for this aggression.
Going Heaven's Halberd next. He's just about to have it. Rappy under control and gonna get killed. So, a Hand of God? Oh, that signals to them that they got to get out. They know now that people are coming over to rotate. And Gabby, he doesn't have a TP. He doesn't have a TP. He doesn't have a BKB. Are they going in? They're deciding to fight? Shadowblade Armel catches Scam, X's there onto the Chen. Pulls him back in with that boat and is going to be able to connect. Well, now the follow-up coming. TNC continuing to stream in and just... I don't know what it is with Neon. They're just dying.
No, they're trying to push the top tower, but they were not ready because Slug, he was just he was coming over. He was a while. It was like maybe a 10-second away from joining his team. Yeah, they just needed everyone to be there, and they understood that they are not gonna they can't allow the game to keep going like this. They have to up the tempo. Right. But I feel the Slug has to get a BAB still, Without, I feel like he gets this blade, then he gets the helmet, but it doesn't really help him fight.
Well, he can at least find pickoffs if nothing else, as March is going to die there.
Yeah, but he needs a BKB in the fights against the Rolling Thunder, the bolt, the like there's so much magic damage.
And he is going for it now.
Is it too late? I'm not sure.
I mean, maybe. It's hard to tell. It's like they've lost so much momentum, but at the same time, they're able to sneak away that Aegis. Smoke. Finding Gabby.
Yes, BKB.
They have an Ember, or rather a Beastmaster, though. Roar's going to be their KP with the ulti, trying to bring him down before he gets out of there. BKB comes out, and they're away.
Still fine for Dire. That's a 10-second BKB, right? No, 9 seconds. Still pretty big deal.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
God. Yopaj just has that taunt on cooldown. I swear, that's all I'm hearing all game long. So 20 to 14, and I think that this is that moment where if you're TNC, you have so many different tools to take the fight, right? Like Kunkka, BKB is there, 10-second one. Tim's has his Blink Dagger. Feels like they have a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, and TNC is using this relocate well, and this time you see March, he's just hiding. He knows he can't make the same mistake anymore. He doesn't want to hit the creeps, he's just staying in the trees. But they're just using this relocate to push out waves, delay the game. And once the gyro gets to the point where Satanic plus Rapier, similar to the last game, they're just going to win the game.
We'll see if they are going to have a free path towards that. Fun fact to all you people out there, if you cast Fusel Blade on creeps, it roots them. Fun stuff.
Is it a root or it's an inhibit? Like is it
it's
actually
a root? It's a root on creeps. It's an inhibit on heroes. It's really weird. I don't know why it's like that, but it is.
Life's not fair.
Right?
DOTA's not fair.
Well, top lane, they're kind of setting up for a fight here, possibly. Everybody's back behind him. They smoke up. Burst out front.
So burst him first. If he doesn't go down, the gyro is not going down. They don't have blink on the Beastmaster though. I think the Beastmaster has to be the one with the dagger to jump the IO and eliminate him from the fight.
He's feeling like he wants to go BKB instead. Just wait for TNC to run into them.
If it's not getting blink, it means that it's going to be up to the most likely the Ember to get to the IO. It's not going to be easy for the Slug to get him, so it's only the Ember that can realistically get the IO in the fights.
Okay.
Like they have too much sustain right now, I think, with the IO and the Rum, plus the Gyro. He's just going to output so much damage in the fights.
Wraparound coming right now. The side of Neon. See if they can open up onto anybody.
Ooh, has the high ground.
They see the courier go by though. They know, and they're instead going to try and connect over to the side where the Gyro and IO are. This is a good move here.
Use your
see if they can get him. Wrap in. Gabby. Need to get out of there. They have Roar available. They're running up to the north. Hawk just barely going to catch sight of him there. But now they're connected back with the rest of their team. KP still hunting. Skems there, breaking the smoke right onto all of them. Yobad finding more right at the start of this fight. Can they blow him up in time though? No Roar used as of yet, and none used at all in the fight. They didn't even get it off. Up on the north side though, they have taken down the IO. Can they get any more afterwards? IO buys back. Beastmaster buys back. They need to get into this fight. And there's going to be the connection now on to Gabby. See what more they can find with Play Hard there. Mark is going to have to TP in afterwards, but they don't hold the outpost. Who's he going to relocate out? Or is he going to end up dying? They kill off Gabby. They end up chasing forward, looking for more. KP barely getting them out of there in time. But they traded off and the Gyro went down.
Yeah, they have to be careful once the BKB is down. The Gyro actually is very susceptible to the magic burst from the Ember plus the Pugna. They do so much magic damage.
It happens in an instant. And I mean, the thing that's interesting about that though is that is a fight where like they didn't really get Roar off until the later end of it, you know, and it still ended up looking like kind of okay. Pretty good for him, I would say, getting the Gyro dead.
They have to be careful with how they're taking the fights because TNC, they kind of ran down the low ground. They were on the low ground. It was easy for Neon to choose the right targets because they have the superior region there. They were on the high ground. I mean, I felt like maybe TNC was like, oh, we are strong, you know, we beat Gyro running in, gonna take the fight eventually. But they just forgot to account that once his BKB is down, the magic damage actually is gonna destroy him.
True. Such an overwhelming amount of magical damage. The Slark is going to go for a Scotty next, which I definitely like.
Yeah, he's good against the Wisp. Stop some of his regen, not allowing the enemy to kite. You know, this Blade Mail is like, I guess it's just there for forcing the BKB. I don't know, man. It doesn't seem particularly useful.
I like it, but I do think that it's rather weird. It feels like it was really helpful through those first engagements where Gyro is like super strong. It kind of forces him to have a bad time. You picking up what I'm putting down?
Well, either way, it's already past the phase that the Blade Mail is going to be useful anyway. So it's just there for the stats right now. The 28 damage, you know, the 6 armor.
That's where it's at. Love to see it. Roche capable to respond in 30 seconds. That feels like it's going to be the next place that they end up fighting.
Step lively now. Your admiral is
Ember running down mid lane to cut off the wave, and TNC just going to take over top side jungle here. Play together as much as possible. In these league formats, every single game is so important. We're in it for the long haul for these guys, trying to get points, move forward. So 32 minutes in, it's about a 2,000 gold lead, and Roche back up. This is number 2 for them, and we'll see if there is a battle for it, or if it's just going to be sort of running around the map trying to outmaneuver each other farming.
What's the other item for Dire that they're waiting for? Are they actually waiting for the Skadi, or they're... I feel like they don't really need anything. Like, whereas for Radiant, they kind of need the Rapier to come alive.
Yeah, they don't really have that clear direction. Interesting. Rappy actually went back instead for the Blink Dagger, like you were talking about. As Relocate comes up top, Skem has the Dark Pack afterwards, tries to get himself out of here. BKB, jump away. Still, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what's going on at this moment, but he's got Armel in his sights.
He's trying to stop it.
Oh, that was good though. They get him out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So they use the Underlord ulti to chase them away, and it looks like the rest of Neon is able to escape. So again, weird little maneuvers going on.
Rush is up. I mean, this is the mobility of their heroes, right? The Underlord ultimate, the Relocate, the X-Mark, you're able to go everywhere.
Yeah. Love to see it. So this, to me, you're talking about this meaning that Rappy is just going to blink on the IO every game and start it with the roar?
Yes, so either him or the Ember. If the Ember is on the IO, then the Beastmaster can save his roar, let's say for the BKB Gyro. Okay. Or the Rolling Thunder for the Panda. But I think the Gyro is a very, very high priority target that you only want to use your roar on him, you know?
Mm-hmm. Alright, that's fair. Smoke up now. Gabby gonna pick up.
Oh no.
Illusion Rune. The full collapse on. This is just gonna be a painful pick off. Super quick death. And meanwhile, on the other side, he's moving so fast. 527, the chase, the run, he's getting out of there. Dude is so freaking speedy. The Relocate's coming in, gonna TP out of there. Does he get out in time? Just barely. Unreal. See you later, nerds, indeed.
You will not see a better escape this week. That's gonna be on the highlight reel.
God. That was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I was wondering why they even buffed the item. I thought the item was already kind of borderline OP, you know, Spider Legs. And then they gave it another buff.
Courier has been killed.
I don't know. You arachnophobic? Is that what's going on here? Very concerned about spiders?
I like spiders. Hello?
Okay, that's good.
Do you actually like spiders?
Radiant
Do you like eating them?
No, not so much. Not the biggest fan of that.
Deep fried, a layer of batter on top.
Why not just eat like popcorn chicken or something? You know, that's delicious.
Because spider has less fat, raw protein, you know.
Okay, but I like sugar. The heck's wrong with you?
I have a strict limitation on my quota for sugar.
Okay. You're so self-disciplined. Unbelievable. Actually, that's not true. You eat more than anybody.
It's what you put in your mouth. Not the amount. Okay, fine, it's the amount too, but...
Well, top lane, Gabby and March now we've gone off that segue. And again, as you mentioned, March recognizing the importance of staying hidden away in the trees there when the gyrocopter is hitting those creeps to not present an easy target. But it's just sort of been AFK farming simulator for the last couple minutes.
Yeah. Both teams are just really, really careful waiting for the next Roche to spawn. They know that whoever loses the fight, loses the Roche, will probably lose the game.
He's going to be chased back again. Tier 2 tower taking some pretty good damage here. Will eat the stun on his chin. Does almost have the full Scotty completed. But down bottom, they're keeping the pressure on. Neon trying to force back TNC to defend their base.
I think the Kanka needs to go and maybe try to set up some kill here. This Pokemon is way too annoying. They're gonna use Underlord ulti, they're gonna relocate.
Yeah.
Everyone's home.
Okay, get away, run out of there. Oped, seeing if he can find somebody. Armel is here. Ooh, he's thinking. Not going.
There's no reliable disable.
Wait a minute.
Wait, what?
Remnants going crazy. He gets pulled back in.
Yeah.
Rooted. In trouble. No, he gets the remnant out. That was close.
That was so close. Too close for comfort. Why did you do this?
But at the same time, I mean, those movements right there means that it opens up some bottom tower pressure here. Necrobooks level 3 are going to disappear, but you do get a couple of hits there from the Nether Blast from the Pugna.
When you feel that Gyro needs to buy Abyssal this game, I feel like they need some lockdown, maybe even more lockdown. Like damage is not exactly the problem here. They have a lot of damage, but they can't catch the slug. They can't catch the ember.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Well,
attack.
and a big problem they just got is that Slurk got a leveler, and he's gonna have the Scotty done. He's actually so scary, about to be level 25. So Rapier's gonna be on the deck for Gabby. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I feel like it's still, like you said, it might not be enough.
I think Basher, Abyssal. You buy Abyssal, right? Actually. No, he buys Rapier.
Alright, we'll see.
Is damage actually the problem? I feel like
that blade mail.
It's the lockdown, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he has the IO to, you know, beef him up, you know. I think the blade mail is not that scary. Because you have high armor and damage resist from with the IO tether with overcharge to you.
Yeah, and I guess the damage resistance with the Kunkka boat too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Just need a Blitz. Please buy me a Blitz. Your Majesty demands a Blitz.
Gyrocopter. Still has that rapier all done up and ready to go. Bottom. They got him. Possibly. Chance? Nope. He is so fast. Decrypts himself. Tries to run away, but the torrent's going to be there. And they will end it. Claiming a bounty.
I mean, the question is this slot going to be able to match the gyro and the IO? I mean, I think if it's just the gyro, I think he will be able to do it, but I'm not so sure if there's an IO.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of interesting little items that make it annoying for the gyro, definitely, you know?
Late mail, you say?
Well, I mean, like the halberd too, right? Like the halberd's pretty cool, I think, that's guard. Top side, in a lot of trouble. Taking the damage, the gyrocopter destroyed all of those summons so quickly, and now he's gonna get, or Aegis, they need to get in here, trying to move in quickly enough. Are they gonna get there in time? Scam spots it out, the remnant comes in, gotta be careful. Can he get a second steal? Not quite in time. Armel able to pick it on up, and now Jopedge in a lot of trouble, gets the remnant to jump away, barely keeping himself alive. In the meantime, Scam is having to back out, but they might be able to catch a couple other on the other side. They did not quite manage to stop them from getting away, but they will at least get March.
Was that a dieback? Long back. So Rappi got the tier 3 power. Your Purge got the cheese. I think it's still a reasonable trade for them, for the Roshan. I mean, they're still in a pretty good position here because they can actually threaten to get the bot Rex next if that happens again. PNC has to be very, very careful about the lanes, you know. They need to get the lanes out before they decide to go and do something. Xma, Rappi has a BKB. Wait, what? Oh, he doesn't have a BKB. Oh,
I mean, okay. Is he gonna get out of here? I guess. Oh, and Ember shows up. He just gets out of nowhere. Coming through, finds him, and Tim's gonna end up dying.
Top lane, Gyro's in a little bit of a border, but he's gonna be fine.
Okay.
He has to be very, very careful about using the BKB and the Satanic. Because the deep trap can be a very devastating tool against the Gyro.
Scam finishing off the MKB now and going back for the Satanic after 10,000 gold lead. And, you know, the thing that's interesting about this, too, is, like, even the process of them going in there and interrupting the Roche, it's so important because it meant that they couldn't get it freely on the Gyrocopter. The Aegis, Armel is the one that has it now.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the person you want having it.
Imagine it.
Finds KP yet again, does have the Dark Rift, but not going to go for it.
Imagine the Gyro having the Aegis and cheese, or the cheese would be on the IO and the Aegis on Gyro. The game would look so vastly different.
Not necessarily where you want to be. And I mean, you always think about, like, all right, big relocate plays to go for backdoor, or, you know, the Underlord going in to try and make it happen, but it doesn't work since all the tier 2s still up.
Look at all the tier 2s. That's not even going to be an option for Radiant.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You little dingus. Mr. Winter.
Explain that word.
Explain net worth? I don't know.
Explain that word. Dingus.
I don't actually know what it means.
Coming in.
They can do. Jump onto two of them. Lopez tries to chase, tries to kill Tim's. No, the lure comes out in time. Barely able to get him. All right, he's going to come back in. Round 2 of this one. Beastmaster gets the BKB off, but he does not last long. They're ripping him apart here with this gyrocopter. Goes out the diffusal blade, still spiraling up to the high ground. Stem tries to find the back line, but he's also going to be controlling. Look at the jump back and forth. Oh, but Stem got the BKB off. That status resistance from the halberd working it beautifully. Mark is dead. Armel's in trouble. He's coming back in a second, but Stem, look at him. Terrified. Gabby from the Titanic comes out in time. He's keeping him alive. Gabby able to live. And with everybody jumping back in, he makes it work without the IO. And Skem has to run. He's got to get out of here. It's too much.
He bought another rapier at the secret shop in the middle of the fight.
What in the hell? Dude, he has so much damage. What in God's name? Okay, well, KP is going to die here. It looks like, no, they don't want to dive for it. Opedge thinking about it. If they're not careful, this second rapier could really dismantle them here.
He needs his partner, Gabe. March has to be alive.
22 seconds as they are destroying the tier 3 towers. I mean, double rapier gyro, they're so far behind right now, but it does kind of have that feeling like if you overextend as Neon, which we've seen them do before, all of a sudden this game can turn on its head. Io is about to be back up. Neon have to be very careful in spite of their dominant position.
Every packet.
That's it. Get it out now. Chasing Hex. They don't have any follow-up. They're not there. Edge will get stunned. BKB's back up again though, and Neon still feeling comfortable with where they're at. Skem punches a couple of times. There's the melee racks. I mean, it is dropping, but he's in kind of deep. Has to be careful. Edge also trying to get out there. Look at the damage coming out to these two. Edge gotta run. BKB out. Still getting the damage out. The right clicks are there, but it's not quite enough. They will kill off one.
Cannon, man. It's owning.
Chasing. They want to go for him here. Off to the side. BKB. Oh, the relocating jumps into the trees. What a player. Dude, had he not did that, I think the Slurk just dies. Great decision making to recognize the relocate coming in. And they managed to keep the Slurk alive.
Man, the double rapier is actually allowing them to hold on to this game. They just need a Blitz. Seriously, they need a Blitz. Somebody buy a Blitz for the gyro.
You know what's interesting here too? Gabby's keeping a hold of this flicker. Like, I kind of like it. So much movement speed.
Dispel for the root. That's nice.
And he doesn't have the he doesn't have boots right now too, so it sort of makes up for it. Oh my god, there's a DD bottom. Gabby's gonna go check it out. What? He has so much damage. Dude, he does 1,000 damage a punch. Just go end the game.
He's gonna like 2-shot the support, 3-shot.
Dire's middle tower.
He has so much damage. Yo, Blade Mill is back. You guys ready for this?
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
He does so much damage. I don't know about this one.
They need to wait for Roche. I don't think they feel comfortable, like even with the double damage, I don't think they feel comfortable going up the high ground here. They have to consider buybacks and whatnot, so...
Dude, they just if they're not careful, they're gonna like backdoor the tier 3s with a relocate. Unironically, this is amazing. This is so good. Oh my god. Do you think that's worth it to go just for like backdooring the top tier 3 if they're like pushing down bottom or something?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
It's the beauty of late game relocates, you know? You always have to take that into account. Then he's going for Abyssal right now.
Okay. I want to see the third rapier. I don't know what you get rid of though. Even with this, I don't know what he gets rid of.
You eat the Aghanims.
Okay. Alright, I'm picking up what you put down. Just one-shots everything. Doink. You know, that might be one area that's a little bit scary is like if Gabby kills the creeps too quickly, I mean, he might not be able to get in range of a hero to right click potentially.
Roche is going to be the last stand here.
Long Roche timer, 2.5 minutes. What does that give them time to get into?
Subtle burn, subtle burn.
I guess maybe Abyssal?
Yeah. AC will be nice. Anything to buff the gyro. You know, AC, Solar Crest, Blast. But nobody's getting. I mean, the Conqueror's building an AC.
How realistic do you think it is that TNC win this game right now?
Reasonable. 50-50.
50-50. You're giving me that kind of odds. All right.
It's either Radiant wins or Dire wins. 50-50. Welcome to DOTA 101.
You're such a smart guy. I wish I could be more like you.
It's either you win or you lose.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And the Slurk, I mean, again, all these items, they might not make a difference if you're just getting hit for like, you know, almost 1,000 damage a right click with Gabby and occasional bash. He's got the full Abyssal.
Smoke of Destiny. Who has the vision? The Hawk is gonna give the Dire team an advantage with the vision here.
Yeah, it is, and they're coming up on the low ground, throwing out another Hawk now. This Beastmaster talent, so good in these late game scenarios. So wait, Morch, what are you doing? Lord, right at the start of the Abyssal Blade, he's living through it. No, he's dead. Rise back immediately, trying to get into this fight. Scam, under control, he's already in his ulti. They're trying to find KP, see if they can bring him down. Gyrocopter isn't really hitting onto anybody. He's just getting sort of pulled around, but it's still enough. They will find the Chen and a couple of quick hits from those that are trying to keep him alive, but to no avail. 2 dead, no buyback.
10-11k ahead, but they're running away from this monster gyro.
Yeah. It's insane.
They have no way of touching him with the iron. Like that was like the best possible start of the fight that you can imagine for Dire. They get the March IO right away. But they still couldn't clean up the fight.
Well, and it kind of does speak to one of the issues that you've got is, you know, late game scenarios often come down to vision, as you said, and those Hawks.
And
so it's a problem.
The 4-star was crucial there. Wasted a lot of time for Neon to finish off the March kill initially.
Gabby, up on the high ground now. They're taking down this tier 3 tower. So vital, and with double rapier again, this opens up a possibility for going for backdoor. But over here to the side, Pango, Tim's is caught completely all alone. Is going to have to go for the ulti. Does manage to get the jump up in the other direction. Roar is there though. Meanwhile, the Hex comes out. Rest of the team's coming on in, trying to go for the fight. Scam onto all of them, trying to bring down Io. No, he just hitting into Gabby. It's not enough. Look at the damage. He managed to get his ulti off just barely. Still trying to remnant every which way out of there. They managed to escape, and off on the side to get a courier kill as well, but Roche is up. It's an Aghanims. Oh wait, relocate bottom. Yeah, they need to deal with this.
So it's the Underlord Aghanims incoming.
I'm not sure.
Would you give it to the Kanka? I'll probably give it to
I like Kanka.
The Underlord Aghanims. No one gives you priority. You can do so much.
It's true.
But no.
But no, you can do nothing. What about Pango? Do you like that at all?
Not on the support Pango.
Whoa. Scam moving in. They send in the courier. Radiant no now. No Pango for 18 seconds. Gabby walking into the pit, spotting him out. There's the root. Scam gonna get hit by a missile. That's gonna call it good for the moment. There's a couple of Hawks here in the pit.
He just bought a heart, by the way.
What?
On a gyro.
Okay. That's interesting. Why did he buy a heart? Please enlighten me.
If I no die, I output damage.
Okay.
You're not on board. You're just like, why didn't he buy another rapier? Why? You have much behind you. He can save you. Why do you buy heart?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it sort of makes sense though, like you're talking about, as long as he can live. Do they have enough damage to kill him? Like, who's the damage dealer on Neon?
Everyone.
I guess.
Everyone does some damage, apart from Chen.
Refresher orb for Ember. I feel like I missed that one. Oh my god, a rapier picked up now for Slark as well. Oh geez, 3 rapiers in this game, and we're heading towards a clash. A big one here. X comes out onto that Beastmaster under control. Rolling through onto 2. BKB out from Rappies, he gets the blink away. They do have the disengage for the moment. But Roche is up. Both teams know it.
I'll tell you for sure, the slot Divine Rapier does not feel terrifying.
No. Maybe for some of those supports though. Finds now a hero, disarmed for the moment. Scam doing a ton of damage to KP. They follow it up afterwards. Gabby just destroyed the Pugna. Now they gotta be careful. The Goat ship fleet is going in. Oh, the Abyssal Blade! They got him! Oh no, but he's able to get the Remnant out afterwards. X marks the spot. Controlled Remnant. Able to escape.
He uses Refresher for that.
So important, so vital. And down bottom, they have to deal with this split push, just one hit of the flak, and they suddenly have dealt with it.
So what did they use the last fight? They just used, I mean, Radiant didn't really use any really significant spells. Dire used, I mean, there's no really big cooldown here in either side.
Yeah.
Everything's relatively low cooldown.
Just run at you, Dota. Keep it going.
I mean, the things that you're gonna look at in the fight is whether they get the Hex on the Ember or the Slug to kill him, or the Heaven's Helmet. Those are the key items that could change the outcome of the fights.
On the high ground now. Armel. Field, there's the Hex right at the start on the Pugna. Not a great start to this one. Roar used on Kunkka. Meanwhile, Skem tried to get up there, but a 4-stab keeps him alive. And now the jump through, Hand of God, not enough to keep him alive. BKB, Skem now tries to turn. Did you see Tanic too? He used everything. He used everything. He used it all. He's dead. Large goes down.
And there you go. You have your wish. There's 3 rapiers there.
Unbelievable. They're going to pick that one up, surely. It's right here. And they're all sitting on top of it. Armel decides he's going to get it, okay? Ember tried to pick it up. He went for the Remnant in on top of it. But I guess he didn't click it in time, or maybe he didn't have a slot open. That must have been what it was. He didn't have a slot open when he Remnanted on top of it.
Yeah. I think that was probably the case. He just forgot to move an item away. I mean, you see the Slug Rapier isn't really that terrifying. Like, usually when you get to the stage 50-60 minutes, this Super League game as a Slug, I've seen players go for a Refresher. Because the way you do damage is you get another set of spells, especially either your second BKB or your second Shadow Dance. It gives you more room to do damage compared to buying something like a Rapier. But either way, he doesn't really match up very well against the Gyro with Rapiers, with the IO backing him up.
Straight for the tier 4s now. TNC smell blood in the water. They want to go for it. The relocate coming in, or rather the Dark Rift coming in. As KP is there to help tank through the damage. They go for the Remnant out. Still a lot of damage coming out on all of them. Gabby just gets the Abyssal onto the Ember. Full control. They will manage to get another round of Sleight of Physics. A lot of damage onto the supports at least. Flicker is there, but eyes on the prize. They're taking it down on the Ancient. Pendants down again as well. And they just bully it down. Defend Ancient is the game, and they couldn't do it. TNC 2-0 over Neon.
I'll take the pleasure and the pain, the sorrows in your brain, 'cause I know you're on the run. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, your secrets to my grave, 'cause you are the only one, 'cause you are the only one, the only one.
dance. Do you wanna dance?
sounds of your heartbeat. I can hear it now.
Bad luck. Sorry about that, folks. I tried.
Yeah, well,
Speaking of trying, now we're gonna move on to the game, of course. So Boom Esports versus GEEK Fam. What do you know about these two in their previous matchup?
well, Boom Esports, they love their Zoom meta, they love to play really fast with all the summon units. And for GEEK Fam, they have been really solid. They go for this really teamfight intensive draft, and they love their big ultimate heroes as well, the Chronosphere, Mr. Void.
Yeah, they also prioritize Dragon Knight. So if Dragon Knight goes through, you might see GEEK Fam pick it up again. I think GEEK Fam did play Dragon Knight on both the off lane and the mid lane.
And there's the setup already, banning the Timbersaw.
Yeah, there you go, Timber ban. Timber has not had any luck getting through the draft. But Boom Esports with the Vano, Pango and the Ogre ban. I think the Ogre ban was also because GEEK Fam plays that Ogre to the core enabler. Whitemon does play that hero.
Well, pretty good Vano ban there. GEEK Fam has played it a lot, and banning the Vano also forced GEEK Fam to ban out the Ursa.
Yeah, maybe sniffing an Ursa strat coming.
Yeah, because Boom Esports, they have the first pick, so you definitely don't want to let Ursa go to their hand.
Yep, the Oracle ban, we don't see this often, but because GEEK Fam have been really, pinning, putting all their eggs in the Raven car basket, so the Oracle does definitely come to mind.
You know what we could see for Raven, considering that
the Chen post one.
we could, I mean, considering that he played it in his pubs last night. So.
Imagine how crazy it is. Like he loses to the strat, he goes back, plays a couple of games, a couple of ranked games with Chen post one, and today he just said, you know what, let's bring our Chen post one against.
Yeah, I think you can't underestimate him, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can't win him and join him, right? So Chen is up. It's up to GEEK Fam whether they want to pick it or not.
I think if they want to do it, it might have to be that gimmick last pick, like just surprise pick, last pick Chen for Raven. It also depends if he's comfortable with it as well, because I think we have to also remember that not everyone can play with micro heroes at the end of the day. So even though the hero in itself, it might be very good, if your player can't micro, then there's no point picking a hero if you can't use it to its full capacity.
Yeah, speaking of micro, we haven't seen Raven playing a lot of heroes that requires micro.
Yeah.
Or often he'll just go for the very classic traditional carry. So that's definitely one thing to be put into our mind. But Beastmaster and Quap will be in the hands of GEEK Fam.
Yeah, I think Boom Esports would also love to consider the Chen pick, right? Because they do play mentioned this a lot of times, the Zoom meta. So Chen definitely does complements that.
Or they can just go back to the traditional mask. Alright, Chen.
Yeah, the Chen.
Alright, so no Raven Chen, but Boom will be picking it up for themselves instead. I mean, we've seen what Chen can really do. He can play we've seen him play as a core, we've also seen him play as a support. If you're Boom though, if we take a look at Boom and how they generally play their heroes, what do you feel like this Chen is most likely going to be?
I think most likely it's going to be Cascade Chen.
Yeah, it's a support Chen.
I think teams have really been loving this duel a lot, because not only is synergized when you death blow and push, like having the egg as a protection of your formation, but also the sustain is crazy as well. The Sun Ray, and you have Divine Favorite to amplify that.
Yeah.
That's something that a lot of people have overlooked.
If looking at all the healing from Boom Esports, if you're GEEK Fam, would you want to grab someone that can actually reduce that healing?
AA is the pool. We haven't seen a lot of teams picking this up. I wonder why, but maybe you have to start looking at AA.
Yeah, AA has been banned, only banned once. I think it's a response to an IO pick. I think it's a response to an IO pick or a Chen pick. I don't remember clearly, but it has been banned once the entire regular season. Ember is also decent. Is a natural spirit vessel carrier, same as the Quap. So they can just kind of designate that to one of these heroes.
A lot of flexibility from GEEK Fam's side. They can still chill and look at what Boom Esports wants to pick and respond with the fourth pick to finally reveal what are all the roles of their heroes. However, for Boom Esports side, they probably want something that can take down the elusive Ember and Quap.
We saw the Mars we used yesterday. That was one of the ways to guarantee a spear as also effective into a storm. They could pick a Mikoto hero if they want to. I think for Boom Esports, they could be looking at the Mars. Mars is always decent. or you can just fall back to the Wyvern. But since they don't play a core Chen, so I don't see that Wyvern coming out.
Could be core Wyvern. I mean, we saw Ice play earlier today.
Yeah, but
True, but doesn't feel like a Boom Esports thing.
yeah, it's not an FPZ hero because most of the time you want a solid hero FPZ, someone that can initiate, someone that can tank through all the damage from Mikoto and Dribble Cell. Kunkka is going to be the hero, still a little flex. You can either go mid or go off lane. So far, they want more information before they reveal themselves. There we go.
This hero has been banned quite a few times as well.
Just
so
once, honestly.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, it's only once.
There's a lot of setup for this hero. There's your raw, there's your steering chain. But one thing A doesn't give you is the stuns. You don't have stuns for this hero, so immediately the AM pick coming out to abuse that.
Yeah, and AM just does amazingly into AA. The A can almost never hit you with his spells if you play correctly.
So all of a sudden, it looked like it was going to be GEEK Fam to control the tempo of the game, but now that there's an anti-mage, they're the ones that are on the clock, really, because they don't have anything that can contest with an anti-mage late game.
They need a big Gotcha pick here, to be honest.
Meepo? Okay, actually, Meepo doesn't look that appetizing, honestly, into Boom's lineup.
Yeah, they have a lot of great AoE
good
spells.
Yeah.
Maybe something like a TA could be good. Haskell as well. Like, it's just that TA is not great against Phoenix and the Kunkka, but maybe there's something that you want to play fast, you can look at.
I mean, they also need to consider something that might have some kind of hard lockdown too, because you can't just rely on this Beastmaster and the Ember Spirit for lockdown for an anti-mage. There's no way they can kill him in time.
Yeah, but there's not much mid-hero that does that nowadays, that are in the meta.
Wait, why are we keep looking at mid-hero? Because I think
post one, right?
I think GEEK Fam needs a post one here.
Yeah.
Well, Void looks really good here for GEEK Fam.
Feels like a quad support at this point. Got Ricky banned, so probably it's a post one.
Tide Hunter.
My goodness.
Oh, that solidifies the team fight.
That's a huge one.
Wow, looking at team fight is crazy. GEEK Fam needs to get something that can buy a BKB now.
Sounds like I think a Void would be okay.
This DK would have been wonderful if it was still in the pool.
Void, Spectre doesn't look too bad, but I think Void is slightly better because he can play faster alongside the Chrono synergize as well with the AA Blast.
5 seconds remaining.
Unless they're looking for like a gotcha support pick, but there's not much support that you're looking for. Oracle is banned now.
Yeah, GEEK Fam needs a winning condition right now. They don't have anything that can kill the anti-mage or anything that can push tower in fast enough.
They need something with the silence, maybe. Silence more effective against that Tide Hunter.
If they want to go really fast, they can go for a Bloodseeker. Slug looks okay too, Slug against Tide and Kunkka.
Wonder if they want the Prophet.
Oh yeah, Nature's Prophet is still in the pool.
Nature's Prophet, even the Death Prophet. Then you can kind of toss this Quap to a support role. Surprisingly, Nature's Prophet actually went through and no one is picking it up for the first time.
I think most teams are expecting it at this rate, right? About the Nature's Prophet coming through.
Yeah, most of the time you just end up, whoever has the first pick, you're just grabbing it, right?
Yeah, but this is the first time that no one has considered Nature's Prophet. But it still is also like a hero that these two teams don't really lay their hands on that often.
We might be seeing something new from GEEK Fam today.
I wonder what they want to go for though. This anti-mage is a like fourth pick anti-mage into a lineup that has no lockdowns in the first 3 picks is just super deadly.
And their only push is in that Beastmaster as well. You can't just go for team fight and not have something that helps speed up the objectives. Because at the end of the day, team fighting doesn't always equal objective taking.
Yeah.
I think we've seen that from Neon Esports. Like they're one of the best case studies.
Unfortunately.
Right.
I mean, most of the carry are being banned out now, so there's really not a lot of choices left for the side of GEEK Fam.
Yeah, they really are taking their time for this. You probably just have to relegate the...
Is it a Morphling pick? If they want to really secure the late game for themselves, they can still go for Morphling. Morphling pretty good against Tide in the late.
Okay.
They're going fast.
They got the push, so at least they've got something to help them if they win those team fights.
The Glaives aren't too bad against Chen creeps.
What are the chances of the Lunas... How would Luna build this game? Is it just going to be Eclipse Luna?
I think you might want to go for HOTD and then try to ram out a tempo alongside the Beastmaster, and then try to choke Boom Esports out as long as possible, take the Roshan and everything.
Yeah, you just want to right click because you want to man fight the AM, right? Because if you fall behind, it's really weird because we've seen this matchup before, and despite how much items the Luna has, the AM still manages to outfight the Luna once he gets the Abyssal. But you still have to go raw damage because you're playing that fast, right? The Eclipse Luna is just not going to cut it.
All right, so predictions for this matchup before we start the game.
No, I feel like Boom has this. I'm going with Boom. I mean, my initial prediction is a 1-1. I'm going to give the first match to Boom.
I'm never a big fan of anti-mage. I go with GEEK fan.
Never. Wow.
No.
Okay, not judging. All right, folks, I hope you're not judging at home either. That's going to be it for us on the panel. We're going to throw it over to our casters for the day for our last series. OD Pixel and Fogged, take it away.
Thank you very much, Stanley. Yeah, but Fogged, I'm looking forward to seeing what Boom can do, right? Because it's sort of an old school draft. We're getting Anti-Mage, we're getting Tide Hunter brought back. But on the other hand of things, this GEEK fam lineup, this Beastmaster Luna, these are heroes that just keep winning in this patch.
Yeah, I don't know. Boom's draft just looks like 4 slow heroes. Well, okay, we'll say 3 incredibly slow heroes paired with 2 fast heroes, right? The Kunkka and Shen can play fast, but the other 3 are pretty slow paced, and I do believe GEEK fam are going to look to play around that and just put the pressure on. So
yeah, we'll see if sort of the time is going to be there for Boom to get that anti-mage to farm, get him to the point where he's not going to care about the fight that GEEK fam brings. So we'll find out as we get ourselves into the match. Here's game 1, ladies and gentlemen.
Prepare for battle.
So yeah, as you talked about sort of the slower heroes that Boom has, I mean, how do you think you could sort of see the way that Boom feels they're going to get away with it? Is there going to be a certain sort of way they can start things off that does allow them to have such a good start and not fall behind early?
I mean, it's going to be a lot up to I mean, maybe Hyde, I guess. Hyde and Mikoto, how Mikoto ends up doing in the mid lane to make the rotations, because like they've been, oh, actually, wait, are they going to put Dream Assault mid? Maybe they're considering doing that versus the Ember.
All right, okay. I mean,
he doesn't have mid items, but he's standing there. Maybe he's gonna body block for the mid lane, so that Kunkka can play aggressive to look to scout the lanes at first.
Oh, that's like, because
you look at the supports on the side of GEEK fam, it's a little awkward, right? Because they're probably like, okay, who the hell is actually playing the 4 position? They probably know it's Zephyr, you know, obviously because it's him playing it, but they have an AA and a Quap as their 2 supports, which is very bizarre.
No, I mean, yeah, you're definitely right here. This is them deciding which side of the map they want to send Dreamer Cell to. And I mean, what is the side they want to be in? What is the matchup they want for this AM? Do you think?
That's the only reason I'm thinking that he might actually just take the mid. I'm pretty sure he's walking up bottom. It's just because he doesn't want to lane versus Beastmaster. Like Beastmaster, we can see what Beastmasters do. If you don't like heavily support your carry, he's going to be in a really difficult lane. And it's not even just going to be a Beastmaster, it's a full tri-lane. A Quap, AA, Beastmaster, like Dream Assault is going to get like nothing down here.
He's gonna head down there as well, so we'll see if he's gonna be happy with this, but it doesn't look fun.
They're bringing the Tide, and they're sending the Chen top, so Chen can actually divine favor him top if he chooses to get that. So they can save the TP and then swap lanes around to, you know, adjust. So we'll see what the choice is, because I'm pretty sure that's exactly why they're setting this up right now.
No, I think, yeah, for sure. And he's just going to come in, you know, get some of the XP at least whilst that process gets put in motion. And we'll see how level 1 as well, counter spell. That's pretty nice against the support Quap. You're going to have that available every time that dagger is being thrown out. The cooldown's work in your favor.
I didn't really think that he would actually do that. That's hella smart. I like it.
It works, right? What does Zephyr do now? You can never dagger the AM. You can only dagger the Phoenix, really, if you want to harass.
He can force it, though.
Okay.
Like he can fake spam. If Dream Assault fucks up once, if Dream Assault messes up once.
No. I know what you mean. Yeah. It's going to be all about sort of the mind games.
Ooh, early morning.
We'll
Sorry about that, guys.
Oh, Zephyr. I mean, Dream Assault's keeping his cool, and there we go, dagger's out. I mean, I think Zephyr's going to realize it's going to be sort of hard to ever get the dagger onto this AM.
Yeah.
Because Dream Assault's he's going to be on the ball.
It's still really good to dagger Hyde, right? Even though Hyde is under the tower, so he's got that extra armor and regen, Phoenix has 0 armor, so you get harassed really hard by this duo. And we are seeing Cuckoo get that free farm already. Dream Assault, still okay.
FPZ may just be the first blood here. One more beam to do it, and Raven will find it. First blood for Raven's Luna on this top lane. And the tip's coming out already, so already a bit of banter between the sides.
Yeah, I mean, he's level 1 on the Tide since he went up there late.
Oh, mid.
He's not level 2 yet, and
That's very, very close there. K does just manage to get the bottle out, and Mikoto hit an excellent torrent that allowed him to bring K so low.
They're going to be level 3 on the 2 up top very soon, and Tidehunter is just hitting level 2 now. So they have that high magic damage between the two of them here, which is really nice versus Tidehunter in laning phase. They're actually going to send the Phoenix top, bring the Chen bottom to support Dream Assault better. Because now, yeah, exactly. Chen can actually lane versus Beastmaster, he takes over the boar, and he can provide that extra heal so that the anti-mage doesn't have to worry. Phoenix can't actually play in this lane and support Dream Assault properly, so I like this switch up. I like how they identified it quickly too, right?
Yeah.
They didn't wait. Like, I see a lot of teams hesitate and not to do the change fast enough. They actually did it pretty quick.
No, this is, I mean, as you say, the AM counters the support Quap, and the Chen counters the offlane Beastmaster. Yep. So Boom with an excellent read of how to lane exactly against this. And look at this mid lane, CS is still close up top. AA does end up going down. Boom are able to find Whitemon there, hide.
Okay.
And FPZ chase him out of the lane. So something still obviously Raven continues to farm underneath the tower pretty happily. And this mid lane, even CS, but I do constantly see Mikoto just keeping K harassed pretty darn low. I mean, already you can see out of bottle charges, and Mikoto just doing an excellent job with the tie bringing hits to really keep this Ember on his toes.
Yeah, who's going to be the one that I think Zephyr should get ready to start moving toward that bottom rune pretty soon on this Queen of Pain.
Mid Mikoto is going to try and go for a right bit of an attack here. He's got the tie bringer hit, fairy fires popped by K. Looks like he should be able to get out once more, but now he's totally out of regen K. He's got nothing else for the lane. Meanwhile, Mikoto's got a salve. He's ready to pop, and no Curry on its way out. So K's, he's going to just have to hope for this 4-minute rune. But you can see Mikoto is not going to let it happen.
He's got to pray for that bottom rune right now.
Is it there? Oh, it is. He's lucky. He is. Gaben blesses him. I mean, if he didn't get that rune there, yeah, that would have been a pretty brutal conclusion for that lane.
Yep. Still, I mean, he's still pressured pretty hard. I mean, Kunkka's going to end up taking over this lane a little bit here in the last hits, but he'll farm jungle, so they'll even out. Didn't really look at that mid matchup too much because I feel like I've seen Kunkka Ember just trade so many times. Sometimes there's some kills because like the players play it on the edge, but
no, and it looks like still K doesn't, he's heading right back, just trying to get the wave back in a good place, blocking it up, and has got his boots being sent out, so a bit more chance to run away if he does get caught in these torrent combos from Mikoto. Mikoto himself about a wave ahead in XP, so he will be hitting that 6 before K's going to have it himself, so maybe an opportunity for him to find a kill with the full boat combo. Oh, top hide. He's come in for the bounty room, but Whitemon's still able to get it, and with the cold feet, he can keep himself safe, freezes up hide and TP's out of there. GEEK fam able to take that bounty away from them. And we're seeing down bottom, Dream Assault continuing to farm all right, but the same to be said for Cuckoo. But pretty much all of these lanes we're seeing all the cores have a good look in. Nobody's getting totally shut down. Just I guess this top lane where FBZ is having a little bit of a rougher time compared to the other cores, but it's still very close in this first 5 minutes.
For sure. I do see that, I mean, GEEK fan though, they're getting just a little bit more out of it. Top, they're going aggressive on FBZ again. They have a lot of chase room for him too, and level 3 beam. They should be able to kill this Tidehunter.
Yeah, Raven's just going to run him down, cut through the trees. FBZ trying to hide, but he cannot run. As Raven claims another couple of kills now for Raven in this top lane. As things off to a very nice start for him.
Oh.
River. He tries to go for Mikoto, but Mikoto does find the Invis rune. This is also going to mean this movement from Zephyr may not work out. They're going to turn Mikoto with the boat combo onto the Ember, bringing K low, but K's got a Remnant in preparation, and he's even got a Remnant throwback. He's going to go TP back to base and refuel, while Zephyr harasses Mikoto back under the tower. Same time, down bottom, Dreamercell and KezQ able to block off the Beastmaster and kill off Cuckoo.
Very nice. They're actually doing pretty okay bottom. They have to, I mean, they can't fall behind in this game. They can't really make too many mistakes because we look at GEEK Fang's draft and they're going to take advantage very early in this game, especially with the start that Raven's up to. I mean, Raven all the way at the top, he's got early treads. They can definitely look to set tempo and FBZ again if they want him. Don't step up too far. Watch out, Tidehunter.
Oh, he's really
got
confident
the range
high,
drop.
but
he's got range drop this time, so he's got a good amount more of sustain versus those constant beams that are going to come out.
yeah, it's going to save him against a couple potentially, but here we go. They're in on him. First raindrop taken away, and FBZ is trying to hide, but with the 3 of them on him, he's not getting out. Once again, a 3rd death on this top lane, a 3rd kill for Raven.
Ooh, Hyde gets away. Yeah, Raven is really starting to snowball up here. Dreamisol is doing okay though too. I mean, he's actually playing really well bottom, and they're pressuring Cuckoo. Look at him actually just hitting him right now. Kiskew. Can he take over the boar? He cannot.
No, I mean, he's just feeling more than happy to harass because of how much sustain he has. You see with the tango going and the headdress aura and the divine favor, he's got plus 20 HP regen. So he's more than happy to just run in, trade punches, reset, let the passive regen kick in, get him back up to full HP, and it's going to make it very hard for Cuckoo to put any sort of pressure onto this AM now. Yeah,
I think they might move pretty soon. I think maybe Raven comes bottom when he hits level 7, and they look to just pressure the AM lane. I think they should really start looking to do that. I don't think that they should allow this to happen right now. Boom ID just hitting a tower with their catapult with an AM. They should address this. Here comes the rotation. It's just Zephyr for now, though. Catapult's still just going to beat on the tower.
And we saw earlier, how much Zephyr sort of struggled as this Quap to really put any sort of impact in on this lane against this anti-mage and Chen. So, see what Zephyr does do. Just with the amount of regen that they have going, and obviously the AM Dreamisol having that point in the counter spell, there's not a lot that Quap can do other than try and just soak up some XP and farm herself.
Mango Tree, FBZ, he's just sitting in the jungle, he can't actually lane top, so Hyde will get good experience. How's our XP doing? Support's all about the same, pretty even on that front. It's just Raven really the one who's leading that charge, but I mean, I can't believe how much more farm he is than everybody else. 1200 over the Kunkka and the AM. Already gonna start getting the Moonglaves levels.
Yeah. Those kills really added up.
And it's important for... Yeah, and it's important for him to get this type of start too, because like we said, if the game does get super late game, which we'll get to that maybe if they do make some mistakes, AM will win versus Luna most of the time.
Sure, yeah. If this AM
he just like man fights, right? But if Raven's able to set the pace with his team, with that aura being high levels, with the Beastmaster too, yeah, they could definitely look to siege on all these towers pretty soon. But Boom does have good fight around those towers. That Kunkka, that Phoenix, that Tide, they could rally and just let Dreamisol farm on the side of the map if they do fight together.
Yeah, I mean, if they can continue to stall it, there is that world where the AM just does get to the point where he wins this game. As Brown this outpost, trying to take it back in time, but the Roar's out. They'll be able to kill off the Chen. Cuckoo's going to turn over towards Makoto, but the Ravage is out from FBZ onto the 2 of them, brings down Cuckoo. Over towards Zephyr, they look. He jumped in on this, but now his mana's been entirely burnt by Dreamisol. As K, he'll go down. It's a kill for the anti-mage. As GEEK fam trying just to sort of throw too many lives into that fight, which almost already felt lost after the Ravage went off and Dreamisol was able to turn up.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Carl was just going to bail because he threw a Remnant down in the river and jumped away, and then he just Remnanted back into all of them during the rump up too. It's like you're probably not going to get kills there versus Ramen with a Chen in the area. Yeah, just tons of team fight on Boom ID, and they respond perfectly. But they do not get the outpost in time, so it was 2 outposts for GEEK fam to at least get themselves that XP.
Yeah, it's just, as the Ember, you've got to be careful against his AM. I mean, Dreamisol, he may only just have the 1 point in mana break, but the reality of it is, as an Ember, your mana pool isn't very great at all. And to be able to jump away, you need 150. So chances are, any sort of disable and a few hits from the anti-mage, you're not going to be able to jump yourself out of fight.
Dire's middle tower.
Most definitely not. I mean, in 10 minutes in already, like, they haven't actually made any rotation to bottom to pressure with Cuckoo, and Cuckoo does have a book up now. So I'm wondering if they are going to make some type of move to group up now, especially to look to pressure that tower. There's no Tidehunter Ravage, and Rum is, both still kind of on cooldown. I feel like they should really look to pressure a tower here, and they will. Okay, Raven's going to port bottom. I feel like this should have happened maybe a couple minutes ago, but it's still going to be a good move for them here, as don't know if Boom's going to be able to fight back on this one unless they bring, like, everyone. and they see Hyde. He's got the egg, but it'll just die if he does use it.
He's going to try and keep his distance. He's going to go for the TP out. Raven, he's got the beam though. Hyde will fall. So Raven just continuing to rack up the kills. This tower will certainly go down. No intention of defending this by Boom. So, you know, even though the net worth is even, it's still the fact that this Luna is hitting a pretty ridiculous mass very early on. You know,
and he's got
having a perfect game.
Yeah, and he has the buff from the Beastmaster. It's the biggest thing. Anti-Mage, his only steroid, I guess you could say, is just like the increased healing he's getting from the Chen. He's not gonna ever be as buffed up as this Luna is because of this. And I don't believe that they're gonna even have... I mean, they're never gonna have as many auras. It is gonna be at least the Dominator for the Chen in a few moments, but yeah, they're never gonna be able to match this side of Geek Fams.
No, I really just feel that, you know, Boom have got to address this Luna issue if they want to try and get to the point where they can hold this game on for Dreamer Cell's anti-mage to be able to carry it. Because at the moment, Raven is just hitting all the timings.
Yep. And he's got max glaives now too, so it's just going to get faster and faster. Still looking to pressure bottom. Rotation is coming now. Mikoto's trying to set up for Raven. Raven is aware. He is backing away. The Hawk, who leaves, scouted them out for a moment there.
Just keeping himself in the perfect positions on the map, Raven, and 1k gold away from having the Manta, and then suddenly these sort of setups from Boom aren't going to be quite as easy to perform. And Raven's farm, it's the speed, it's only going to continue, and you're not going to see Dreamer Cell start to catch up until he has that Battle Fury done, of course. And at the moment, still about 1,400 gold away from having that final bit, the Mithril Hammer. So still a bit of time needed until Dreamer Cell can really start to ramp up the farm himself. And of course that just means more opportunities for Geek Fam to group around this Luna and take objectives when they feel ready to do so.
Absolutely. Much more, I feel, this doesn't feel like an SCA game right now from like what we've casted. Usually our games have like 18 kills right now, you know? This is only a 10 kill game right now at 13 minutes. It's very bizarre and calm.
No, it certainly is more relaxed. I mean, I guess it's certainly expected from Boom's half of things. You know, they just sort of want to be passive. They just want to make sure that they don't lose too much early on, so Dreamer Cell can have the start that he wants to. And I guess with Geek Fam's side, you know, sure we expect them to be a bit more pushy with their sort of early objective taking, but they probably realize, you know, look, Raven's having such a good game at the moment that we can just play it super safe. And only start to really go once he does have like the first big item, like the Manta cell, because they're getting away with it. You see the catch there? Able to find Zephyr, the two of them up top. No need for the Ravage, as they'll be able to push on, and this time Boom will be able to take the tier 1 tower. Their first one this game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm also going to start coming back to start formulating a defense around mid, but FBZ is a little low on the mana, so
and Cuckoo's
Ravage.
Cuckoo's here with the Hawk, so he sees everything in the back lines here with the Book 2 as well. So that mana burn, FBZ will have no mana. He has no stick either. He just gets hit like once or twice by the Necromanian. He's out of mana.
They see that exactly. They know he's got nothing to use to cast the abilities, and he's just down straight away. Geek Fam.
Playing Tidehunter versus AA is always difficult.
And Carl, he's even seeing if he can grab either Hyde or Mikoto, but they're sticking to the side, making sure that they don't get caught out. But that's the space they needed. Carl just keeps them pushed back. Geek Fam have the space to take another tier 1 tower, and you're now starting to see that 3k gold lead at just 14 minutes in, which is exactly what Geek Fam want to be happening.
Absolutely, and they're even looking to pressure more here as they're all gathered up. Kescute will be able to back away. But yeah, when they have a hero like Beastmaster, is exactly what enables it. I mean, Beastmaster just is like the most ridiculous hero right now, but the Hawk actually does so much work when you're playing in this type of game. It's like you're only really concerned about the anti-mage, and you're gonna have that extra vision all over the place to be able to track his movements. Because the other, I mean, it's just really that AM, right? Like Kunkka, sure, Kunkka can scale and he can be really strong, but Mikoto is not farming at the same pace as the Ember Spirit right now.
Radiant are scanning.
No, that's true. I mean, I don't know. I mean, what do you feel that's down to? Do you feel that Mikoto maybe should have been able to find more setups, or like why has he struggled to keep up with the Ember in this game?
I just don't think he's like literally just hit. I'm not sure actually. I think maybe that's not enough creeps. It's like everybody has their own play style of it, but like I see some players, they usually just farm so hard on this hero.
Like the stacking and the cleaning out all the camps and No, because you're right. You know, we see some of the Kunkkas in the game, like something like a Nisha Kunkka or something, and it's just consistently he's super farmed, regardless of how the game's going.
Gets the change. He positions it perfectly.
Going to be able to jump out to the side, and yeah, Carl won't be able to get the correct read there as Dreamercell heads up north. And we'll make sure that he stays himself alive. And that is the Battle Fury done. So he's got a 16-minute Battle Fury on Dreamercell. Not a bad timing at all.
Yep. Very solid for sure. Now he's going to be able to ramp up. They've already lost a good chunk of map control, though, at least on their side of the map.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They are all still gathered. They are still looking to fight around their big ultimates. But it's just so scary for FBZ. Being the front line here is this tide in this game. You're not a front line. You are not tanky. You will die if they initiate on you. Cuckoo. He doesn't want to force the issue there, as I believe he got purged, so he couldn't move. But all gathered up. Yeah, they're ready to take. I can't believe it's only 6-6. This really doesn't feel like an SEA game.
Nice. It's a much sort of calmer approach from both sides, but still one that at this point does seem to favor GEEK fam. I feel sort of until we see Dreamercell having the next item done on top of it, you know, then it gets to the point where, okay, Dreamercell can confidently like push out these side lanes, just get the map in a very difficult position for GEEK fam to find an easy way of going to the high ground. Until that happens, you've still got to feel that GEEK fam are they're the team in the place that they need to be. And Boom just still needs to slow them down that little bit more. Yeah, they're taking advantage of the map much more here. Carl will actually pop the Tidehunter smoke here in the front. They're trying to catch. Raven is on the low ground here. He's going to start backing up, though. They're going to start making sure that they're safe. All back up together while Carl deals with mid and Zephyr pushes out top. Yeah, GEEK, they're just getting more out of the map. You see, like, everyone's hitting creeps a little bit more, and Kunkka still. Mikoto's not really finding so much farm because he's moving around, trying to set up for these ganks all over the place. Because he is the setup for their team. Besides him, there's no way that they get ganks. He needs to be the one there. That's what the other charge that they have is an Icarus dive or a Gush to lead the charge. So, yeah, it's definitely going to hurt Mikoto's farm quite a bit that he has to do this. I got an extra bit of a setup there, thanks to the RNG of Gaben. The clumsy net is found by Boom, so that will, you know, that's always nice to have as well. We'll see who's going to take hold of that. Is it they're giving it to High? No, okay, he's taking the Philosopher. No one's taking it. Oh, someone's going to want to take it. I mean, maybe the Kunkka, maybe Mikoto's going to take it. Someone's got to have that. I mean, as you say, you know, any sort of further setup they can have their hands on. I mean, it's also mana regen. I'd give that to Tide. Yeah, it's like, great. I don't care about this keen optic. I'd get the netter for sure. Bow combo. It's going to be down onto Whitemon. And with the turret, be able to hold him in place to allow them to take him down. FBZ will take the kill. I'm sure Dreamercell will be a little disappointed. I'm sure he would love to have found that last hit himself. His farm is definitely the most important right now. Yeah. Okay, they're going to give the net, it looks like, to Mikoto, which is good. I mean, mana regen, another way to catch. That's all the catch on one guy, though. That's the one thing I don't really like so much. I feel like they should distribute it a little bit more elsewhere. Maybe the Phoenix or someone else carrying it. But let's see what they make the next move in the next 30 seconds, because they do not have an outpost controlled at the moment. They're pinging us top at the moment right now. And Cuckoo and Raven are in the area, but I wonder if they're going to actually contest it. They're seeing the movements now. They're bringing a lot of heroes. Book is up already. FBZ. He's trying to take this. And he's going to get it back in his favor, but they're going to open up straight away onto it. The Ice Blast is going to clip onto him and then jump forward from Zephyr. Make sure that there's no threat of the Ravage. The Supernova also being used kind of early. So now for this Roche attempt, Tide's out of the game. Sure, Tide can still buy back and come in with the Ravage, but there's no Supernova for them. There's no Supernova. And they lost the outpost too. So now it's actually double for GEEK fam. Again, right? It looks like they got three, again. They did get 3 of the bounty rooms on Boom, so you did see their net worth at least fixed, and Dreamercell's gotten some space to farm. But yeah, no Phoenix Egg. This Roche is going to be pretty tough to contest. How can they put a stop to it? So they're going to have to Tide back within 5. And look at Raven as well. 20 minutes, the BKB's done also. So he's got the BKB, the Manta, soon to have the Aegis. If they even do give it to him, maybe they might take that. They're dying to Slight Spam. The Arcane Rune is just destroying them right now. This Ice Blast is going to pass over the two of them as well. It's going to hit onto Keisuke and Mikoto. You're right, they just cannot get past this Ember. Carl just says, get away from here. And they have to they have to correspond. They can't push any further. Now they're going to try for the grab on him. He's going to look to time and juke it out, and he does it perfectly. The Remnant dodges the Torrent combo. And Carl and that Arcane Rune, as you say, just single-handedly making sure that no one from Boom can get anywhere near the pit.
Yep. Dreamcell took up all of that space, though. He actually has his full SNY finished.
Okay.
Level 16, too. He's very far. He's almost caught up to Raven.
Yeah.
Pressuring Carl as well. Carl's actually out of mana. He's got the stick charges.
And this is the question, you know, can Dreamcell carry this game as the AM? As we've said, you know, looking at the heroes, it's not a bad AM game. There's a lot of damage that he does not care about this match. So you give him time and he's going to be powerful. And interesting as well, I imagine he's probably going to change that, but after the SNY, he's got a halberd queued up.
Yeah, I saw that as well. I feel like I've seen people doing this lately just because like,
I think he was just doing it for the talisman. I think he's going to get a butterfly, isn't he?
Oh, disassemble. No, he's just
oh, that's smart.
Cool.
Okay.
Old school trick that people used to do.
Yeah, no, I like it. Yeah, he was able to get the benefit of the extra white. Now he's got the halberd. Yeah, some big brain plays from Dreamcell. I like this. Maybe he can do it. I mean, he hasn't died yet. He's hitting excellent item timings. You look at the map, they do still have their tier 2s up as well. It's not like Boom have lost that much. So Dreamcell might just be able to win this game for them.
Yeah, and he did a great job while that whole fight was happening top as we watch Whitemon quickly die by Makoto. But there's actually rotations. Raven wants to fight.
Now he's going to come in with the Eclipse. He's going to drop it straight away on towards Makoto. Makoto will try his best to run, but Raven's staying on top of him. The backup inbound as Carl closes the gap with the Remnant. Slide out on the chains, catching FBZ. FBZ does have the Ravage though. Space is created for Makoto to get out the side. FBZ is going to jump forward, lands the Ravage onto Carl. Space is there for Dreamcell to come in and they're cleaning him up. He's rooted down in place. Carl will fall. Boom, they've taken one. They want to find another. They jump over towards Cuckoo. Dreamcell, he's cleaning up with the help of the boys. It's 2-0-4. This anti-mage is one fight or sort of a minute's farm away from taking over Raven's top spot. And Dreamcell, he absolutely can take this game on his shoulders and win this.
For sure. Level 18 out. I mean, they did such a great job. Even though that whole time where they actually egged up top and they fought, like the Roche happened from GEEK fam, Dreamcell got all 4 bounty rooms and he farmed I think double 2 or 3 ancients and all the bottom. That was actually quite a lot of space for him and he's taking it perfectly. And if he can get to the point where he has Manta and a Basher, I feel like they just win this game. It's gonna be really hard for GEEK fam if they don't start playing. If they don't start kind of rushing and pressing the issue forward. They still have 2 minutes left on the Aegis, so we'll see what GEEK fam decides to do with that, but I really think that they need to not make another mistake. One more mistake could just cost them the game entirely.
Yeah, like they had that lead. It looked like things were going sort of to the timing the GEEK fam wanted, but maybe just they weren't able to do that much on the map. As I say, all the tier 2 towers are still there. They didn't try and push those down with the Lunar Beast Pass. So sure, they do have the Aegis on Raven, so still might be able to get a lot done with that. But yeah, Dreamcell is just cleaning up the map in as most efficient form as possible.
Yeah, he's pretty much has Manta done. He can turn up the fights with his team. Manta plus the Halberd plus Battle Fury with Pupil's Gift. Like this, he's stacked. And the damage that's coming up with GEEK fam, sure they have okay physical, but he should be able to side decently as Cuckoo bottom actually roars. And Hyde.
Try and run.
Will go down.
As Hyde will go down, and Cuckoo is just going to be saved by Zephyr coming in with that mech. Spirit Vessel will not be enough damage, so that mech charge, absolutely important that came through from Zephyr. So good save from him to keep Cuckoo alive.
Yeah, it was really close. Do they have anything else that can heal him up? Because he's really low. No, okay, they have salves. I was like, who's got the shovel? Someone had a shovel. He'll get salved up and he'll be able to sustain. Yeah. All right. See GEEK fam. Gotta press the issue here.
Yeah, they've got to push up. They've got to go high ground or something soon. Dreamcell he's taken over. He is at that top spot. And it's just going to be so hard for their lineup to kill this AM.
Do they continue? They do not. They're going to back it up. Aegis is going to be taking out about 30 seconds, so it's a bit scary to push forward there when that is going to be happening. Maybe just position themselves to push mid a little bit. But you see Dreamcell, he's going to start knocking on theirs. Force reaction. They really need a Blink Dagger on Cuckoo. Okay, he is building it. He's very close too. I feel like they don't really have the catch for the AM until he has this at all.
I mean, even then, it's not easy, right? With the counter spell and the Manta, there's going to be ways for him to have a chance, at least, of reacting to any sort of blink initiation, unless Cuckoo's able to really do it off the back of a smoke or from the fog.
Yeah.
It's it's not easy, and if they don't sort of get that, throw everything down on him, they're probably not going to get him.
Ooh, AA Blast kind of wasted there. Chains were not used by K. He knows that he's Manta anyway, so they decide to throw it. It actually will clip him there. He is frostbitten for a moment, but they aren't going to look to actually pressure it. K just wants to finish up his BKB so he can be safer in the fights and actually commit forward.
That's what the plan is here from GEEK fam. They're up again as 4. Do have the smokes on Whitemon. There's a ward down though, so I don't know if they'll be able to pick this up here.
They'll get to kill that ward. Wait, they're not killing it.
Yeah. Okay. It was almost like they're ignoring it. They're like, okay. I was like, hang on, they do have this Necro, but don't they? Yeah, they take the ward away. Still no usage of the smoke. Carl holding on top. Okay, maybe they were waiting for this. Carl's now got a BKB on him.
Yeah, don't BKB on Mikoto as well. Roar on FBZ.
They're going to try and blow up the tide. FBZ's going to get the chance to put the Ravage, but the BKB was out from Raven. Change onto this Supernova. This Supernova's dead. It's not going to be successful. They're taken down in a second. They'll look over towards Mikoto with the last remaining seconds of his BKB. He will TP out, but Carl, he's diving in for more. Finds Kezcube. This is exactly the sort of fight the GEEK family's lineup needed to find. Now, sort of the question is, what can they do with this? They've killed 3 heroes that they need to push in. They've got to take something away from Boom for this.
Yeah, Satanic is finished on Luna, but yeah, they need to press. I mean, I guess they can pressure down bottom since it's away from the top lane, and Carl can, I believe he has a Remnant down in mid somewhere, right? Yeah, he has a Remnant down in mid, so he can push, deep push top a bit here versus Dreamcell, but he can't stand toe-to-toe with him. So be a little cautious. And yeah, that fight was very well executed. They had a Hawk actually on the left side of the map, watching the positioning of 2 heroes. So they saw the Tidehunter split. They made the instant jump, and then beautiful chains, of course, from that Ember. Have to be careful with those eggs, especially versus these double BKBs that are now finished. They can just turn and hit it.
Yeah, not an easy game at all for Hyde to contribute with the art, unless they do it in sort of perfect synergy with a Ravage from FBZ and say a boat follow-up from Mikoto. You know, they do have good AoE control to try and keep the egg safe, but it's got to be flawless.
Yeah. Again.
And they go. Onto Mikoto. They'll be able to drop him dead quick and easy. The BKB won't save him.
Radiant's current.
High goes down as well.
Enough damage. Again, they've killed 2. They do for more here. They've got the vision onto Kezcube. They jump forward. They'll take down the Chen. So another successful fight for them. Of course, whilst this all happens, Dreamcell still continuing to not be a part of it. See what GEEK fam can do. They can take the tier 1 tower. They've got the creep wave moving in on mid as well.
Dreamcell has his Basher, and he has a Titan Sliver with his Halberd, so he has that like crazy status resistant, a lot of damage now coming forward.
He
could actually just hit on the base. Yeah, exactly. And K has to be careful. If he just gets bashed up a couple times, he could actually just die. There's one bash.
I mean, he's going to put the BKB. He has to. But he's still out of mana as such. I mean, you're just seeing already the potential of how many issues this Dreamcell anti-mage is going to cause. Like, who sort of goes back to deal with it successfully? Sure, you slowed him down there, but it's not an easy defense. You know, Carl having to use a BKB charge, Dreamcell falling under no threat to his own life himself.
The only scary thing for them, well, not only, but one of the scary things for Boom ID, though, is it's just Dreamcell farming. We've talked about farming. Mikoto is completely off the spectrum of farm now. He's all the way down at like 11k below Beastmaster. Raven standing in front lines already with an Eagle Song. Oh, both teams, 10 heroes. They want this South Coast fight.
From Cuckoo. Nice fast onto him into the Sonic Wave. He'll pop the Ravage. It's not going to do anything at all. He's dead. Raven just turns and hits it. In fact, no, Visible confident in finishing it off. I think they could have finished it. They back away. This is going to leave Cuckoo in a bit of a vulnerable position as Dreamcell takes him down. Dreamcell jumping over, looking for more. It's effort. He flipped into Dreamcell. Dreamcell will see what his options are going to be. He's going to back off for now. Just be a little careful. They know that the BKBs have been used to keep the illusion onto Raven. So Raven, low on the mana. The boat combo will miss though from Mikoto. So Raven's able to step to the side. Carl wants the BKB, but he himself has lost his mana. Dreamcell getting frozen in position, but still the opportunity's there for him to blink out to safety. They couldn't quite keep him locked down long enough.
That status resist actually probably saved his life. I can't believe he actually got frozen. Look how low he actually ends up getting. The ROM buff plus His status is just really protecting him there. Lucy Chen makes the move toward top, should be able to get the bounties, and I believe he's divine favoring the AM top. So he still will be able to keep his place on the map and farm. Approaching that Satanic. Yeah, they messed up though. They doubted themselves about killing that egg.
I think they
I think they miscommunicated. Raven's like, I can't do this alone, and then Zephyr blinked in, and then they'd already turned back, and it was too late for him to turn again.
Oh, Dreamcell finding freebies. Finds Whitemon, instantly gets on top of him. He's going to turn over towards Carl as well. I mean, notice that Carl's BKB is still on cooldown after that last fight. Zephyr coming in from the side. Dreamcell, he's still just trying to stay on top of this Ember. Now there's a lot of heroes here from GEEK fam. We've got to be careful. He tries with the roar for the counter spell. Throws it straight back into the face of Cuckoo. As this is the difficulty in sort of any sort of open fight where Boomer have the vision, Dreamcell is going to be able to use the counter.
Absolutely. He's still like the only one farming on their team though, so I think if GEEK fam is able to set up and pick up some more disable like a Hex on somebody, that could be huge. We are seeing them try to take advantage though here and go into this Roach Pit. Roar on cooldown. But AA is going to be up in a moment here, so that AA blast is going to fly over. And Raven has a butterfly finished up, so much harder now for Dreamcell to stand toe-to-toe versus him.
Yeah, you see next up on his shopping list will be that Rapier, and absolutely necessary. They've got to make sure that when Dreamcell does blink in, that they just have the damage to kill him off during the limited amount of lockdown that they can actually use on him because the high status resist. So
yeah,
the Rapier absolutely necessary for Raven now that this game has got to this point where, you know, GEEK fam, they haven't been able to run them over into 25 minutes. We're getting to the later portion. And Raven, you know, he is going to be able to get it, and still, you know, you see sort of the battle between Raven and Dreamcell at the top. It's been so close for sort of the entirety of the second half. You know, ever since the Battle Fury was there, Dreamcell picked it up, but Raven's been able to keep himself level.
Yeah, he's been able to join the fights a little bit better with his team as well, 7-0-4 compared to what Dreamcell. So he's 4-0-4, but Raven getting a little more involved with his team. So this is actually a sick approach here. Cuckoo going for the Shadow Blade this game. So that's one way you can avoid that counter spell as well, too, to get a roar off.
Yeah, very
neat there. Oh, Chen creeps all just got slaughtered. AM
Raven's heading in. They do want to try and push this away. There's the roar. It's going to be out to FBZ. They're going to blow the time. Can they do so in time? Sunwave comes out. FBZ will go down. Didn't get the chance to pop his Ravage. Buys back straight away. Supernova used, but GEEK fam able to stay clear to the side. So GEEK fam, they want to go in and take this away. He just blinks in. He feels that confident right now with how tanky he is, and it's going to work. FBZ commits with the Ravage. They're on top of the Zephyr. They're going to get both of them. Cuckoo as well, found in the combo. Over towards wherever they go, Raven. He's still got BKB. He's still got Mantis Satanic. He pops it all with the Eclipse. He's trying to fight back. It's him against the board, so he's totally alone. Back in the pit, Carl does finish off Roshan, getting the Aegis for himself on GEEK fam. And Raven, he's actually killed off one of them, but he is going to lose his life, but not enough life steal to stay alive against these two, or is it?
Got it straight to very far.
But there's the Mana Void finisher from Dreamcell. Will be able to take Raven out of the game. So GEEK fam, they get something. They are able to get the Roche kill. They do manage to get and preserve the Aegis on the cheese on Carl. But still, overall, it's just Dreamcell winning these fights. Raven gets taken out. Dreamcell now with the completed Satanic on top of the Basher.
Oh man, yeah, he's gonna be extremely hard to kill. It's a decision they had to make though, GEEK fam. It was like Raven was cut off from the rest of the team, and that Roche was at 1,000 HP. Carl made the choice, either help Raven, take the Roche. Aegis and Cheese might actually just be a better choice for him, because now when Raven's back up, he's got a lot more in the tank to survive. Because if he does, like he already had the Greater Fairy Fire and the Satanic, and he was holding his ground pretty well versus that AM. So Cheese could be really strong in these next few moments when they respawn and go. But yeah, Dreamcell, he's making him work for this game for sure. And they're buffing him up however possible. Mikoto has a Solar Crest finish too now, so another thing to throw onto Dreamcell to make him stronger.
See GEEK fam in. Obviously, as we mentioned, that Rapier was queued up by Raven, but those sort of deaths are really going to slow down that final finishing item that he needs to have to really be able to stand a chance against this AM and the backup that Dreamcell has. And he's still, you know, many thousands of gold away from it.
And I think if you look, he's level 23. Dream Missile's approaching level 27. So that insane critical mass is gonna get there pretty quickly for him. And they do have the tools to back him up. Now with Solar Press done, they have the Phoenix and the Tide and the Chen to enable this AM. GEEK fam. Raven now has the cheese. Leading the charge.
Raven going straight forth on towards KSQ. Carl's going to jump in with the remnants, but he's getting bashed. His mana's getting low. Tara won't quite catch on to anyone. They do manage to finish off KSQ's Chen, and Carly's still chasing. Bill Strong with the Aegis. Dreamer Cell's going to come around from the side. Supernova is going to be popped. They have the X. Combo to keep Carl in range of it. They'll take him down the once. See if they want to do it again. Out the Abyssal. Cuckoo comes out the invis. He's looking for a target with the Roar. He's going to be able to cut down the trees. They should be able to find Makoto. Here, Makoto pots the BKB, but the Roar holding him in place. GEEK fam will claim the life of the Kuka as well. Immediately though, Dreamer Cell, realizing the fight's lost, he heads over to mid, starts to push it out, and again this anti-mate's just constantly making sure that even when GEEK fam do win the fights, it's so hard for them to push on for more.
He's gonna try for K again. He has an Abyssal as well to follow. Lincoln does get procced, but we'll be okay. Halberd to pop the Lincolns, and then he also has the Abyssal, and then he has Mana Void later on. Yep, it's nice. He does not have too much mana to work with though when he has to pop everything. Like he only has 879, and look how much he spent, like 100 on the Halberd, 125 Manta, 75 Abyssal, and then 275 on Mana Void, and he did take the Mana Void cooldown too. So it's going to be tough for him to get a couple of those off inside the fights. They do have the power of the Mango Tree though, right? So, as long as he's picking them up or his teammates are, he can, you know, always reset himself and quickly recover that mana loss.
Radiant's top tower. Radiant's under attack. Radiant structure.
Top GEEK fam. Well, starting to put the pressure back on this final tier 2 tower they wish to take down. We'll see if Boom do want to hold on to it. They want to take a fight outside of the base. Dreamer Cell is here. Over to the side, there you go. I'll get the vision out, but the tier 2 goes down. GEEK fam now at the point where the potential of going high ground in any of the lanes is there. Still Dreamer Cell making sure that creep waves are just constantly pushed out and keeping his half of the map as safe as possible from the threat of this 5-man push that GEEK fam do have. And with the tower going down, Raven now 2,000 gold, and Rapier will be there. So if we see this game go for a couple more minutes where GEEK fam don't get dragged into a fight, Raven should be able to get that picked up before the next one. It's a really good Rapier game too, because he's versus an AM who has Halberd. Like that True Strike is going to be really strong versus him to actually focus fire, which they haven't been able to do so well in this game, as he's still 605. And a leveler for Raven. Yeah, that's lovely for Raven. They're pretty much I think that is the best tier 4 item you could wish for going for this sort of build with the Rapier involved. They're going to try and fight. Dreamer Cell's able to get the jump straight onto Cuckoo. Cuckoo's going to run. He's got the Silver Edge to get him out of there. He will be able to make it away. Now they'll try and turn. Chains onto KSQ. KSQ caught off the side, tries to force himself out. The Supernova's used. Carl popping the BKB, stays on top of the Chen, kills him off, and gets out of range of the Supernova explosion. Raven turns his attention over towards Hyde, but still a dive at the ready. Hyde can jump out. Dreamer Cell, he's turning. Raven, if he walked into this, Dreamer Cell is being a little too careful though. Doesn't want to try and jump back in on the Luna. Knows that there's still the potential threat of the Roar. I mean, sure, Cuckoo's mana's low, but he's got enough for it right now. And Roar was not used, so still have to be wary of that. See what GEEK fam could do. Again, it's just one down. It's just the Chen.
Prince's Knife. Decent item versus that AM that they just picked up there, if they'd like to put that on Zephyr. Yeah, he's got it already picked up, so they've got a little bit of a mini Hex now to play versus him as well.
Now the question is, if you're Raven, do you try and hope that you get the farm, or do you just straight up sell the cheese? I mean, you're not going to have a slot for it. Or is it just never valued to sell the cheese? Do you ever sell the cheese?
Never sell the cheese. No, never. It's a second life.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. He's going to have the money for the Rapier regardless.
Yeah, and it's just like, especially in a game like this, like it's not just about the heal. The mana too is it's really big versus an AM who's level 27. Jump forward, they break the Lincolns.
They do. And with the bash, Carl's got no escape. Well, has he? The Sonic Wave pushes him off to the side, and the BKB will be there. So able to save him there. Nice play from Zephyr, pushing back that attempt onto Carl, saving the Ember.
Okay, and they actually switched the Prince's Knife onto the Ember, so he can do the slight Hex thing. So that could
And
be pretty
interesting,
nice.
Raven, he's sort of having cold feet about the rapier purchase. He's queuing up the Daedalus instead. I mean, do you sort of feel that there is definitely an argument for not necessarily feeling that you have to go for the risk of the rapier this game? I mean, yeah, he is going to commit to the Daedalus, so sorry for all of those who were getting excited for some rapier action. It's not going to happen, at least not yet. Not yet, as Raven goes for the Daedalus, the safer purchase.
Probably just thinks that he can kill everybody else, and then they can just ignore the anti-mage and end the game, even if he's inside the midst of all of them, I guess. That would be one thing. But now it's a butterfly on top for Dreamcell too. So I mean, Dreamcell is very likely not dying, but the rest of his team probably will if they just don't focus. Damn.
Both carries about a similar amount of gold away from buyback themselves. They're just over 1,000 gold off it each. So. Something to keep in mind when we do see the next fight kick off. And Boom are going to smoke. They're going to try and move out, see if they can catch something here.
Smoke on smoke. Is that outpost again, by the way, by the Dire, both of them at the 40 minute? I think it was. I think they've had an outpost the whole game.
It was. Yeah, it was outpost again at 40 minutes. Both in Dire's control.
15,000 experience lead, 12,000 gold lead. It's really just Dreamcell up at the top there.
Yeah.
Amongst all of GEEK fam.
Can Dreamcell carry it? So far, it looks so good.
We're going to get a rapier for sure, at least on one side this game, it looks like.
Dire's middle tower.
No, they're going to go for Roche deep back. Yeah, they should be able to do this pretty quickly. And it doesn't look like Boom's aware of this.
Yeah, this is what, Aghanim's for the Ember here?
Yeah, I think it's got to be right.
I mean,
Axe Eclipse is nice. Yeah, okay, he's going to take it. Raven wants it. I mean, it's obviously very nice. That's a great bit of mixed damage now. Could just throw down the ult on an area of the playing field and make it hard for Boom to fight into. Sure, Dreamcell's not going to care too much because he's an anti-mage, but the rest of the squad still, you know, you can't underestimate how good Aghanim's Luna is.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, they're just going to kill everybody besides the anti-mage and then just focus on him afterwards. So this makes their fight quite a bit stronger for whoever jumps into the back. Phoenix, now level 18, has finally got that level 3 Supernova. Boomedi trying to stay positioned around this area to catch them off guard. The one ward that they do have right now on this high ground. One of the two. Luna, buffed up in the...
Dreamcell's going to get the jump. He did straight away on a Zephyr. Zephyr's still able to get the blink off. They turn their attention over towards Raven. Raven, the new focus. The bash is coming into play. Raven pops the BKB. He's fine. They won't be able to get anyone with a jump on their Boom, and now GEEK fam. They managed to find Hyde on the side. He's already used the Supernova. Does have the flicker to the edge, and that's going to save him. The flicker keeps the man alive.
That's the first time I've seen Flicker do the right direction. Usually blinks you into
Jumps into the side perfectly. I mean, the Dispel, of course, just taking all the debuffs off. And Hyde's able to live.
That's so nice, actually, versus that Orchid, because he was going to die for sure. Yeah. He's able to dispel it off, disengage. But still, that huge lead for GEEK fam. It's really starting to show itself even more so. More anti-mage. All alone amongst those Dire heroes.
Fit for a queen.
Let's see what they can go for now. Outside of the base, GEEK fam, Cuckoo. Looking to set up with the Silver Edge.
The Leveler Ravens, they're going to destroy these buildings. As soon as the tier 3 drops, like, those Rax is going to die so fast.
Oh yeah, look at it go. It's going to open up. And you have the fortification.
They have a repair kit as well on the Phoenix, so Hyde has been backpacking that one for a while.
Oh, they're going to be exposed soon. Repair kit.
Going right through it.
Oh, they're going to be able to push him back, and they're going to open up with the Oaks combo onto him. See if they can take him down at once. Raven pops the man to turns, pops the Satanic as well, beating into Dreamcell. Dreamcell has to get back out of there. The Dreamcell
got to be so
heads
careful
back.
if he gets roared. He's being really cautious with those counter spells.
Raven back onto finishing this tier 3 tower. This time he will be able to put an end to his existence. The tower falls. Now onto the Rax. These Glaives, they are going to start to chip away at Boom. They're bringing Raven low, still not really feeling confident enough to commit and really try and force that Aegis off him, though. They know how hard that is.
Yeah, Satanic's back up too. Raven going to back up. He's going to heal. Ember pushes out top while he also has a Remnant bottom. But looks at Dreamcell. He wants to hunt, but he's under a ward. They do see that. And as you mentioned, look inside of his backpack. 9 mangoes. So he is making sure that they utilize that mango tree at its maximum. And Ember probably going to rejoin his buddies down bottom in a moment after he goes for the next wave, it looks like. But Dream Missile will pressure him.
There we go. Raven's going to do it too. There it is.
It's
for those of you that were hoping for some rapier action, the rapier action has been confirmed. As Raven's got the rapier being sent over to him right now, feeling confident that he can hold it without buyback, seeing as he has that Aegis. And onto the racks they are. They're taking them away, but there's the other one. Oh, it's double rapier, boys and girls. Dreamer Cell's got his completed as well. Bottom lane, though, these racks are going down. And Boom not yet to commit. So the racks will fall. Dreamer Cell jumping in. He's going to whistle in. But the river. They're actually going to be able to keep the Aegis up. No, they're not. The Gush finish. Oh, he's not going to have it for that second life. Maybe if they notice, they'll try and commit on him. Already on the backline. Carl, he's going to jump in onto Ketsu. Chen's gone. Turn of the bro. Destroyed by the Academ's Eclipse. Raven just tears him apart. Double buyback coming out from Boom.
No buyback for Mikoto, though.
Got the Gush on him. Dreamer Cell's in. He's trying to commit. The Dream's been next. Oh, the Prince is now causing a bit of an issue, but not enough of an issue. As Raven falling low. Oh, Raven more than fine. He's getting out of range off the Supernova. Dreamer Cell turns over towards the AA. Blink, he's found him. The Rapier hits the deck. Dreamer Cell, he's dual wielding, baby. Double Rapier on the anti-mage. Raven dead for 90 seconds. No buyback. As Boom, they may lose the racks, but they hold. And now the game is theirs for them to run down mid. What have GEEK fam got? They have got a fortification, but no Raven for 80 seconds. And Dreamer Cell, he's got double rapier.
He's hitting for over 1,000 at the moment. Cuckoo, he's trying desperately to cut the wave, pull it back so they can't go and hit the base, because Raven does not have that buyback. If he gives his life, I think he's fine with this. But one range creep.
One range creep.
Forward.
It stays strong to the cause of Boom ID.
Guard
as long as he can keep that fire and keep it alive, he'll be able to take down the backdoor protection and push on and do some serious damage and at the least force out the buyback from Carl.
Radiant's middle
He's definitely gonna have to buy back. He might just be able to go for tier 4s after he hits this one. Gonna play it safe and just go for the racks at the moment, not knowing about Raven's lack of buyback, but they're pinging tier 4s. They know.
They're realizing. They're like, dude, he just bought a rapier pretty soon after he bought the Daedalus. He's not going to have the money for the buyback. Let's find the roar. They do commit on to Dreamer Cell. Ice Blast connects, but he's forced aside. He's fine for now. Jump over the remnants. Carl's looking for FPC out of mana. Another round of fourth. They've killed up the tide. The Dreamer Cell jumping into the base. Doesn't manage to find a lock onto anybody. Turns over towards Zephyr. Moves in with the Abyssal Blade. Zephyr in trouble. The root into the torrent, holding him in place. Zephyr will fall. Another kill for Dreamer Cell. Zephyr has got buyback available. The backdoor protection taken off as the creeps move down mid. Raven's back up in a few seconds, but does he really have the power to deal with this double rapier anti-mage? As Dreamer Cell, he is just destroying the base. The top racks are gone.
My God.
Dire's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle tower.
How can GEEK fam regain a hold here? They're gonna try for a smoke out. Cuckoo has got Raw back in 10 seconds.
Ready for this. Look at this Dreamer Cell. The back of his team all in the area too. He eats a moon shard. He's ready. Jumps on anybody that he does see. Gets hexed on the Prince's knife, the roar.
And there it is. Eclipse just committed straight away onto the middle of it all. Takes out FBZ. Mikoto's in trouble. He will get the BKB off Dreamer Cell. He's going for the squish on the backline. But Zephyr with the ghost set 3, he's able to keep himself alive. Dreamer Cell has to blink out for now. They've lost the tide. Quick Prince is now proc to hide. Cuckoo jumps forward. He has to dive away. But GEEK fam, they're chasing. They're pushing back. Boom. The silence onto Mikoto. BKB to pop by Carl. Dreamer Cell trying to turn it again. He has to reset, keep the distance. Mikoto taking heavy hits from Raven as he commits with the BKB. The Prince's knife comes out again, and he's dead. They've lost the Kunkka. 3 dead on Boom ID. Only Ketsu and Dreamer Cell left alive.
Radiant's middle tower.
And in terms of their buybacks, there is no buyback on the Tide. There is no buyback on the Phoenix. And of course, Raven, regardless of the fact that he doesn't have the rapiers, he still hits hard.
Oh my God. These fights are absolutely crazy. They're just focusing. I mean, they've been focusing this Tide the entire game, not letting him get anything off. But it's the same thing that we were saying. They're isolating Dreamer Cell. And although he does have a double rapier and everything like that, his health was actually quite fragile. I think he didn't have his Manta inside of his bags. He only had like 2,000 HP. So he was getting controlled quite heavily by the Eclipse mini stuns too. When his BKB does go down, he has to be careful of just getting chain lockdown by those mini stuns, because status resist doesn't help you versus that. They will keep proccing on you and making your life a lot more difficult in the fight.
No, so Carl was just constantly keeping the Spirit Vessel charges thrown on him.
That as well, yeah.
and he just had to keep getting out. He couldn't rely on the life to keep him alive, and now down mid, they're going for it. GEEK fam's going to look to close up the game. Dreamer Cell, he's got to put together his final stand, and here it is. Jumps in onto Cuckoo. That's a dieback. Cuckoo brought back to offer his aura to help
Level 30.
Right, the tier 4's there. He's chasing for more. But that EKB will come to an end. Raven turns, starts to push back aside. The fear for the quad, but he has the Manta. Ponzi turns over towards the Ember. Jumps deep, trying to avoid the front lines of the fight. Carl with his own BKB looks towards Mikoto. The Torrent Storm holding back Whitemon over to Zephyr. He goes Zephyr. The Ravage, the fear is holding Dreamer Cell, but Dreamer Cell, he can jump over, get on top of Raven. Raven is dead. GEEK fam have lost the fight, and by the looks of it, have lost the war as well. They know without the buybacks, this game is over and done. Dreamer Cell's anti-mage takes the win. 14-0-5, 2 rapiers in his inventory. I mean, he couldn't have played it any better. I mean, an excellent game from both parties, and sort of
here we go again. Trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, again. Time is up and I'm calling up my friends. Ain't no wonder why, ain't no wonder I too. Here we go again. Call me up and you wanna be my friend. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out. Look, if you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out.
process going on. But mankind won't be destroyed. The fact that you and I are working here today is evidence of that.
I mean, I haven't updated my stats yet, but no, as of first week, it has like a 85% win rate out of like 6-7 games.
I'm very confused at why people are not picking Klings against Beastmaster, because like this has been the answer for Beastmaster in the Europe or the NA region. RTZ was the one that brought this up, I believe, but it seems like Southeast Asia has not keep up to the fashion.
Yeah, I mean, there was one player, I think, that picked up the clicks, but that was during the qualifiers coming into the league.
Yeah.
It's not the regular season.
Yeah, it was LGD International, played by Brian. That game was pretty catastrophic for them. The Klings never really got to shine the entire game.
I mean, that was also a position 4 Klings. That wasn't the typical core Klings that we're used to seeing.
That which is what made it worse, right? Because position 4 Klings, if you are not doing anything in the first 15 minutes, you're not doing anything for the rest of the game. So it's pretty unfortunate that that was the only Klings pick we saw.
Well, Kun coming into the first phase of the ban. I mean, this opens up Amber, opens up Quap as well. And we are seeing how good the boat ram is against the Luna ultimates.
Oh yeah, we remember like he took a full eclipse and he didn't die.
Yeah, he did not even fall below 50% HP, so that's crazy.
Yeah,
and Tidehunter again, they're getting rid of all these big ultimates of Boom Esports.
This is really peculiar though, because this is a first phase ban for Tidehunter, and he was picked up last in the last game.
They are probably worried that Boom Esports, after the last game, they might just prioritize this Tide for the first two picks.
But isn't Tide also vulnerable to counter picks for his laning stage? He's great versus melee matchups, but we also saw during the Luna and against mostly ranged matchups, he kind of struggles.
Yeah, but he's pretty much perfect in a 4 Protect 1 strategy, I feel.
Yeah.
Because when you always want to drag the game towards 40 to 50 minutes, and those are the times that your opponent carries, their PKB duration is going to be low. So that's where a Tidehunter can shine.
Yeah, I think if they're that worried, they know it's a good choice to ban it out, but for Protect 1, there are a lot of ways, the Legion Commander, Mars, we've seen the Centaur as well. These are heroes that can also, back up the 4 Protect 1 strat.
Are there any heroes during this week that we haven't seen since week 1?
Oh, we haven't seen Visage.
Visage, yeah.
I mean, it was mostly T1 that played the Visage, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, T1 played Visage. I think it was only T1 so far in this week.
Hang on.
Was there another Visage game?
We've had a couple Visage games. I know T1 definitely played it. I have a feel at the back.
Oh yeah, Boom Esports played Visage against Fnatic, but they lost.
Oh, that was this week though.
Yeah, that was this week. Yeah.
This week.
So we've seen one Visage pick.
However, Geek Fam's gonna first pick snatching the Phoenix away from Boom Esports. Like Geek Fam themselves is a big fan of Phoenix as well, because they love this teamfight intensive lineup.
Yeah, and the fact that Boom banned that Snapfire, Geek Fam is like, alright, that's a free Phoenix pick. I think Boom Esports was setting themselves up to pick the Phoenix, but unfortunately they didn't have the first pick, and Geek Fam immediately recognized that opportunity to snatch the
Yeah,
Phoenix
now Boom Esports is a little bit panicked because they are spending a lot of time of their reserve just for this first 2 pick.
They can go for the Beastmaster Quap opening like what Geek Fam did. One pick that I really want to see pick up more often is the Necrophos. I feel like Necrophos, it hasn't been banned too often, but there are a lot of situations where I feel like a Necrophos pick would have been awesome when you're up against a lineup like an IO Gyro lineup or like a hard carry, like when the enemy has Spectre. The Necrophos is always going to be great.
It's particularly good against single core lineup as well. And
it's
we
like
know that Boom Esports, Mikoto loves that hero, so we might see.
And it's like, it's just like dealing with a single core lineup using Enigma, right? You just black hole the one core and you pretty much did 80% of the job.
Speaking about Enigma, that's the hero we haven't seen this week.
Yeah, it's not banned either.
Yeah. Alright. They're really using a lot of reserve time. I don't know if this is healthy for them.
Yeah, I think the Phoenix pick really caught them off guard, right? They didn't think it through. The Geek Fam would just snatch the Phoenix away, so kudos to Geek Fam for that move. But this is really using up a lot of time.
This is a big victory already in terms of drafting.
Yeah, you just straight up win. Like in terms of taking...
I don't know if you win that early, but...
you win the early phase, right? That's like you increase your chance. You're already messing with Boom Esports' strat.
Make it sound as if after the draft, the team gets extra gold depending on how much time extra they have left over.
I mean, they have a mental advantage right now.
Yeah.
So Geek Fam is probably thinking to themselves, yes guys, we choked them, we caught them off guard, and they'll instantly go for the DK pick. So right now, Geek Fam is really not giving too much of a time for Boom Esports to think it through.
Yeah, they themselves have a lot of time to think it through. Like, okay, if Boom Esports picks this, I think the DK pick doesn't really care about what Boom Esports pick. There's always going to be a good pick in most situations.
Well, this was a perfect setup for the DK as well, because normally he melts to heroes like Snapfire and Phoenix, right? Early game magic damage, his armor doesn't do anything.
This is where I want to see the Necrophos.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing too. if there's a good Necroforce game, this might be it.
Yeah.
But they have to be careful of Oracle or Shadow Demon. These are the heroes that really counters the Necroforce, and Whitemon plays them a lot too.
Yeah, we haven't seen Shadow Demon at all. Oracle, I don't think we've seen Oracle, have we? I think once. I think we've seen Oracle once.
We have seen Oracles. It may have been during the first week, because this week definitely
Yeah.
no Oracle.
I want to see more Shadow Demon though. Like Shadow Demon has been very popular during last month, especially at the China region.
Yeah, Oracle
especially on Post 4.
Oracle has been picked 3 times and won 2 out of his 3 games.
Do you know what teams picked the Oracle?
I gotta go back to that.
Gotta go back in time.
Yeah, gotta go back in time
Well-
while we continue on this.
Well, I'll let you go on your journey, Husky. We'll see you in just a moment. So we're looking for our next pick here for Boom Esports. I'm wondering what their solution is for the DK. Of course, the Necrophos was a good suggestion, but is there anything else that Boom play that could potentially deal with the DK?
Well, we have seen sometimes teams go for Viper to counter the DK. But if you do that, GeekFam can always flex the DK to position 4 or 3. So it makes the counter less effective. But Boom Esports, they are going to stay with their course and go for the Chen.
Alright, so I've got it. Out of 3 Oracle games, Adroit played 1 Oracle game, T1 played the other 2, and the other 2 the 2 victories are from T1.
Ah, okay.
Yep.
Alright, fair enough. Actually, looking at the Chen, wouldn't the Chen be a pretty good pick against the DK since you have the Penitence?
Yeah, early on you can punish the DK pretty well. The DK have no way of clearing the Chen creep.
Not until you get to like really high level.
High level.
We have seen Carl just explode with his DK just yesterday. He got like this level 18 Black Dragon really fast.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he was huge on that DK.
Yeah.
And he had the Bloodlust on him, right? So, like we joked about how the Riki can just hide under his wings and you won't see the Riki. That's how huge he became.
Oh goodness. But GeekFam, they can also flex the DK. It doesn't have to be on Carl. They can actually switch it between mid and off lane.
It's like a good.
Yeah.
You can go for like a cool Mars if you want.
Is Mirana good here? You have the Dragon Tail for the setup. You can get away from the task. Pretty good against Chen creeps too.
Yeah, I think Verona will be okay.
I think the options are very open now.
Yeah.
Depends on like how much information they want to reveal with this pick.
GeekFam can take their time. They don't pick the Ember. Oh, there you go, Green Stroke. Double Dragon Tail.
Alright. Their deep push is looking very strong right now with Dream and the Phoenix against Chen. And they have got strong team fights once again.
Yeah, the lockdown is going to be a bit of a problem. Queen of Pain doesn't like the Green Stroke at all.
Well, but one thing for sure is that yesterday GeekFam run a very similar lineup too. Like this heavy team fight.
Strength heroes.
Yep, and we have seen how good Chen is against this kind of lineup. You just pack a mag, just press a mag and then your Hand of God and everyone is full.
Yeah.
Is there a chance that maybe Boom could sniff this out if they watched yesterday's game? Like, what would you actually pick against a heavy strength draft? Of course, Timbersaw would have been perfect if he was available.
Necrophos.
Necrophos.
Unless you want to, like gamble, you go for like the Undying, but no one plays Undying nowadays. It's way too slow.
Got the Morphling though.
I think it's a very smart choice here because you want heroes that can sustain in a team fight, that can choose when do they want to go in or when do they want to go out. And Morphling is definitely one very good hero to do that.
Yep.
Every time GeekFam pops something that has a lot high cooldown, the Morphling can just wave out.
And PL.
Oh, alright, the classic counter.
Okay.
I've been waiting for this PL pick for a pretty long time, but you pretty much don't see the PL often if there's no Morphling pick or like obvious lineup.
I mean, this rivalry has gone back for quite a while, right? PL counters Morphling, but to a certain degree, Morphling also counters PL.
You can turn into the PL and then you use your own doppelganger.
Yeah.
I think the classic example was the TI8 OG against LGD. Morphling PL has been like the El Clasico of that international 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I think Boom probably is looking at a cool hero right now.
I feel like they are very confused with GeekFam's intention because they are using a lot of their reserve time.
They're actually banning out Lycan. I worry about like a offlane Lycan.
Well, if you look at what Boom have, I don't think they'd be able to deal with the Lycan, would they? They don't have the necessary lockdown to keep that wolf in place.
They actually don't.
Yeah, they need some kind of heroes that can absorb damage right now, especially on FVZ. I think maybe Mars is a good choice against the PL or LC, but just anything that can allow you to stand still in a fight and cast your spells.
I'm going to go like Centaur.
Yeah, Centaur is a pretty good pick too.
Like Beastmaster went through, but no one.
Phoenix.
Yeah, Beastmaster went through, but no one picked Beastmaster just yet. This could still be a Cuckoo Beastmaster. I think GeekFam can like put a Carl Dragonite, Raven, PL, and you just go straight for the Beastmaster. It locks down the Morphling, locks down the Queen of Pain. Then it allows this PL to just will onto the targets that you go on.
There's a bit of an interesting thing though if they do go in that direction. They'll have a lot of single target disable, but when it comes to AoE disable, they've only got the Supernova Egg.
I feel like they agreed for Mars here. They ban out the Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
I think Mars and Phoenix is also an old school lineup, right?
Yeah, very old school.
Mars also is pretty good against the Morphling. If you get a dagger, you can instantly spear him and he wouldn't be able to react and shift the strength.
Yeah, you just want to kind of lock him down instantly because Boom Esports, they are still running. So far, if you look at the draft, is the same as last game. You know, this is one big core by Dream or Cell. There's always a big risk if that one core is not able to perform. Right, you can have a godly early game, like amazing mid game, but if you get called out one time and you lose it without you lose the fight without buyback, then the game can just instantly turn 180 degrees. But I think GeekFam are probably looking for, like you say, maybe the Mars or still maybe the Beastmaster will still be okay. Just someone to lock down that Morphling. And double Primal Roar will always work out well. You have the Grimstroke with you.
Yeah, if they want to go a little bit unconventional, Doom is in the pool.
I was looking at FBZ's Doom in my notes just now, since that was banned out.
Doom is also not too bad. Wow.
Right.
Okay, I know I said
cool.
They had lots of single target disable. I didn't mean you have to go all out with the axe though.
They pick Axe into the Tusk though.
Hey, is it? No? You know what FY says?
Yeah.
Yeah, picking Axe into the Tusk King.
Nevertheless, it's a good counter to the Morph.
Yeah, it's so good against the Morph.
The Blink Core is always going to be very dangerous.
If you reach like level 25, you get the extra AoE.
And not just that, you've got a really good way of clearing out the Chen creeps.
Oh, here comes the Centaur.
Alright, so there's a lot of initiation from GeekFam side. Two very beefy targets to be the protection for PL to go run to the back line too. Right, I'm confident with my 1-1 prediction here.
I'm also confident with my 1-1. I want to see X wins, you know, this is probably the only time we're going to see X.
True.
Are you sure it's going to be the only time? I'm very sure if it's successful, we're going to be seeing a lot more of Axe.
I mean, the problem with Axe is he's just way too slow, right? There's so many boxes you need to tick for the Axe to be effective.
I'm very sure the teams in C would be able to speed him up.
We're gonna find out.
Carry Axe?
Carry Axe, you know, the attack speed, you know, movement speed Axe. Then with Facebook just runs at you with the Agni Scepter.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen, thank you for your predictions. So you're going to hang on to your 1-1 predictions. As for us, we're going to jump into the game right now with OD, Pixel, and Fog to take it away for our last game of the night.
Thank you, Danley. Looking forward to, again, some classic carry-on-carry action. There's Morph versus PL coming out this time from GeekFam and Boom Esports in this game too, Fogged. And interested to see this final pick coming into play, the Axe from Cuckoo.
Yeah, Axe Phoenix, really strong duo. Their team fight looks pretty damn strong in comparison to Boom Esports. A lot of things that they can cover. And also, I mean, this is looking like some kind of, you know, TI finals kind of flashback, right? PL versus Morph, there's an Axe in the game. I mean, Owen's casting right now. This is
nah,
exciting.
You're right. You know, I'll have to get ready for my extended cuckoos, you know, if it does happen from him on the Axe this game. But yeah, no, you're right. The combos for sure are certainly there. I mean, especially the fact that they've also got like that DK and the Grimstroke, right? They're sort of, you know, someone's going to have a blink. Maybe probably both of them, right? Cuckoo and Carla are going to have blinks or some sort of initiation eventually. So the Grimstroke's going to feel incredibly strong this game with so many heroes, not just those two building initiation, but the PL and the Phoenix being able to get to the front lines. There's a lot that can be done with this Grim. So we'll see what they're able to pull out with it and see how this game 2 is going to go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 was amazing. I'm sure this one's going to be great as well as we get into game 2.
Just happened.
I mean, so we're talking a little bit about what GeekFam have going for their lineup, but I mean, it's not like Boom don't have anything going for theirs. Theirs is also some, you know, a great lineup of heroes, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've just seen these teams, they utilize the Chenet super well. That's the biggest thing. The way that they actually play around the Divine Favor and the heal when they all stack up, they're able to just take the fights and rally around him really effectively. And then also just like swapping lanes and these little movements and stuff, and just securing a lane around that Chen is something that they do very well. So that might be something that they can do here with FBZ and Hyde. They could definitely press the issue forward here and put some decent pressure onto PL and Grimstroke.
No, exactly. Yeah, it's not like the lanes are going to be necessarily weak at all for Boom. They've got some very strong matchups that they can play out in this.
The other thing is, we were mentioning about this Grimstroke. I mean, there's a reason that this is, like, in my opinion, like one of the top 2 5s, or if not the best 5 position at the moment, because I'm looking at this and I see Morphling and Queen of Pain as 2 of the big cores in the game on the side of Boom. Mobility heroes that get really crushed by a Grimstroke Soulbind plus a Silence. If he can ever get a double on him, right? Like it's so devastating for these 2 heroes because your mobility is crushed. You can't wait for him. You can't blink if you're bound. They have a lot of different follow-up too, and they have just so many ways to utilize Inkswell in this game, between the DK, between the PL, between the Axe. Yeah, really liking what GEEK fam's going, but I mean, Boom idea. We've seen what Dreamcell can do.
Yeah, he really did it on his AM last game. And, you know, this time around, definitely a different sort of force that he'll be holding. Obviously, like, he's on the Quap rather than the Morph, right? So it's a very different type of game he's going to have to play. So we'll see how he's able to perform in this capacity instead on a hero that's going to be much more active, you know, as a Quap here. Sure, you're going to be pushing lanes, but you have to be very, very much involved compared to what you saw from his AM.
Yeah, I'm definitely concerned that if they let this PL farm and pretty much get like 1 or 2 items, they just can't deal with him. Like, this PL pick actually to me is just way too good in this game. Laning phase, he can get pressured, which is great, and I think they really need to make sure they do that. But come mid game, come late game, they do not have the tools to take out illusions. It's like Morphling and Quap, they have some amount of nukes and everything, but these illusions, you know, these 2 heroes do not like playing versus that type of an illusion core, as we've seen time and time again. This Morphling versus PL matchup, PL tends to win.
Yeah, and I think if anything, that's what makes this second game potentially as exciting as the first. You know, I look at the lineups, and I do feel that GEEK fam, I kind of prefer what they've got going on, but I said the same last game when we saw them come out with like the Beastmaster and the Luna. You know, these just combinations of heroes that have been so strong in this patch, and Boom was able to show them up. So maybe we'll see some sort of similar effect in this match if Boom are able to pull off some magic.
Yeah. And the thing is that they do have great lanes. That's the thing I'm really looking at for Boom. Like, this Centaur Chen top should be able to do quite well versus PL Grimstroke. If not, like, just pressure the Grimstroke a lot. Bottom, Queen of Flame plus Tusk versus an Axe. This Axe is not going to have a fun time. He's just going to get Shadow Striked and just get beat on every time tag teams up. Same thing for Zephyr. Mid lane also, Mikoto versus DK. Like, they got themselves pretty damn good lane setups.
No, for sure. I mean, like, this bottom lane, is Kuko going to be able to stay playing the lane, or do you think he's going to just have to start skipping it?
I think I'd like them to actually skip it. I've never seen them actually skip anymore. They always just take the fight straight up in the lane. Yeah, they always just do it in SEA, it seems. Ooh, does actually waste a Fire Spirit there. But Fire Spirit plus Battle Hunger also is a pretty annoying lane combo. Unable to last hit a creep because you can't attack.
True. I guess obviously eventually that Dreamcell, once he's got like a point in the screen, the combo is less of a scare because you can use the nuke to get yourself a CS.
And he should, I mean, he should be able to get those last hits anyway. Like, it's such a good lane from Boom in comparison compared to what GEEK fam gets. But GEEK fam, they do have a little bit of power, at least in that.
Yeah, and then the mid lane, I mean, does Morph just do fine here because you're under no threat of ever dying to the nuke at the Dragon Knight unless you massively mess up. You know, sure, I guess you're still having a lot of your base damage taken away, but you just have so much of it, right, that you should still be fine to CS.
Yeah, he's going to farm. It should be a trade farm. As bottom, we kind of expect this one to happen. That Queen of Pain plus Tusk is so powerful. Yeah, I really do feel like they're going to have to start cutting waves. Right now, the creep wave is pushing under their tower here, but yeah, this is going to be lanes, Boom. Like I said, this should be a pretty solid start for them.
Yeah, excellent setup on all 3 of those counts, and not really anything that, I mean, do you feel there's any sort of change, like support movement that the GEEK fam can do to make the lanes a little stronger for them?
Not really, no. Because if they leave anything, it just makes it too much. You have to secure your PL. You can't put the Grimstroke bottom. And Phoenix, you can't just ditch Cuckoo. If you ditch Cuckoo, it's going to be a disaster. Because Axe just has a hard time kind of catching back up if he's just on his own.
Looking back at that mid lane though, it does look like Carl is keeping a good edge on Makoto. Yeah, Makoto is struggling. 7 for 2 against the 13 for 5. So I guess the breathe fire debuff is enough. I mean, when he's been hit with it, he's going 64 minus 14. So he's working with about 50 right click, and obviously Carl, he's sitting there on 70 plus the quelling blade. So and obviously the animation a little nicer for Carl being that melee hero, and he's never really too worried about being beat down by the Maw. So I guess actually in reality it's very strong for the DK.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I've definitely seen the Morphlings do better in this matchup overall, but maybe DK is just OP now. Everyone's just picking this hero first for a reason. Even gets the range creep denies over. I think that's the 3rd one I've seen him get, or 4th one on the adaptive strike. So I mean, Makoto is definitely just missing some CS that he should be getting. I don't think it should be this bad. 18-8 to 10-3. That sounds a little weird. Makoto definitely having some mistakes, and now we do see the cutting happening. Okay, GEEK Fem down bottom. They've determined.
Yeah, I mean, Kesky's going to come across. Not really too much he can do on his own to mess with this. As a few spins, and as we saw earlier, the harassment from the Battle Hunger and the Fire Spirits, he can never really go in and stop Kuku from getting away.
Oh my!
So definitely the best measure for Kuku.
Carl is outplaying Makoto so hard right now in mid. he just made him miss like 2 CS under tower, and then he glyphed the range creep and was toying with him. He's actually, look, another deny. He's playing this matchup.
Oh, they brought him back up mid. Makoto's had enough. He's like, dude, I need help.
Look, a range creep deny in his face again. Like, oh my God, Carl's just. He's really just outplaying Makoto pretty hard.
And Makoto even can't get over for the regen rune. Zephyr's come in, forces Kesky to pick it up. Yeah, this mid lane has been rough to say the least for Boom.
Yep, and now Kuku's able to maximize. He's actually stacked the camp here with the Battle Hunger and cleared out a double creep wave plus a double stack camp. He's actually like the most farmed hero in the game now off of that, after their bit of a tough start at bottom. Dream Cell is now going to have a full free lane, but Kuku's just he doesn't really mind. He's farming as well. Now Zephyr, I guess he's going to be the one that can ditch. Now he can go help top out, because the PL is, I mean, he's doing okay on Raven, but he's definitely getting pressured a little bit by this duo, as we mentioned.
I mean, this DK that's already off to a very good start because of the way he's dominating this matchup, he's going to be very hard to kill, right? Even when you sort of have the levels on Dreamer Cell, if there's sort of Zephyr behind him offering up like heals from the Sunray, the DK's just going to be so tanky, and Carl's probably going to live through most of the initial burst.
Yeah, and there's something that we've seen happen a lot when there are these games with Phoenix is just limited ways to actually just stop the Sunray in the back line. So I'm looking at that and I'm seeing it again. Boom, they like the Tusk or the Centaur have to charge into the back in order to stop a Sunray heal. And yeah, like you said, it's going to be really impactful on a DK and an Axe in the front. It's a very, very good point. And now with this, with Zephyr able to just move around, it's actually putting a lot of pressure onto Boom. You see they're being a lot more careful up top. And Kuku's just getting all the farm in the world. Is he gonna get a spin? Oh, it doesn't hit the courier bottom only once. Almost was able to snipe it. Okay, they're gonna actually bring it. Dreamer Cell mid. He's hit level 6. They want to slow down Carl.
Let's see if they can burst him. He's actually gonna pop the Dragon Form. Oh, that was a little ambitious there from Carl. I mean, it's not going to give you any more safety on yourself, but he pops it, and that's the first Dragon Form wasted after such a good lane. Makes a bit of a brash decision there, and that's going to hurt him.
He didn't see the quap, right? So he probably just thought it was Morphling and the Tusk, so he could just hold his ground.
Yeah, I guess that,
but then, Dreamer Cell just blows him up.
No, yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, that's almost certainly what it wasn't. But yeah, as you say, Dreamer Cell just being in position to catch him by surprise. He didn't expect it.
I love that move too.
Yeah.
From Dreamer Cell. Like you're playing a Queen of Pain in the safe lane. Yeah, exactly. You have to make the move when your Morphling's getting crushed.
So Kuku get the call on Dreamer Cell. Dreamer Cell still has that blink available, so no threat to him.
He took the big creep though. He did get that tomato with the spin, with that claw. So a little bit of money. Kuku off to a great start. Level 6.
Oh, Kesky. He came in melee range of Kuku trying to go for a bit of a fight. He just had the backup of Dreamer Cell, but Kesky's going to get dunked up. Dreamer Cell has to blink off. As underestimating how powerful Kuku is with the 3 points of the counter Helix. Kesky just walked up to him and started to try and have a bit of a punch.
Yeah, I was saying how Boom ID, they set themselves up to have some really strong lanes, and GEEK have actually come out ahead quite a bit here in these lanes, in my opinion. Since they are not behind, well, they actually are ahead, yeah.
And top lane, Zephyr's going to come in, back up Raven. The three of them may be able to try into FPZ. He does have the Stampede and instantly uses it. Realizes what's going on and makes sure that he doesn't get caught in the range of that Ink Swell and will get himself back and away from this gank.
Are scanning.
Now, no Stampede for a while, though. Probably going to see GEEK Fam play pretty aggressively. The Divine Favor bringing KezCute top to look for an aggressive play. We'll be able to find Whitemon. But they don't have that cheap tag team available. With the Snowball. More than enough. There we go.
No surprises. FPZ is going to be going for that Vanguard. It's going to be incredibly useful against the PL, his Army of Illusions.
Dyer's top
Kuku's getting away with way too much in this game for Boom ID. Because he's got phase boot level 7. If he gets an early blink versus a Morphling, like, this Morph can just chain feed.
Yeah, Makoto's already had a rough start, as we've seen. Out there, 6 cores in the match, he's the one at the bottom.
Yep. Kuku makes his way toward top. FPZ will be able to secure the tower. He gets a good call.
He does. He's getting some good spins as well. One more, and KezCute will fall. He's able to snowball over to the side. Look at the Zephyr. But still, Kuku chasing KezCute down. TP out from behind will be successful, as Raven's not able to finish him off in time. Still, though, KezCute and FPZ stuck in the trees. KezCute trying to hide, but Raven's able to find him. KezCute will go down, but they do manage to get the other 2 out of there. Same time, Makoto is dead, and in the mid, Carl's been able to get some hits onto this tower. Dreamer Cell is being forced back. Not too much that he can do to hold this one off.
No, he's going to be able to fill up his bottle here, though, with the Morphling. So he should be able to have the sustain if you stick around for a moment. Actually, both of them having bottles, so bottling a lot to keep themselves topped off. But yeah, Makoto dies during all of that exchange as well while top is happening. They're sending Zephyr bottom so that he can get levels, and now PL doesn't feel like it's a great place to be top. And Kuku is very deep.
Hit him with the snowball, but he does juke out the shard, so he's not trapped near the tower. He's going to start turning and punching back on the KezCute. I mean, he feels incredibly strong at the moment.
I love how he turns. I love seeing that. Kuku, always known for his very aggressive positioning in the games.
Yeah,
he just runs and gets the bounty.
Take the bounty, really. He knows that they can't do anything about him right now.
I love that.
Maybe with the forward than they can. They're going for Kuku. They really want him dead. Let's see if they can do it, as he's still sort of dancing around them. The tag team is there, and Makoto will manage to come in with the adaptive strike to finish him off, but definitely Kuku just causing a bit of a disturbance, making them put a lot of resources into killing him off.
They claimed both outposts and all 4 bounty runes from him doing that. So, kind of worth it. I mean, he is the most farmed. He was the most farmed hero on their team, but them getting all that, and he's going to be respawning soon. I mean, you'll take it. You know what? I'll give it to you, Kuku. Mid. Will they be able to respond, though, as he did die? Now it actually hurts quite a bit if they're in his back corner.
I'm going to go in onto Whitemon, and they'll find him before the X-Well comes up now. The turn comes into place, though. The Supernova. Kuku, can he be able to cover it? He gets the call up, but it's not in time to save the egg. The egg still shatters. And they'll take a 1. They'll turn onto Kuku with the penitence. They'll be able to find a second kill for Dreamer Cell. Good fight from Boom there as GEEK Fam, they try and pull it off around the egg, but that level 1 egg just dies far too easily, and Kuku could not find the call to put a stop to them killing it.
Oh, back-to-back death for Kuku after him suiciding himself initially for the bounties. And they lose the tower because of it too. Now it actually doesn't seem nearly as worth it for him to have done that move, but Raven does get space at least out of it down bottom, ends up cleaning up the tower. So he's still at a very good farming pace, and he's going to have this. He's going to be able to join fights very soon. As soon as the Fusel Blade's online, I feel like he can just join his team in those engagements. They don't have a good PL solution.
No, I mean, where is sort of the setup and control? I mean, most of the time he's going to be able to doppel out.
Yeah.
And say they sort of do trap him, again, it's the fact that you've got this Phoenix Zephyr with the maxed out Sunray. As long as Zephyr is able to sit back and keep him healed up, Raven is going to get the chance to get a couple of doppels off.
Level 1 Sunray, he's max fire rate.
Oh, sorry, I'm blind.
I thought he would actually
no, you're right.
max Sunray build too, because there's not that many hands split.
I just looked at his spells, you know, they're all fire, you know.
They're all fire.
But no, you're right. Sorry, it's just a level 1. But when it is level,
super strong anyway. Yeah.
That percentage-based heal is a lot.
Mm-hmm. Here we go, smoke. They have egg again available. We're still at level 5 on the Grimstroke compared to level 8 of Zephyr. So I think Zephyr took the tome from his Grimstroke. Meanie. He really wanted to have his egg.
Yeah, to have that sort of difference between the two supports, must be.
Pretty crazy. Now they don't actually have a level of silence, which I would actually like him to have versus Queen of Pain and Morphling.
They're going to try with the ink swell. And they'll do it. The Stampede is popped, but it's too late. They already get the ink swell in. The Dragon Tails don't snowball. Will buy a little bit of safety from it. It might just be enough. It is. FBZ is able to run away. They didn't have enough damage. The egg comes out. Hyde's already on top of it. They'll kill it off. The Supernova down. Now they can turn to try and collapse on the Cuckoo. Cuckoo is able to dunk down Hyde, but he's surrounded by the army. And 3 dead once again on GEEK fam. We're seeing them being unable to successfully construct a fight around the egg once again, where Boom are able to take the victory.
Raven, he does have the defusal. Can he burn enough mana in time? He can't. Yeah, these eggs just right in the middle of everybody, and they're able to just bring it down so easy. That level 1 egg, it always does just die. And I mean, this tag team is really making the difference to make Cuckoo look so squishy. Every single time he walks up and just gets eviscerated by it. Boom ID doing a great job, and that save. I mean, Kezuku just godly snowball coming out.
Yeah, even as well as they did control FBZ, just being able to get out with that last little bit of health. There's all the recipe to allow Boom to turn it around. And Boom are playing active with this lineup, with this position 1 quap. They're not leaving any sort of opportunities to miss a fight. They're always turning up. And as you say, I guess we can see why they are trying to desperately get Zephyr these levels. He needs that level 2 Supernova, because until that's there, they just don't seem to be able to do any sort of fight with it.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, it does make sense. It's going to hurt Whitemon a lot. And I mean, the Grimstroke, it's such a good Grimstroke game, which I'm a little, I feel like they should prioritize him maybe a little bit more on this Grim just to get levels. He is level 6 now, seeing if he wants to go for the Soulbind or not. But his toolkit is so fantastic this game on the Grim, so, it's a little weird that they're putting so much onto Zephyr, even though he does need that level 12. They're looking for him. So many Centaurs.
He's going to dive off to the side, and Carl has come in with the Dragon Form and the Shadow Blade.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Does he want to try and reveal himself on Hyde? Because there's numbers here on Boom, and they're going to go on Zephyr. Zephyr's stunned up. He doesn't even get the chance to pop the egg this time round. Very nicely done for Boom, and continuing to just sort of put a nail into Zephyr's game. He's died just 5 times this match. Just Boom getting on top of him without any sort of difficulty each and every time.
Yeah, they need it. Well, they do have, they have Cuckoo's Blink Dagger, so that's going to be the big one where they can actually get the eggs off. Blink plus an Ink Swell plus a call should be more than enough to Sable to at least try to guard the egg. But yeah, Zephyr has to be careful of his positioning. He's going to go right toward top, and looks like the smoke's coming out. GEEK fam. Whitemon still holding the skill points as well, deciding if he does want to go for that Soulbinder before the fight. He does. He puts the point in.
Oh, he dodges it with the blink. I don't know if that was it, sort of just Spidey senses or what tingling, but Dreamer Cell dodges the initiation. And they're going to try and chase Stampede behind him a bit of safety. FBC does have the illusions upon him, but he's still out of range. Cuckoo will manage to get back in with another call. This time connects, drags him back in, but he's got the hood and the Vanguard. FBC's pretty tanky. They turn the center, start the Sonic Wave onto the 3 of them, pushing the back, a snowball in, onto Carl. Swell keeps it safe, allows him to turn onto the Tusk. They collapse back onto him with the PL. Cuckoo, another direct call this time round onto both FBC and Hyde. GEEK fam, they're able to do it this time. The blink on Cuckoo struggled to get the hit at the start of things, but those 2 resulting jumps allowing them to pick up the 3 kills.
And we definitely do see why those levels are going on Zephyr. That level 3 Sunray, we mentioned it, there's no way to really cancel it, and he gets a full duration off one on all of the Chen creeps and like 3 of his teammates as well. And K, he's not slowing down. There is a sentry down though. Mikoto will be able to back away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Carl should probably be aware of that now, since he just strength mowed up to 2,000 HP. And looking toward that mid tower. Looks like Cuckoo, he's still looking for something.
He might find it. He's gonna find Kezuku. Kezuku's actually gonna walk into it. I mean, Cuckoo says, alright, he goes for the call, he's gonna step off to the side. Ice shards do catch him, he's being healed up by the Sunray, but it won't be enough heals. Unable to get the dunk off in time onto Kezuku. Dive forward, clip onto Kezuku, and that'll be able to do it. Zephyr does die for that effort though. So he's able to find something for the death of Cuckoo, but it costs him his own, and both of those kills do go the way of Mikoto, who's really managed to pick up his game. Second in net worth after that troubling laning stage against the DK. That's all but over. Mikoto's very much back in good position.
Absolutely. Definitely a bit of a misplay there again. A big one there by GEEK fam. I mean, Zephyr, you're level 10. You know, you're this 4 position that's been giving so much. His 6 deaths. He's giving up a lot when he goes for that, and he just kills a Tusk. It's like way too aggressive by them when they knew that there was more people in the area. And K wasn't joining. Like, he was relatively close, but he was like, no, I'm gonna farm. He had priorities in mind. GEEK fan making some pretty big mistakes, but also still just trying to bring the fights. Now they're prioritizing more levels on Whitemon. I see him farming up top. But it is all space for Raven. That's probably the big end of the story for them that they're thinking about.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Mid lane. Smoke from Dreamer Cell leading the charge. He has the Orchid done. See what sort of a jump they can find up top. As you mentioned, just Whitemon alone finding those levels, so not really the catch they want to get. The big heroes of GEEK fam down on the bottom half of the map.
See him
close to BKB. And they'll go for an easy kill, and they'll be able to take a tier 2 at the back of it as well. So Boom, not necessarily one of the cores they'd hoped for, but still more map control and taking that away from GEEK fam, of course, at the same time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
GEEK fam they're going to move over towards mid. Cuckoo just going to try and get that BKB done, so he doesn't have to worry about being blown up entirely by this more quad combo that does hit him pretty hard, of course, you know, being an axe that hasn't gone for any sort of hood, just the ring.
They're actually gonna go for the outpost. They see Dreamer Cell down in the bottom lane. They just like revealed themselves. Maybe they could have gone for something, but they want to make sure they do have that outpost as it's about to hit 20 minutes. Also, that tome is going to be coming out, so level 12 on Phoenix should be hitting there, so he should have a much better chance of getting his egg off because he has a lot of protection inside the fights. But they're going for Roche. They're trying to take advantage of this moment. They're like, all right.
They're doing it. They're doing it. No problems at all right now as Roshan falls with the help of the army of Chen. And Mikoto, with all that agi built up, this will be an Aegis into the hands of Mikoto's Maul.
Very nice move.
Something that GEEK fam were nowhere near in a position to do anything about. They are getting their own big items done though. Carl's BKB now complete. Raven obviously having the completed Manta Diffusal.
Yep, Raven just absolutely massive at this point right now. Could definitely look to join the fights. You just have to watch out though still around, like the rallying fights around these Chen creeps is still pretty tough. Like Hyde provides a lot of this invisible well, it's not really invisible, but this impact inside of the fights that just is pretty devastating. Even though it's only the 1 point in that divine favor, just this penitence build really makes them able to focus fire anyone who does get jumped on.
I'll see what they can go for here, Boo.
Oh, Mikoto. He breaks the smoke. Wait for him.
And they keep on top of him though. Get the illusions out. Carl steps forward. Not able to get the hit. The Sonic Wave pushes them all back, and the BKB's out from Carl. Supernova in on the back line. And they focus it down and take it out. They're trying. They'll get it. Again, they kill it off. Dreamer Cell's able to blink out at the last moment. He's going to live. There's nobody dead. On Storm on Boom as they've killed off 3. They're going to even find Raven as well by the looks of it. They do. As again, Boom, with the way that they're playing these fights, excellently done there. We saw Carl, he tried to lead in, but they had a sentry in the lane. He couldn't start it off with a stun because Dreamer Cell instantly identified the threat and just silences him with the Orchid. And then suddenly the whole initiation from Carl is put to a stop.
And FBZ jumps in the back, gets a 3-man hoof stomp with a Sonic Wave. Everything burst out, follow up. The egg was actually about to pop, but they have all these auras. Like they have the drum, Hyde pops in, everyone just starts beating on it. They are able to get it, and we see what all these creeps actually do. Sure, they don't hurt the egg, but they do hurt when they just start focus firing these heroes one by one. And that's what we saw happen there to GEEK fam. Just devastated by all this heal and sustain that comes out from the Chen too. Hyde. I mean, like I said, they know so well how to play around this Chen when they are grouped up, and it does make that big a difference. And now next fight, he's going to have a mech, so it's going to make it even harder if they do just get that little extra healing.
And he's going to have a mech. Mikoto's got the full E-Blade, so now that they could just sort of eliminate someone straight away, an excellent amount of magical burst on Boom's lineup. So no problems to finish off anyone that does get brought low immediately by that combo of the E-Blade. Still a very close game in numbers though. Raven still holding on to the top spot, but has struggled in the last few fights. His teammates have just died too quickly, and they haven't had any difficulty booms surrounding the PL and his illusions.
Yeah, they have to get better forms of like initiation and counter initiation. Mikoto breaking the smoke then there and them just diving so far forward was definitely, you know, that's not the best way that they need to initiate. They need to have some better ones. Cuckoo blades aggressively onto the high ground. Stampede, they've got the ethereal blade. Dead.
And there's the burst, turns into the axe, uses the call against himself.
Unsure why he was trying to farm so aggressively down bottom. He has to play way more careful on this axe. Cuckoo, he's the most important tool for them to initiate in this game, and he keeps getting picked off with this. Now the mech is online with a Hand of God available too. I believe it is going to be a level 2 Hand of... Wait, did he put his points wrong? He did. Okay, whatever. He'll have it soon anyway. Level 2 Hand of God plus mech. They didn't have the damage to go through it in the last time. Now it's also higher levels of Divine Favor 2 on top. This is going to be a lot of healing that I don't know if GEEK Fam's going to be able to deal with unless they get some beautiful initiations, which they have not been able to so far.
Boom could just go high ground.
They're just going high ground.
Yeah, with the Aegis. Why not? As you said, so much backup and sustain. See what they can do to try and stop it. Carl stepping forward. The sentry down will be taken out.
They force reaction.
Yeah.
They want to move.
Still got objectives to take down mid. Tier 2 is still there, so Boom just heading off as a unit. Smoke up from FBZ and KazQ. Ready to try and hunt down whoever dares come out into the jungle of GEEK Fam.
Yeah, Raven has an idea that this is happening though. Look, the way that, you know, it's a very natural fluid motion that people do, you know, you force TPs and then you go fight the opposite side of the map. And GEEK Fam, they're joining together and smoking.
Oh, Boom's got the high ground though. Smokes are going to be dispelled. There's jump. Dragon Tail's done. He's trying to commit on to Dreamercell, but already on the pack. They've lost the Grimstroke. Mikoto straight and takes him out. Cuckoo also dying at the beginning of the fight. And the silence onto the Phoenix. He's going to get burst down by Dreamercell. 3 dead once more. They turn over towards Carl. Mikoto tying the Dragon Knight, holding in place with the Dragon Tail. He's pumped his BKB Carl, but the Sonic Wave's pushing him low. Carl has to reset back away. Another fight that Boom are just being able to take each and every single team fight, really. Boom just coming out on top. And now they're ready to push the high ground. Mikoto wave forward with the Dragon Tail. It's the Who Stop. Well, won't kill him, but it brings him low. Raven has to back off. Snowball forward onto Cuckoo. It's a double by that. GEEK Family attention to hold. KazQ will get left behind. So they find the Tusk, but can they find anything more with these buybacks? Cuckoo's charging forward. Can he close the gap for a jump with the waveform? Mikoto's already making his way out of there. He's going to be fine, and sure, with the buybacks, they put a stop to the push, a stop to the dive that Boom was starting to make, but they only get a Tusk for it. Everyone else gets out, and now 2 buybacks from GEEK Fam are offline.
Boom is just getting such good initiations every time here. Carl, he jumps in the backline onto Dreamercell up on that high ground, but then on their backline, Grimstroke gets shotgunned by the Morphling, burst immediately, and Cuckoo also gets jumped initially by the Centaur. Cuckoo has to have better positioning in these fights for them to actually be able to take it. He has to be that one to counter-initiate on top of the egg, and they just haven't been able to do so. Boom is just outplaying them.
Yeah, we just haven't seen that combo to its full potential at all this game.
Nope.
The call and the supernova, it just has not happened.
That was a sick play too by Mikoto, the waveform DK stun. This actually almost ends up killing Raven inside of the base. That would have been real nice.
Right. Yeah, I mean, he's really had such a great time after the lane, right? You know, but in the lane, he did struggle in that 1v1, but I guess this is the strengths of him as a player. It's not necessarily the laning ability on his morph against that DK. It's just everything else. It's been perfect. 7-1 and 8, top spot. It's been a great morph game from him ever since the laning ended.
Yeah, and he's like versus this lineup of an axe that was very farmed, and you're versus natural counters. They haven't had the. I'm very confused about a little bit of the build from Whitemon. I feel like this you know, the silence this game was super valuable, and he just has not prioritized it at all. I haven't even seen him use it. He's also just getting exploded now at this point, but I do feel like he had some missed opportunities where that spell is super good versus double mobility cores.
Radiant's middle tower.
Positioning definitely has to be something that GeekFam is more wary of in these upcoming fights, because Boom is just crushing them every time here. 8K lead, 10K experience lead too.
They're just hitting them super hard every time. Any sort of mistake and Boom just roll over the fight.
Yeah, and this, I mean, this Centaur, it has 3,200 HP now.
Oh no, Wymon. Things are gonna start with a dead Grimstroke.
They gotta run.
Cuckoo's hanging around.
Blinky, CD, he's gonna have it up now.
They're gonna chase
Doesn't
this.
use it.
Ketchu's in. He's able to get him with the initiation, and Cuckoo dies in a situation that feels very unnecessary. He knew that the Grimstroke just died in that position, and of course he also knows that he doesn't have buyback, so he's now dead for an incredibly long time, Cuckoo.
Yeah, and I mean, the same place that he died earlier, dude. 4 and 8, Cuckoo just, I mean, he's giving his life way too much in this game. He had such a good start. Look at his net worth now. It's like he's below supports.
Yeah, it's been a rough game for Cuckoo.
Really has been.
Did an excellent job of skipping the creeps, but when it's come down to the performance in the fights and being in the best places on the map, he's struggling. And now mid, Carl has been found outside of the base. He has got the BKB in the Silver Edge, but it's not going to help him. Doesn't even get the chance. Blown up. Boom, just styling on GeekFam right now.
Yeah, they're always getting the jump. They're always catching the targets that they need to. FBZ and Kescute always able to jump into the backlines and find these targets. Now going toward that high ground again. This Morphling. Oh, look at this. Titan Sliver plus SNY. So he's all this status resistance again, even if he does get engaged on. Now the game has become pretty damn impossible for GeekFam. This PL is still farming well, but the rest of the cores are just really far behind. See if Raven can make something happen though. And they just lose one Rex.
Yeah, Raven's got to have a huge impact. We've seen him get in the farm all game, but there's never really been that fight where the PL takes over.
No. He can't hold his ground, and now, I mean, with all the items that they've been able to acquire, these PL illusions aren't as tanky as I thought they would end up being. As much as he was able to farm in this game, they do have solutions now to be able to clear those out since they do have so many levels, and now a full heart on a Centaur. Oh my God, fourth. I don't know how to kill him.
And he also managed to find a greater Verifier, so you know you got to add on that effective plus 450 HP as well that he's able to play with in the fight. So it's, I mean, so much they've got to get through.
And he can probably get more than one off inside of the fight as well. So it's
yeah. What is the cooldown? Okay, 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's pretty low.
He's going to get a couple of those off, no problem. So
yeah.
So effectively, what 5k HP you've got to work on the Centaur if you want to bring him down.
Yup. Pretty damn strong. And he does have the backup of a Chen, so auras, etc. that will be buffing him up that much more. Hyde is actually the one holding the Orb of Venom, by the way, too, on the Chen.
All right. I mean, I guess everyone else. I mean, yeah, he's always going to get the hits in. He's so tanky on his own with the Greaves and such, and you know, it's not like they have some super hard-hitting melee hero. I mean, well, in the mid, Carl will pop the BKB. Again, it's just having to be a BKB and a runaway. So now BKB unavailable, and I think Boom's going to want to try and do something with that. They're pinging up towards top, and they know how hard it's going to be for GeekFam to hold. FBZ can just tank this tower happily.
Yeah, Age just cheesed full BKB on Morphling too, so he's even more protected versus any of those silences that could come out or stuns. See what they do is initiate on.
Commitment. They are bringing FBZ down pretty quickly. The Hammer God Heal comes out, the call for Cuckoo, but still, it's not enough time and damage. The egg, is he going to be successful? Oh, it's not. They take it down again just in time. Boom. Sonic Wave out onto the three of them. It's 2 dead on GeekFam. Mikoto diving towards the base, pushing them back to the fountain. Of course, Carl, no BKB available after it was used in the mid. As they're just 3 dead. Over towards mid they go. Boom, again losing nobody. 21k lead. As they are crushing this game. Raven tries to fight, but he falls flat on his face. As it's called, this game is over. As Boom take game 2, they take this series 2-0. And they look good. Both games won in very different fashions as well.
Yeah, I mean, this team, these teams actually just seem really solid with Chen. And maybe the hero is also just absolutely insane right now, which he is, but the way that they rally around.